Chapter 942. Who is Gu Zhong to you? Gu Fei said with an expressionless face. The white-haired little fatty before him was too similar to his cheap disciple, Gu Zhong. However, this little fatty was definitely not Gu Zhong. You, little fatty's expression changed when he heard that. Even the young cultivator with the evil aura and the crow spirit that could already transform into a human were shocked. Their faces were filled with fear. This time, they were not pretending. They were truly afraid. Who are you? If you want to find Gu Zhong, you can go to the shaman land. Of course, that is if you have the guts. The fatty's expression changed several times as he said these words. Gu Fei and the others could not help but look at each other when they heard this. This fatty might really be related to Gu Zhong from the shaman land. Otherwise, he wouldn't know Gu Zhong. It should be noted that the eastern region and the west earth were separated by more than 10 million miles. Mortals would never be able to cross the central plains from the west earth to the eastern region even if they spent their entire lives. Even cultivators who could fly would have to fly for dozens of years to reach the eastern region from the west earth without stopping. Ancient teleportation formations that could transport people across borders were all controlled by the major powers. Ordinary cultivators would never be able to come into contact with such formations. Humph. So you do know Gu Zhong. Tell me, what is your relationship with Gu Zhong? He Tianxia smiled evilly as he took a step forward and stared coldly at the little fatty. It was as if he was a high and mighty demon god looking down at an ant. Although He Tian did not release any aura, the fatty and the others still felt a great pressure. Their hearts trembled as if they were being stared at by a terrifying primordial beast. He Tian was also very curious about how these fellows had come to the eastern region. The war god of the shaman land, Gu Zhong. Who in the cultivation world doesn't know him? The fatty said. His expression was a little strange, and there seemed to be a hint of jealousy in his words. The war god of the shaman land? Gu Fei and the others couldn't help being startled. That brat Gu Zhong had actually made a name for himself in the cultivation world. This caused everyone to be greatly surprised. Big brother, I didn't expect your cheap disciple to be so amazing. Xiaoqing said with a smile. In just 10 to 20 years, Gu Zhong had grown rapidly and become the god of war of the Wu land. Xiaoqing and the others admired Gu Fei's foresight. That brat Gu Zhong didn't disappoint me. Gu Fei nodded his head and said. However, his face was still calm and expressionless. You are. When little fatty heard the conversation between Gu Fei and Xiaoqing, his eyes popped out and he was tongue-tied. For a moment, he was speechless. The young man shrouded in evil aura and the crow spirit in human form had their mouths agape and eyes wide open, their faces filled with disbelief. He Tian stared at little fatty and said in a deep voice, Our boss is Gu Zhong's master. Who did you learn your martial arts skills from? Warriors in the world could be described as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. This little fatty had definitely practiced the most authentic martial arts skills. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill the East Royal City's young master Dongfang with 2 punches. The body of a warrior was much stronger than that of an ordinary cultivator. What? Are you scared? He Tian said in a stern voice. This little fatty was really asking for a beating. This, little fatty was immediately awakened from the shock after being shouted at by He Tian. He was at a loss of what to do and knelt before Gu Fei. Greetings, Grand Master. The little fatty stammered, and could not say anything else after that. He prostrated himself to Gu Fei. Song Sanxiu of the plentiful city Ghost King greets Senior. Wu Peng, the successor of the Luofeng mountain of the extreme East Goblin tribe, greets Senior. The young man shrouded in evil aura and the crow spirit hurriedly saluted Gu Fei. They did not dare to neglect him. After all, this was the master of the war god of the sorcerer land. You all believe that I am Gu Zhong's master so easily? Gu Fei said. This, little fatty, who was prostrating himself, immediately raised his head. The face of the Ghost King's disciple became even paler. Even the expression of Wu Peng of the Eastern Goblin tribe changed. These guys all had powerful backgrounds, especially Song Sancho and the Crow Spirit, Wu Peng. The forces behind these two guys were so powerful that it was shocking. I was wondering why this little guy looks so much like that fat worm. It turns out that he is Fat Worm's son, Little Fatty Worm. He Tian said angrily. In the world of cultivation, there should be no one willing to pretend to be my father's master. Little Fatty thought for a moment and said. Stand up and talk. Gu Fei said. This Little Fatty's temperament was exactly the same as his cheap disciples. They were both ruffians and restless people. My father has a lot of enemies. Little Fatty wanted to say something but stopped. It turned out that this white-haired Little Fatty, who was not even 20 years old, was the son of Gu Zhong and the saintess of the Yaotai ancient Holy Land. Gu Zhong really captured the saintess of the Yaotai ancient Holy Land to be his wife. At that time, all the forces of the ancient wilderness were preparing to enter the ancient world of chaos, and the Yaotai ancient Holy Land was no exception. However, the saintess of the Yaotai ancient Holy Land was captured and made to be his wife. This matter caused the Yaotai ancient Holy Land to lose face. They sent out the experts of the older generation to kill Gu Zhong. However, Gu Zhong hid in Yanwu City and did not come out. Yanwu City was protected by a peerless divine formation set up by He Tian. Even if the female immortals of the Yaotai ancient Holy Land came, they would not be able to break through. The experts of the Yaotai ancient Holy Land were all preparing to enter the ancient world of chaos. Even the female immortal king of the mysterious transformation realm could not be separated. The female Shen king of the celestial being realm could not leave the Yaotai ancient Holy Land. Just like that, the saintess of the Yaotai ancient Holy Land gave birth to a son for Gu Zhong. This son was Gu Xiaofeng, the Little Fatty. Gu Zhong was quite impressive. After the saintess of the Yaotai ancient Holy Land gave birth to a son, he went into seclusion for 15 years and successfully became a martial immortal. On the day he came out, the experts of the Li family of the desolate antiquity and the Buddhism of the West Earth were attacking Yanwu City. Gu Zhong was furious and killed an immortal of the Li family and 2 sons of the Buddha of the West Earth. He even killed 1,000 miles and chased the Li family of the desolate antiquity and the Buddhism of the West Earth out of the Shaman land. That battle made Gu Zhong famous as the god of war of the Shaman land. When the forces of the desolate antiquity retreated from the ancient world of chaos, the female immortal king of the Yaotai ancient Holy Land finally came to find Gu Zhong. However, Gu Zhong was no longer the same as before. He could actually take 3 blows from the female immortal king and did not die. The female immortal king then left, tacitly agreeing to the relationship between Gu Zhong and the Yaotai ancient Holy Land. Gu Zhong could not die under the attack of the female immortal king at the immortal realm. With such cultivation and strength, he was definitely someone that the major forces would want to rope in. The Yaotai ancient Holy Land recognized the relationship between Gu Zhong and the saintess of the Yaotai ancient Holy Land. Oh heavens, oh earth, how can this be? It's like a flower stuck in cow dung. After knowing how this little fat worm came to be, He Tian couldn't help but sigh. He had seen the saintess of the Yaotai ancient Holy Land before. With that kind of beauty and temperament, even the Empyrean fairy above the 9 heavens could not compare to her. Why did she fall for that fat worm? After listening to Little Fatty Gu, even Gu Fei couldn't speak for a long time. Xiao Qing and the others were even more dumbfounded. Gu Zhong was really something. He actually snatched the saintess of the Yaotai ancient Holy Land to be his wife. No wonder Gu Zhong could be safe in the Shaman land. It turned out that he had the support of the Yaotai ancient Holy Land. Although the divine formation that He Tian had set up could kill immortals and destroy gods, if an immortal king or deity king with cultivation above the 5th heaven of the mysterious change realm attacked, it could still be broken. I really doubt it. Are you really the daughter of the saintess of the Yaotai ancient Holy Land? He Tian looked Little Fatty Gu up and down with a look of disbelief. It was no wonder that He Tian would doubt it. After all, the saintess of the Yaotai ancient Holy Land was one of the most beautiful female cultivators in the world. If this Little Fatty looked like the saintess of the Yaotai ancient Holy Land, he would definitely be a handsome man. Alright, let's get out of here first, Gu Fei said. At this time, the sun had disappeared from the horizon. Night was coming. There was no one here, but it was not a place to stay for long. There's a town 300 miles away, He Tian said. He sensed a few strong auras there. There were cultivators in the town. Let's go there. After saying that, Gu Fei waved his hand. The power of heaven and earth wrapped around everyone. They rose into the sky and flew toward the town 300 miles away. The mystic skill that Gu Fei displayed had little Fatty and the others astounded. You're too bold. How dare you sneak out of the land of the sorcerer? In a private room of a restaurant in the town, Gu Fei finally knew how little Fatty came to the East region. This guy had sneaked out. Little Fatty had reached the void-controlling realm before the age of 20. He was definitely a genius. If he was careful, he would definitely become the second Gu Zhong. There were very few real martial artists in the Tenglong continent. If little Fatty was killed, it would be a great loss for Gu Fei's branch. Grandmaster, the land of the sorcerer is a barren land. There's no place to play. The Central Plains is a paradise for cultivators, little Fatty said coquettishly. Yes. I haven't seen Gu Zhong for almost 20 years. It's time to take this opportunity to go back to the land of the sorcerer, Gu Fei said. Little Fatty was immediately unhappy when he heard that. How could he not know what Gu Fei meant by that? He hurriedly begged, Grandmaster, please let me stay by your side. If I can be taught by Grandmaster, my cultivation will definitely improve greatly. Humph. You should just give up on this idea, He Tian said unhappily. He still did not believe that little Fatty was the son of Yaotai Holy Maiden and Gu Zhong. At this time, Song Sanxiu, the disciple of the Ghost King, and the Crow Spirit, the Dark Rock, had left. Little Fatty's invincible ruffian trio was broken up. Chapter 943. I didn't expect the supreme platform that had disappeared for countless years to reappear. In the restaurant that Gu Fei and the others were in, two cultivators were whispering to each other. The content of their conversation made Gu Fei's expression change. The two cultivators and a few other cultivators had gone to explore the famous heavenly market in the eastern region. They had accidentally discovered an ancient altar in an ancient ruin. One of the cultivators walked onto the ancient altar and disappeared. When the cultivator reappeared, he seemed to be scared out of his wits and couldn't speak for a long time. However, when the cultivator came back to his senses, what he said shocked everyone to the extreme. The cultivator who had disappeared from the ancient altar for about an hour had actually entered the void and seen the legendary road to heaven. During the late period of the primordial era, the primordial world had collapsed and the world had changed. The passage between the heavenly realm and the human realm had disappeared and the heavenly tribulation had stopped descending. No one had been able to ascend. Even the almighties of the primordial era could not break the void and enter the heavenly realm. They were separated forever and the heavenly realm became a legend. Only the supreme Tao ancestor had left behind an altar that could connect to the heavenly realm and reappear the road to heaven. The cultivators of the human realm could enter the heavenly realm through the road to heaven. This altar that the supreme Tao ancestor had refined with his supreme power was the supreme platform. However, due to the chaos back then, the sky-connecting platform in the primordial Tao sect that had been passed down by the supreme Tao ancestor had been lost. In ancient times, a supreme almighty had attacked the primordial Tao sect in an attempt to snatch the sky-connecting platform. A great battle had broken through heaven and earth. The area where the primordial Tao sect was located had been completely destroyed. The almighty who had attacked the primordial Tao sect had died and the primordial Tao sect had almost been annihilated. After this battle, the supreme platform had disappeared. However, no one had expected that the supreme platform, which had disappeared for countless years, would be discovered by a group of cultivators who were exploring the heavenly market. There were 8 cultivators in the group. The 2 cultivators next to Gu Fei's group were from the Great Qi dynasty. As for the other 6, there was a demigod from the primordial era's Zhao family and a cultivator from the northern region. It was impossible to hide the disappearance of the sky-reaching platform. Even the two cultivators from the Undying Dynasty next door to Gu Fei's group had already sent the news back to the Qi capital of the Great Qi Dynasty. The Great Qi Dynasty's royal family must have already received this news. The imperial family of Great Qi had probably already made their move. The two cultivators next door were also very careful. They used a spell to seal the private room before talking to each other. However, with Gu Fei's powerful spiritual will, he could clearly hear the voices of the two cultivators. The sky-piercing platform has appeared. When Gu Fei told He Tian, Shao Qing, and the others this earth-shattering news, He Tian, Shao Qing, and Balan were all stunned. They could already predict that the eastern region would soon be plunged into a reign of terror. All the cultivation forces in the entire Tinglong continent would flock to the heavenly realm. Even the demons would join in. The temptation of entering the heavenly realm was fatal to every cultivator. Even the Almighty of the present age would go crazy. Everyone wanted to step on the path to heaven. The sky-piercing platform, the sky-piercing platform. He Tian muttered to himself. His expression changed several times, as if he had lost his mind. The heavenly realm, Shao Qing and Balan also yearned for the legendary cradle of the strong. That was the final resting place of the strong and the goal of all cultivators. At this time, the little fatty Gu Xiaofeng's eyes were moving around. No one knew what he was thinking. This guy didn't want to be sent back to the shaman land by Gu Fei. His sharp senses sensed that something earth-shattering was about to happen. That's great. A complacent smile appeared on the little fatty's face. In this way, he could stay with the Grandmaster for a while. Maybe he could even get a lot of benefits. The little fatty began to calculate in his mind. This guy had run away from home. How could he go back to the shaman land so easily? Boss, the heavenly market is there. He Tian couldn't wait to ask. He couldn't wait to find the legendary treasure that could connect with the heavenly realm. The sky-piercing platform was a sacrificial altar of the extreme Tao refined by the supreme Tao ancestor. It was a sacred object of the extreme Tao. It contained the supreme way of the immortals and could give people the opportunity to comprehend the way. Such a sacred object of the extreme Tao, even if it couldn't connect with the heavenly realm, was enough to make all the cultivators crazy. The two cultivators next door didn't know that their conversation had been heard and remembered by Gu Fei. Soon after, the two cultivators left. It's a dangerous place. Legend has it that a part of the heavenly realm collapsed and formed a place that even the immortals were unwilling to set foot in, Gu Fei said. Although the heavenly market was a dangerous place, many cultivators went there to explore. Some people said that there was a heavenly palace in the depths of the heavenly market. However, ever since the heavenly market appeared, no one had been able to enter the depths of the heavenly market. However, the cultivators who entered the sky market could vaguely see a palace hall in the distance. Although it was faint and illusory, many people thought that it was a real palace hall. A part that fell from the heavenly realm? He Tian, Shao Qing, and Balan were shocked when they heard this. No one had expected the heavenly market to have such a shocking origin. It seemed that even the heavenly realm was not spared from the great changes that happened back then. This was the ancient history of the eastern region. Gu Fei knew that the heavenly market was the only dangerous place in the eastern region. Now, two dangerous places had appeared. The other new dangerous place was the bottomless devil's den that was formed when the area where the Supreme Mystery sect was originally located collapsed. Gu Fei and the others talked for a while and then left overnight. Once the news of the Sky Tower's appearance spread, it would attract the attention of the sect masters and they would have no chance. Gu Fei originally wanted to send the little fatty grand disciple, Gu Xiaofeng, back to the sorcerer's land, but it seemed impossible now. He could only bring the little fatty with him for the time being. Just as Gu Fei and the others were rushing to the heavenly market, several extremely powerful auras burst out from the capital of the Great Qi Dynasty. These auras all came from the imperial palace of the Qi Dynasty. Some of the old antiques of the Great Qi Dynasty were alarmed. Soon, 3 purple golden chariots rushed out of the imperial palace and disappeared into the night. In the Zhao family of the antiquity, there was a place where the 4 dragon veins gathered. There was a huge cave where the 4 dragon veins converged. This was the forbidden area of the Zhao family, the Dragon Transformation Cave. Legend had it that there used to be an ancient flood dragon cultivating here. With the power of the 4 dragon veins, it successfully transformed into a dragon. This was the Dragon Transformation Cave. Chapter 944. The appearance of the ancient sky platform had shaken the world. Everyone who had received the news was moved. No one could sit still. The old fogies and living fossils of the major powers of the world of cultivation were all alarmed. Even some of the legendary almighty figures who lived in seclusion were likely to jump out into the open. The news of the sky-reaching platform's appearance couldn't be hidden any longer. All the cultivators looked at the sky ruin in the eastern region's ferocious land. The sky market had a radius of 100,000 miles. It was shrouded in fog all year round. Some people had seen ferocious and terrifying primordial creatures roaming in the fog. There was an indescribable power enveloping the entire sky market. This power could interfere with the spirit sense of cultivators. Even the celestial being Realm Immortal Emperor and Shen King couldn't spread their spirit sense in the sky market. Some people said that this was the power of the law of heaven and earth, which originated from the heaven realm. The sky market was a ruin that fell from the heaven realm. There were collapsed mountains, cracked lands, dried-up lakes, bottomless abyss that spewed murderous chi, and a large number of primordial ruins. Although the sky market was the most famous dangerous place in the eastern domain, it also attracted countless cultivators to explore. Someone once found a 10,000-year-old herb king in an abandoned herb garden in the sky market. Someone also found a fragment of a primordial sacred artifact in the ruins of a primordial palace. Some people even broke into the depths of the sky market and successfully escaped. That person really saw an endless sky palace in the depths of the sky market. I sensed a primordial aura. When the sun rose in the east, Gu Fei and the others arrived near the sky market. However, they didn't go in. He Tian stopped them. The chaotic law of heaven and earth formed a mysterious power. This place is not simple. He Tian put away his cynical expression and became incomparably serious. Gu Fei knew that He Tian was definitely a grandmaster in the field of formations. He could see all kinds of big powers of heaven and earth. It seemed that this guy had seen something. Grandmaster Old He, so you're a coward. The little fatty hid behind Gu Fei and said to He Tian. When He Tian heard this, a few more black lines appeared on his head. He gritted his teeth and said to the little fatty, "You little brat, what do you know? Are you itching for a beating?" TSK. Little fatty hid behind Gu Fei, looking as if he was saying, "What can you do to me? Hateful brat." He Tian glanced at Gu Fei. Although he was angered to the point that his face was black, he really couldn't do anything to the little fatty. This brat's life is really good. He has a martial king ancestor in the profound transformation realm. Erebus does not want to offend Gu Fei. Alright, how can you lower yourself to the level of a child? Gu Fei said. Are we going in or not? If not, let's leave. The sky-high platform had appeared because those old antiques that were about to be buried in the ground had jumped out. If they hesitated any longer, they would have nothing to do with the arrival of those old fossils. Rumble, at that moment, a thunderous sound suddenly came from the distant horizon. A powerful aura surged from afar. An expert had arrived. Furthermore, this expert did not conceal his presence at all. A terrifying aura was released from the outside, announcing his arrival. Gu Fei and the others immediately changed their expressions and carefully hid themselves. Rumble, the entire world began to tremble. A purple gold chariot rushed over from the distance. It was like a primordial divine mountain was crashing down from the sky. Wherever it passed, cracks would appear in the space. That's a chariot made from violet gold godly metal. Gu Fei, He Tian, Shaoqing, Balon, and the others were incomparably shocked. A hazy figure stood atop the chariot. One could vaguely see a crown on his head and a purple dragon robe. He looked like a human emperor patrolling the skies. It's an old antique from the Grand Shi imperial family. Gu Fei recognized the attire of the person on the chariot. The imperial family had arrived. The violet golden chariot emitted a terrifying pressure as it crushed down from the sky. It charged straight into the sky market without the slightest hesitation. After entering the heavenly market's territory, Gu Fei and the rest could no longer sense the terrifying aura from the purple gold chariot. The old antique from the Grand Shi imperial family seemed to have driven the chariot into a different world. The terrifying aura suddenly disappeared. The sky market, Gu Fei and the others couldn't help but glance at each other. This region that had fallen from the heaven realm was indeed very strange. Cultivator's divine sense had completely lost its effect. This region was very frightening. One had to know that once a cultivator's divine sense lost its effect, they could only use their naked eyes to see what was going on around them. This way, the opponent could easily sneak up on them and launch a surprise attack. It was impossible to defend against. Just as the old antique from the Grand Shi dynasty charged into the sky market, another powerful aura appeared in the distance. Someone was rapidly approaching. It was an azure-robed middle-aged man. He strode through the void, and with each step, a Tao aura flowed beneath his feet. One step spanned hundreds of kilometers. This person had only taken a few steps to charge into the sky market. This speed was most likely even greater than Gu Fei's 8 steps. Of course, Gu Fei's 8 steps was unparalleled in the world. It was just that Gu Fei's cultivation wasn't enough to unleash the full power of this technique. That azure-robed middle-aged man, who could travel hundreds of miles with a single step, was at least a sect master level figure. Gu Fei's group no longer hesitated. There was no time for hesitation. The other experts had already arrived. Gu Fei's group finally entered the strange region ahead. Little fatty Gu Xiaofeng's cultivation was too weak. For safety's sake, Gu Fei still threw the little fatty into his inner world. This made He Tian extremely happy. He finally didn't have to face this infuriating fellow. Gu Fei had the supreme saint weapon. He Tian, Shaoqing, and Balan had also completely refined their supreme saint weapons. They believed that they still had the ability to fight for the legendary extreme Tao ancient altar that could connect to the heaven realm. The moment they stepped into the sky market, Gu Fei, He Tian, Shaoqing, and Balan felt that their divine senses were actually affected by an unfathomable force. It was difficult for them to leave their bodies. Be careful, Gu Fei reminded. If their divine senses couldn't leave their bodies, they wouldn't be able to sense any aura from the outside world. They could only rely on their naked eyes to observe. If they weren't careful, they might encounter danger. Apart from not being able to use their divine senses, Gu Fei and the others didn't notice anything strange. In the sky market, a thin mist lingered. Everything seemed so unreal. Gu Fei's group advanced cautiously. They weren't in a hurry to rush forward. Swish! When Gu Fei's group entered the sky market for dozens of kilometers, Gu Fei suddenly saw a black shadow flashing behind a boulder. It was extremely fast. That is. Chapter 945. The sky market was an ominous place filled with unfathomable dangers. Some people had even seen traces of primordial life forms. The untainted world was vast and boundless. Tens of thousands of races lived there. It was the most prosperous period since the creation of the world. Among the untainted world's races, many were extremely powerful. For example, the innate divine beings, the innate demons, the dragon race, the phoenix race, and so on. The ultimate experts of these races were definitely comparable to supreme saints. The human race was not the most powerful race among the untainted world's families. However, the human race had produced many supreme saints. Therefore, during the untainted world, the human race was not weak. The great path of heaven and earth flourished and declined. The cycle continued. Although the untainted world's races were extremely prosperous, during the later stages of the untainted world, shocking changes occurred. The untainted world's families collapsed and the end of the world arrived. Countless untainted world's races died or were injured. Countless races were even exterminated and completely disappeared from the world. Only a few extremely powerful races were able to survive. The appearance of an unknown primordial life form in the sky market was a major event that shocked the entire cultivation world. However, the primordial life form in the sky market did not leave the sky market. This made all the forces in the cultivation world heave a sigh of relief. The primordial life form that had survived the upheaval of the world had undoubtedly reached an unimaginably terrifying level. Perhaps even the almighties of the current era would be moved. Gu Fei and the others had only entered less than 100 miles into the sky market when Gu Fei caught a glimpse of a black shadow flashing behind a huge rock. This made everyone nervous. A dazzling starlight rose above He Tian's head. Endless power of the stars fell from the fist-sized starlight and protected He Tian within it. The power of the stars was vast and mighty. Buzz! With a loud sound, a golden divine pagoda appeared on Xiaoqing's right hand. Xiaoqing held the golden divine pagoda in his hand and carefully scanned his surroundings. The 9-story pagoda was shrouded in golden light. Each story seemed to have a world of its own. The power that emanated from the golden pagoda enveloped Xiaoqing. Balon did not dare to be negligent and immersed himself in his divine sense sea. The sun god pearl that was nourished by the divine flame day and night also rushed out from between Balon's eyebrows. Gu Fei and the others looked as if they were facing a great enemy. The aura emitted by the 3 great saint weapons dispersed the surrounding mist. Swoosh! A blood-colored demonic bow appeared in Xiaoqing's hand. This demonic bow was the spoils of war that Gu Fei obtained after killing Dongfang Chen. Gu Fei had given it to Xiaoqing. The demonic bloodslaughter bow was held in Xiaoqing's hand. At this time, the golden divine pagoda flew up from Xiaoqing's hand and floated above Gu Fei's head, sprinkling down rays of golden light. Xiaoqing directly drew his bow and pulled it open. The spiritual energy in the world immediately gathered towards the bloodslaughter demonic bow. A blood-colored demonic arrow condensed and a terrifying demonic aura appeared. Kill! Xiaoqing did not hesitate and directly released the arrow. The blood-colored demonic arrow pierced forward and disappeared between the mist and the mountain ridge. Roar! Just as the blood-colored demonic arrow disappeared, an angry roar suddenly came from the nearby area. Then, a black shadow rushed out from the mountain ridge. Gu Fei and the others were immediately shocked. This was a humanoid creature. This creature's body was covered in black scales and had a pair of blood-colored pupils. At this time, this unknown creature's blood-colored pupils swept over Gu Fei and the others. On this creature's chest, there was a bloody hole that went through the front and back. This can't be. An ancient creature? He Tian's expression became very ugly. Didn't these creatures hide in the depths of the sky market? How could they appear in the outer area of the sky market? Roar! The humanoid ancient creature roared angrily at the sky. Then, it leaped up and pounced towards Xiaoqing. It was extremely fast, and a horrifying aura immediately spread out. Swoosh! Xiaoqing immediately retreated. At the same time, the golden divine pagoda floating above his head soared into the sky and rapidly enlarged. A vast and boundless power of the metal element came crashing down on the ancient creature. Bam! The entire area shook. Each of the 9 levels of the golden divine pagoda was transforming into a void. It was as if 10 layers of heaven and earth were falling at the same time. The ancient creature was also a terrifying existence that had developed intelligence. Knowing that it was in danger, it immediately turned into a beam of black light and rushed out of the golden divine pagoda. The golden divine pagoda was an almighty sacred weapon. One attack from an almighty sacred weapon could shatter heaven and earth. However, although the void trembled under the suppression of the golden divine pagoda, the ground didn't shatter. Only an extreme crack appeared. This, Gu Fei and the others couldn't help but be shocked. The void in the sky market was actually more stable than the void in the outside world. Even an almighty sacred weapon wouldn't be able to shatter it. The ancient legends seemed to be true. This 100,000 miles of land might really have fallen from the heavenly realm to the human world. Swoosh! The humanoid creature moved quickly. It was so fast that only a black bolt of lightning could be seen. A horrifying aura spread out as the ancient creature closed in on Xiaoqing. Droplets of purple blood dripped to the ground. Little Qing's arrow had injured this primordial creature quite severely. Little Qing activated the golden divine pagoda again and again. The power of the metal element surged, intimidating the surroundings. But even so, it was difficult for it to truly suppress this primordial creature. Instead, it was almost forced in front of it several times. The creature's speed was simply too fast. Furthermore, the surrounding area was shrouded in mist, affecting Xiaoqing's vision. The world and the sky market had its own laws. Once a cultivator entered, their divine sense couldn't leave their body and they couldn't sense the other party's aura. At this time, Xiaoqing could only rely on his hearing and vision to capture the opponent's movements before making a move. As a result, Xiaoqing was forced into a passive position. Even with an almighty sacred weapon, Xiaoqing couldn't suppress the creature for a while. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. They didn't have time to waste on this creature. Thus, he took a step forward and used his extreme speed 8 steps to intercept the creature. After that, Gu Fei threw a punch at the primordial life form. It was an ordinary punch without any energy fluctuations, but the entire void trembled under Gu Fei's punch. The creature roared and directly clawed at Gu Fei. Its sharp, scaly claws tore through the void, emitting a terrifying energy fluctuation that made people's hearts palpitate. Bam! Gu Fei's fist collided with the creature's sharp claws. A bone-chilling sound of bones shattering rang out. The creature's claws and half of its body were smashed by Gu Fei's punch. Purple blood splattered as the primordial creature was sent flying backwards. Swoosh! Gu Fei took a step forward and caught up to the primordial creature in an instant. Then, he sent out a palm strike and blasted the other half of the primordial creature's body into a cloud of purple blood mist. Chapter 946. The sky market had a circumference of 100,000 miles. It was the fiercest place in the eastern region. It was also one of the most mysterious and ancient places in the entire Tinglong continent. It was already impossible to find out when this slaughtered domain with a circumference of 100,000 miles had appeared and how it was formed. The reason for that was because this domain had appeared far too long ago. It was said that it had been formed when the heaven realm had fallen during the prehistoric times. However, this was only a legend after all. No one knew the truth. Some people had seen a sky palace appear in the depths of the sky market. Some people had also seen extinct ancient creatures walk out from the depths of the sky market. The sky market was a ruin between the heavens and the earth. There were collapsed ancient temples, dilapidated ancient temples, collapsed mountain ranges, and broken caves. Everything had been destroyed. Some people had even seen the fragments of the extreme saint weapon in the sky market. Countless years ago, a great battle had taken place here. Although countless years had passed, the traces of the battle had not been erased by the merciless passage of time. After killing the primordial creature, Gu Fei continued on his way. An ancient creature that was rarely seen in thousands of years had actually appeared in the periphery of the sky market. This was something that Gu Fei had never expected. Could it be that something had happened in the depths of the sky market? Gu Fei was a disciple of the Supreme Mystery Sect. The Supreme Mystery Sect had once been the Big Foot of the Eastern region. It was one of the masters of the Eastern region of the Tinglong continent. The ancient books of the sect had recorded some things about the sky market. Although he had never been to the sky market, he knew some of the facts about it. Mist lingered all around. Under the situation where one's divine sense could not leave their body, visibility with the naked eye was not very high. Even Gu Fei could only vaguely see a few hundred meters around him. He could not see anything further. If even Gu Fei could only do this, it was easy to imagine what others could do. It should be known that Gu Fei was a king in the mysterious transformation realm. Moreover, he was a king of the immortal martial realm. His physical body was strong to an unimaginable level. His hearing, sight, smell, and other senses had also transformed to a level that was difficult for others to reach. Even the fur on Gu Fei's body could sense the extremely subtle fluctuations in the air. There was no doubt that Gu Fei had the upper hand in the sky market. Although his spiritual force had been completely suppressed by the unpredictable power of the sky market, Gu Fei could still use his various senses to sense everything that was happening within a radius of several hundred meters. There were many primordial lifeforms moving about in the sky market. Bang! 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 The ground trembled as a 30-meter-tall giant walked past a stone mountain. He wore beast hides around his waist, and he carried a 10-meter-long stone club that looked like a small mountain. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble. These are primordial giants. Hei Tian was shocked to the extreme. They were hiding in the rocks of the mountain, looking at the giant walking away and disappearing into the thin mist with shock on their faces. The servants of the legendary deities? Gu Fei said in shock. There were some ancient records in the Tenglong continent. In ancient times, there were deities who could imprison the primordial giants and build palaces and abodes for them. The primordial giants were extremely strong. Legend had it that they could grow up to 15 meters tall. They could smash a mountain with a punch and crack the earth with a stomp. An adult primordial giant could even kill celestial beings like the immortal emperor and Shen King. That was close. If it wasn't for Boss, we would have bumped into this primordial giant. Hei Tian was still scared. In the mist, no one knew what was walking in front of them. Even if they could hear the footsteps, they might think that it was in primordial life form. The moment Gu Fei heard the footsteps, he led everyone to hide. The primordial giant was extremely strong. It wasn't something that Gu Fei and the others could deal with. Why is there such a thing here? Gu Fei was also shocked. The primordial giant tribe had been extinct for a long time. However, no one would have thought that a primordial giant would appear in the sky market. Over the years, ever since people discovered the sky market, countless cultivators had entered the sky market to explore. However, most of them couldn't come out. Those who could come out had never seen an existence like the primordial giant in the process of exploring the sky market. Of course, there might be people who had seen the primordial giant. However, those who had seen the primordial giant would never come out of the sky market. Fortunately, the primordial lifeforms that appeared in the sky market wouldn't come out of the sky market. Otherwise, if an primordial giant suddenly appeared in the Tenglong continent, it would be very lively. An adult primordial giant could tear primordial beasts apart and kill celestial beings like the immortal emperor and Shen King. Its terrifying destructive power was unquestionable. Boom! Just as Gu Fei and the others were about to continue moving forward, a loud sound came from the direction where the primordial giant disappeared. Then, there was a cry of surprise. Needless to say, a cultivator who had entered the sky market must have encountered the primordial giant. Although everyone's divine sense was suppressed by the power of the heavens and earth and couldn't leave their bodies, everyone could feel a strong wave of Dharma power coming from the front. In the fog in front of them, there was a faint flash of divine light. Roar! An earth-shattering roar was heard. The fog in front of them tumbled violently and the ground shook continuously. There were cultivators fighting with the primordial giant. However, the sounds of fighting and the Dharma power in front of them disappeared very quickly. Everything gradually calmed down as if nothing had happened. This, on top of the stone mountain, Gu Fei and the others couldn't help but look at each other. They didn't expect the battle to end so quickly. Did the primordial giant win, or did the human cultivators kill the primordial giant? With their divine sense suppressed, Gu Fei and the others couldn't find out the outcome of the battle. Gu Fei and the others waited on top of the stone mountain for quite a while before carefully descending the mountain and heading towards the place where the battle had taken place. The person walking in front was Gu Fei. He pricked up his ears and widened his eyes. He didn't dare to relax at all and fully utilized his innate ability to listen in all directions. Cultivators walked the supreme grand Tao of strength and cultivated the supreme martial physique. Gu Fei was an immortal martial king at the second heavenly layer of the profound transformation realm. His physique had evolved to an unimaginable level. He was able to accurately sense even the smallest changes in the air. With his powerful senses, he could definitely help Gu Fei, who had lost the ability to use his divine sense, turn misfortune into fortune in this area where divine sense was suppressed. They followed the primordial giant's footprints all the way until they passed through a small forest. Then, an open field appeared in front of them. Chapter 947. The primordial giant tribe was extremely powerful. When Gu Fei and the others arrived, they saw that the place where the battle had just taken place was a complete mess. There were more than a dozen craters on the ground. Judging from the shape, it was likely that the giant had smashed them with its stone staff. Gu Fei and the others could see that some of the craters had chunks of flesh and blood. Some people had actually been smashed into minced meat. The scene was extremely bloody. Within a radius of several hundred meters, countless pieces of flesh and blood were scattered everywhere. There was not a single complete corpse. Everyone had been crushed by the primordial giant, their bodies and souls destroyed. The large pool of blood was a ghastly sight. Fragments of magical treasures were scattered on the ground, some of which still emitted fluctuations of magic power. Even though everyone's divine sense was suppressed, they could still sense it. There was a line of huge footprints disappearing into the depths of the sky market. The battle ended with the complete defeat of the human cultivators. Although Gu Fei and the others had already guessed the result, they couldn't help but be moved when they saw such a bloody scene. Although it was a very short encounter, it was extremely tragic from the looks of it. The primordial giant is indeed terrifying. He Tian couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. Fortunately, he hadn't encountered this giant that was even more terrifying than the primordial giant beasts. Although He Tian had already regenerated his flesh and cultivated to the mysterious transformation realm, and also possessed an almighty sacred weapon, he knew that he was no match for this primordial giant. An adult primordial giant was a powerful existence that could kill a celestial being. It dared to challenge an almighty from the Antiquity era. Even an almighty from the Antiquity era would have a headache if they encountered an adult primordial giant. The primordial giant just now was about 10 meters tall, so it should have not reached adulthood yet. Otherwise, it would have killed all of them with a single blow. Why did the extinct primordial race jump out? Did something happen in the depths of the sky market? Gu Fei muttered to himself. The primordial giant race had long been extinct since the late primordial era, but now it had appeared in the sky market. No one knew what had happened. These people. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown when he saw the corpses on the ground. Very quickly, his expression changed again. He could tell the origins of these people from the tattered clothes. Someone you know? He Tian asked. He saw the change in Gu Fei's expression. Gu Fei pondered for a moment, then said, judging from their clothes, they should be cultivators from the Eastern Domain's Sixyang Palace. Sixyang Palace? You mean the Sixyang Palace that was killed by the great bandits of the Eastern region? You mean the Sixyang Palace? He Tian asked in shock. No wonder there's still a wave of pure yang energy lingering around here. It hasn't completely dissipated yet. Shao Qing looked around and said in a deep voice. The Sixyang Palace was a great sect in the eastern region, but it had already submitted to the primordial Zhao clan. From the looks of it, the Sixyang Palace had suffered heavy losses this time. Judging from the scattered corpses, at least 20 to 30 people had been killed by the primordial giant. Moreover, there were a few magic treasure fragments that contained immortal spirit energy, which meant that at least one immortal spirit had died here. For a large sect in the eastern region like the Sixyang Palace, there was naturally no lack of immortal gods in the sect. However, if an immortal god died, there would be one less. It was very difficult for anyone to cultivate to become an immortal god. Therefore, even if an immortal god died in the Sixyang Palace, the Sixyang Palace would feel the pain. When Gu Fei and the others saw the identity of the cultivators killed by the primordial giant, the first thing they thought of was that the news of the sky-reaching platform had probably spread. If the cultivators of the Sixyang Palace could appear here, then the other great sects in the eastern region, such as the Valley of Fallen Souls and the Empyrean Terminus sect, had probably received the news as well. It wasn't hard to imagine that more cultivators would soon appear in the sky market. Let's go. Suddenly, Gu Fei seemed to have sensed something and rushed toward the east. Everyone was shocked and quickly followed him. Gu Fei's senses were very accurate. Along the way, Gu Fei had led He Tian, Balon, and Xiao Qin to avoid many terrifying primordial beasts. In the sky market, fog lingered and visibility was very low. Even cultivators could only see a few hundred meters around them. It was very easy to get lost in the sky market. Many people lost their way and entered the depths of the sky market, never to come out again. It had to be said that a cultivator's body was very mysterious. The constant transformation of the body made it so sensitive that it could sense all the minute changes in the surrounding void. It could even sense the change in distribution of temperature. Gu Fei could determine which direction was east based on the distribution of temperature in the void within a few hundred meters. As long as he could determine one direction, the other three directions would appear immediately. With Gu Fei around, Xiao Qin, He Tian, Balon, and the others wouldn't have to worry about getting lost in the sky market. Just as Gu Fei and the others left, the sound of the air rippling could be heard in the distance. Then, a huge black figure appeared in the fog and flew toward the bloody place at high speed. The black figure broke through the fog and rushed over. Roar! A huge roar shook the heaven and earth as the black figure swooped down. It was a mystical dragon with a pair of wings on its back. If the old antiques in the cultivation world saw this mystical dragon, their jaws would definitely drop. This was a race that had disappeared for countless years and was thought to have gone extinct. Gu Fei's extremely sensitive senses sensed the mystical dragon's arrival, so he immediately retreated. The mystical dragon wasn't much weaker than the desolate giant. The mystical dragon was 7 or 8 meters long and had a single horn on its head. It was ferocious and terrifying, and its blood-colored scales were glistening. There seemed to be a layer of blood-colored flames dancing on its body. One look was enough to tell that it wasn't an ordinary dragon. An ancient pterosaur? At that moment, a cyan figure appeared in the sky silently. He looked like a high and mighty god emperor, looking down at the mystical dragon that was devouring the corpses of the cultivators below. Roar! The blood-red mystical dragon roared at the person in the sky when it was disturbed from its meal. An extremely horrifying aura surged from the mystical dragon's body. Why would an extinct ancient pterosaur appear in the sky market? The cyan-robed middle-aged man muttered to himself with his hands behind his back. He didn't take the ancient pterosaur seriously at all. Boom! Just as the cyan-robed middle-aged man was deep in thought, the ancient pterosaur suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a monstrous divine flame toward the cyan-robed man in the sky. The mist that enveloped the surroundings was immediately dispersed by this blazing energy wave. Chapter 948. The green-robed middle-aged man was so powerful that he slammed a primordial ferocious dragon into the ground, leaving a huge handprint on the ground. Boom! In the next moment, a monstrous divine fire erupted from the handprint and swept up to the sky, causing the void to collapse and the ground to melt. Roar! Amidst the earth-shattering roar, a mystical dragon rushed up from the ground as if it had been reborn from the fire. Its violent and ferocious aura spread in all directions. What happened? At this moment, Gu Fei and the others were already far away from that area. They appeared in a forest a dozen miles away. The terrifying dragon roar caused them to be extremely shocked. An extremely terrifying and ferocious aura spread in all directions. Even though their divine senses were suppressed in this area, they could still sense it. A peerless ferocious beast was born? Gu Fei and the others were shocked. Fortunately, they had left quickly. Otherwise, it would have been a tragedy. That ferocious beast was probably even more terrifying than the desolate giant. However, at this time, Gu Fei and the others could not care about anything else, because the place they were in was not a good place. It was a forest of golden trees, a golden forest. In the forest, every tree was straight up to the sky, as if it was cast from gold. Every leaf was flowing with a golden luster. Everyone could feel that there was metal elemental power lingering in the forest. This place, this time, not only Erebus, but even Gu Fei's expression turned ugly. The golden forest was a place where the power of the metal element gathered. Such a place was the resting place of some kind of terrifying ancient divine beast. No way. Gu Fei and He Tian looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. That kind of divine beast had been extinct for a long time. It did not appear even in the later period of the primordial era. Could it be that there was such a divine beast living in the depths of this golden forest? Let's go in and take a look. Hei Tian made a bold move. He actually walked into the depths of this golden forest. If there was a mythical beast resting in this forest, then its nest must be in the depths of this forest. If his guess was correct, there was definitely a divine tree king growing in the depths of the metal element divine tree, and the legendary divine beast was resting on the divine tree king. Big brother. Xiao Qing was startled to see Gu Fei following Hei Tian deeper into the forest. He had been feeling uneasy ever since he entered the forest. He had the true dragon bloodline in his body, so he had an innate ability to sense certain existences. I also want to see if the legendary divine beast really exists. Gu Fei glanced at Xiao Qing and said indifferently. Everyone was curious, and Gu Fei was no exception. After finishing his words, Gu Fei caught up with Hei Tian. Xiao Qing and Balan looked at each other and followed helplessly. Balan's original body was a fire qilin. Of course, he was not the ancient chaotic fire qilin that was born from the chaotic divine flame. Balan's body had a very thin trace of the chaotic fire qilin's bloodline. It was this bloodline that originated from the Khanate divine beast that gave Balan a talent that ordinary demonic beasts did not have. Balan and Xiao Qing were the same. The Khanate divine beast bloodline in their bodies had awakened. If they transformed to the ultimate form, they would become the invincible true dragon and chaotic fire qilin. Xiao Qing and Balan both had almost unlimited potential. At that moment, the green-robed middle-aged man and the winged red dragon were engaged in a fierce battle. The entire sky and earth were shaking. The power of the man and the dragon shook an entire region. It should be known that this was a region in the sky market, yet it had been shaken by their power. It was hard to imagine just how terrifyingly powerful this man and dragon were. The green-robed middle-aged man and the red dragon moved quickly in the void. They were so fast that only green and red divine lights could be seen colliding. Celestial Emperor's forbidden area. The green-robed middle-aged man shouted. Endless green divine lights immediately surged out of his body and enveloped the entire region. The red dragon was engulfed by the murderous aura. Swoosh! The green divine lights disappeared instantly as if they had escaped into the void. Everything that was enveloped by the green light disappeared into thin air. Even the green-robed middle-aged man disappeared into the void. Bam! 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 After the green-robed middle-aged man and the red dragon disappeared into the void suddenly shook violently. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. It was as if something was attacking the void, wanting to break through the void and rush out from the void. The void was constantly cracking, like a beautiful piece of porcelain that had been shaken until cracks appeared. Boom! Finally, with a loud sound, the void shattered. Then, endless divine fire surged out of the shattered void. It engulfed the sky and the earth, burning the entire sky red. Roar! A terrifying roar rang out from within the divine fire. The entire world shook violently from the roar, and a crimson dragon appeared indistinctly within the sea of fire. Damn it! The green-robed middle-aged man appeared in the void. His body shone with divine light and endless divine fire. It was as if a supreme emperor had descended. The green-robed middle-aged man's face was a little pale. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Even someone as strong as him had been injured. This red fire-winged dragon of the primordial ancient winged dragon race was really terrifying. However, at that moment, the red fire-winged dragon in the sea of fire surged with divine fire. It flapped its wings, turned around, and fled into the depths of the sky market. Everywhere the red fire-winged dragon passed, besides the divine fire that swept in all directions, there were red agate-like blood droplets that dripped from the sky. The agate-like blood droplets contained terrifying fire energy. Everything that came into contact with the blood droplets was immediately set on fire and burned to ashes. The red fire-winged dragon was also injured. Trying to escape. Not so easy. The green-robed middle-aged man sneered. Then, he took a step forward in the void. He traveled 100 miles with each step and chased after the dragon. Very soon, the red fire-winged dragon and the green-robed middle-aged man disappeared into the horizon. After the green-robed middle-aged man and the primordial ancient fierce dragon disappeared, a figure walked over silently from afar. It was a white-haired old man holding a walking stick. The walking stick in the old man's hand was pitch black and looked like a winding dragon. The head of the walking stick actually looked like a dragon's head. It was very extraordinary. The old man looked in the direction that the green-robed middle-aged man had disappeared and muttered to himself, "I didn't expect that old fellow from the Leaf family to still be alive. It seems like the appearance of the Supreme Altar has caused a few of those old fellows who are rumored to be dead to jump out." With that, the old man disappeared into the void. The ancient Desolate Era's factions and the Immortal Dynasty all possessed the ancient teleportation formation that could transport people across regions. Not long after the news of the Supreme Altar's appearance spread, the experts of the various factions started to appear in the sky market. Everyone wanted to obtain the extreme path sacrificial altar that the Supreme Tao Ancestor had refined. Legend had it that the Supreme Tao Ancestor had comprehended the Supreme Great Path on this sacrificial altar and founded the Immortal Tao lineage. The Immortal Tao lineage had developed to the present and was extremely prosperous. Among the various major clans, there were existences who had embarked on the Immortal Tao. The great era of the rise of various monarchs was coming. After the untainted land, the cultivation world of the Tenglong continent welcomed a prosperous era. However, it was also facing a crisis. Extreme prosperity leads to decline, extreme decline leads to prosperity. This was the cycle of the heavenly Tao. Could it be that no one could break this eternal law? No one knew. Everyone was struggling bitterly. At this moment, Gu Fei and the others were heading toward the depths of the Golden Forest. During the untainted land, there was a divine bird that rested on the golden divine tree. The tree was called Fusang, and the divine bird was called the Golden Crow. The Golden Crow was born from the Golden Sun and rested in Fusang. It was called the Divine Bird of the Sun. It was a true connate supreme divine beast that was born between heaven and earth. It was comparable to an extreme path sage. When the Golden Crow appeared, it was like the Golden Sun had fallen. The earth turned red, and all life was extinguished. Everything was burned to ashes. Only the legendary Golden Divine Tree that was born from the golden essence of heaven and earth could withstand the divine power of the Golden Sun. The Golden Divine Tree that appeared in the sky market was not the real Fusang Divine Tree. If it had been the real Fusang Divine Tree, He Tian would have fainted from excitement. However, the undying divine tree, the Fusang Divine Tree, had disappeared like the Golden Crow. It had become a legend. Gu Fei and the others had never thought that they would meet the real Golden Crow in this golden divine forest. Even if there was a divine beast that rested in this golden divine forest, it would be like Shaoqing and Balon. It was a divine beast that had awakened the bloodline of an innate divine beast. This kind of divine beast was not on the same level as an innate divine beast. The golden divine forest was very quiet. Only the sound of the leaves being blown by the wind could be heard from time to time. There was not a single leaf in the forest. This was a golden divine tree that was born from the golden essence Qi. The leaves would not fall at all. There were no branches in the forest. There were only roots that were like golden dragons that were deeply rooted in the ground. In the entire Tenglong continent, it seemed like only the Beitang family, which cultivated the 5 elements' divine abilities, had obtained a seedling in an earth vein where the golden essence Qi gathered. Thousands of years had passed, but the seedling of the golden divine tree that the Beitang family had obtained had only grown less than a foot tall. Although the golden divine tree was not the legendary Fusang divine tree, it was also a divine item formed from the golden essence Qi. It was extremely rare and could be refined into an emperor divine weapon. It was really shocking to see a forest of golden divine trees growing in the sky market. It should be known that the golden divine tree did not grow even once in 50,000 years. In this forest, even the shortest golden divine tree was 14 to 15 zhang tall. The deeper they went, the taller the golden divine trees that Gu Fei and the others saw. From time to time, they could see a golden divine tree towering in the forest. Gu Fei and the others did not dare to be careless. There might be a genuine divine beast in the depths of the golden divine tree. Chapter 949. The Metal Divine Tree King. Looking at the towering tree that seemed to be cast from gold, everyone was extremely shocked. This was a rarely seen divine tree in the world. Strands of extremely pure metal elemental essence circulated around the tree. Gu Fei and the others could sense that the metal elemental essence of the Divine Tree King was leaking out, nourishing the 5 elements divine trees in the 5 elements forest. The Divine Tree King was hundreds of meters tall. In the wildlands, there were countless trees that were hundreds of meters tall. However, this divine tree that was born from the metal essence of the 5 elements gave people the feeling that they were facing an ancient divine mountain. The 5 elements divine tree might not even grow a tree in tens of thousands of years. Didn't this mean that the Divine Tree King had already grown for hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years? Just thinking about it made one's heart palpitate. Countless years had passed, but this Divine Tree King was actually able to avoid all kinds of disasters and appear in the present world. This made Gu Fei and the others feel inconsolable. However, what made Gu Fei and the others even more shocked was that there was a huge bird's nest in the dense foliage of the 5 elements Divine Tree King. It was a bird's nest made from the leaves of the 5 elements divine tree. Gu Fei and the others could see a few golden feathers that looked like golden flames. Bird's nest? The place where the legendary golden sun bird, the golden crow, rests? The bird's nest shone with golden light. There were golden essences that looked like little golden dragons circling around it. The power of metal surged, giving people a great sense of oppression. It was as if a terrifying divine beast was sleeping inside. Seeing this scene, even Gu Fei, who would remain calm even if a divine mountain collapsed in front of him, couldn't help but be stunned. Xiaoqing stared at the huge bird's nest above the 5 elements divine tree king and suddenly said with incomparable seriousness, "I can feel the nest of a divine beast." What? Everyone was shocked. He Tian's reaction was even more exaggerated. With a whoosh, he directly fled. He was truly faster than lightning. Gu Fei and the others also had the urge to retreat. If there really was a mythological beast sleeping inside, and the mythological beast in the crow's nest was awakened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although this wasn't the undying Fusang tree and the nest on the 5 elements sacred tree king wasn't a real crow's nest, the fact that it could occupy the entire 5 elements sacred forest and even build a nest on the tree king was enough to show how powerful this divine beast was. It's just a trace of a divine beast's aura. It's not powerful at all. Xiaoqing's complexion was a bit strange. It seemed like he didn't know why he had such a feeling. There seemed to be something in the bird's nest that attracted him, but it wasn't the legendary mythological beast. Aura of life. At this time, Gu Fei's powerful senses also sensed a weak life force in the huge nest on the tree king. Swoosh! A figure flickered. At this moment, He Tian, who was so frightened that he was about to rush into the 5 elements divine forest, rushed back from afar. "Brother Qing, you're scaring people to death," He Tian said unhappily. "TCH." Xiaoqing glanced at He Tian, then said disdainfully, "Who told you to be so cowardly?" He Tian immediately fell silent. His face turned the color of pig liver. He thought to himself, if there really is a mythological beast sleeping in the bird's nest, you guys will definitely run faster than me. However, He Tian didn't dare to say such words. Gu Fei and the others were on high alert. They soared into the sky and flew up to the ancient tree king. They arrived in front of the bird's nest. The nest was very clean, and they didn't see any bones. It seemed like this was a nest built by a mythological beast that loved cleanliness. Suddenly, Gu Fei cried out. Through the dense foliage, he saw a dazzling golden egg in the bird's nest. There was actually a golden egg in the ancient tree king's nest. This was something that no one expected. The faint life aura that Gu Fei sensed came from this golden egg. A mythological beast egg with signs of life. When He Tian saw the golden egg, his eyes immediately lit up. Then, a bold plan appeared in his mind, the mythological beast-raising plan. A mythological beast that contained the bloodline of an innate mythological beast was as rare as phoenix feathers and chelan horns even in the primeval era. If this golden egg could successfully hatch into a mythological beast, then this mythological beast would definitely have unlimited potential. Not to mention He Tian, even Gu Fei and the others were very tempted. If you guys don't want it, then I'll take it. Mahakala's eyes spun. In the next moment, he charged into the bird's nest. Then, he extended his hand and picked up the golden egg. The golden egg was as big as a human's head. Its entire body was golden, and the eggshell looked as if it was cast from immortal gold. It was crystal clear and had a faint layer of golden light circulating around it. This guy, Gu Fei, Shaoqing, and Balan didn't expect He Tian to have the guts to rush into the bird's nest. The reason why they didn't make a move was because they were afraid that there were powerful restrictions in the bird's nest. However, when they saw that He Tian was fine after picking up the golden egg, they knew that they were worrying too much. There were no restrictions in the golden crow's nest. Why would such a powerful mythological beast leave its egg in the bird's nest without setting up any restrictions? This was too unexpected. Brother He, everyone who sees it has a share. Shaoqing was very envious when he saw He Tian walk out of the bird's nest with the golden egg in his arms. It's mine. When Erebus heard this, he immediately used his clothes to wrap up the golden egg. The golden light still shone from under his clothes, as if it was covered with a golden flame. We know that you were the one who obtained it, but you can't keep it to yourself. Shaoqing said unhappily. This was a mythological beast's egg that contained life. If they could hatch it, they might be able to cultivate a golden crow. That was an existence that even supreme saints would have a headache about. Of course, although the golden bird had the bloodline of the connate divine beast, it was almost impossible for it to transform into a golden crow. However, even if it couldn't transform into a real golden crow, there were not many people in this world who could suppress the golden bird, which was infinitely close to becoming a golden crow. While Shaoqing and He Tian were fighting, Gu Fei was suddenly attracted by another item in the bird's nest. It was a black and swarthy object. Gu Fei picked it up and took a closer look. He realized that it was a black fragment the size of a palm. Furthermore, it was very heavy. Gu Fei felt like he was carrying a huge mountain when he held it in his hand. What is that? Shaoqing, He Tian and Balan couldn't help but gather around and look at the fragment in Gu Fei's hand. Gu Fei stared at the black metal fragment in his hand that had no aura or fluctuation. It seemed like an ordinary object. After staring at it for a while, he suddenly took out his 9 Sky Stars sword and slashed at the fragment in his hand. Clang! A crisp sound of metal colliding rang out. When the sword struck down, the palm-sized piece of black metal didn't even have a single trace of being cut. This. Chapter 950. The palm-sized piece of metal looked rusty and devoid of luster. However, when Gu Fei's 9 Heaven Stars sword slashed down, it actually failed to leave a mark on it. This outcome was beyond everyone's expectations. Although Gu Fei's 9 Heaven Stars sword had not been successfully refined and the heavy sword had no edge, with Gu Fei's current strength, he would probably be able to split a mountain in half. What's going on? Is this damn thing actually an immortal divine material? He Tian, Shaoqing, and Balan were all dumbfounded because they knew that Gu Fei's 9 Heaven Stars sword was refined from an immortal divine material formed in the infinite starry sky, the 9 Heaven Stars iron. Gu Fei was also very shocked. He put away the 9 Heaven Stars sword and took out the purple gold divine sword. The aura of an extreme sacred weapon immediately made He Tian and the others tremble in fear. The cold sword aura that emanated from the purple gold divine sword seemed to be able to penetrate their bodies, into their bones, and even into their souls. It made the souls of He Tian and the others tremble. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out again. This time, even Gu Fei himself was dumbfounded. He Tian and the others' eyes bulged out. No way. How can this be? Impossible. Despite the purple gold divine sword slash, the palm-sized piece of black metal still didn't have a single mark on it. Everyone was stunned. Even an extreme sacred weapon couldn't cut through this piece of black metal. What exactly was it? Could it be a fragment of an extreme sacred weapon? Is the legend true? An extreme sacred weapon actually shattered in the sky market? Gu Fei's heart trembled. Someone in the eastern domain had obtained a fragment of an extreme Dao holy weapon in the sky ruin. This was actually true, and it was not a baseless rumor. He Tian, Shao Qing, Balon and the rest were stunned when they heard Gu Fei's words. A fragment of an immortal weapon? Was that even possible? In this world, who could shatter an extreme holy weapon? Did a battle between supreme saints take place here? Could it be that the sky market, which had a radius of 100,000 miles, was formed by a battle between supreme saints? Gu Fei thought of many possibilities, but all of them were just his guesses. No one could answer his question, not even the old turtle. Let's get out of here quickly. After a while, Gu Fei was the first to recover from his shock. He decisively put away the violet gold divine sword and the mysterious black metal piece. Not bad. He Tian nodded as he scanned his surroundings from time to time. He had a guilty conscience. If the golden bird perched on the divine tree king returned, he would be out of luck. Everyone jumped down from the bird's nest and walked out of the 5 elements divine forest. He Tian wanted to take the divine tree king as well, but he gave up after a few tries. The divine tree king had been rooted here for countless years, and it had long become one with the metal elemental vein beneath the ground. He Tian currently did not have the ability to take away the entire divine earth vein. He Tian could not take away the 5 elements divine tree king, but he was someone who would pluck a bunch of feathers from a wild goose that flew over his head. How could he leave empty-handed? He pulled out a few 5 elements divine trees that were over 30 meters tall before stopping. The 5 elements divine tree king contained the essence of the 5 elements. It was a rare divine material that could be refined into an emperor weapon. If other cultivators discovered this divine forest, the entire cultivation world would probably be shaken. After Gu Fei's group left, the towering divine tree king suddenly moved. Countless golden leaves floated down from the tree. Each leaf was dull and lifeless, as if it had lost all its vitality in an instant. Rumble, gradually, a strange tremor spread out in all directions with the divine tree king at the center. In the end, the entire divine forest was shaking. Endless metal elemental essence gathered towards the divine tree king from all directions. The golden trees began to wither rapidly. The metal elemental essence of the divine tree king at the periphery of the divine forest dissipated the fastest. The divine tree king at the center of the divine forest was devouring the life force of the entire divine forest. The life force of the trees at the periphery of the divine forest was being forcefully sucked away. The originally dazzling golden leaves dimmed and fell from the tree. The leaves of the divine tree king were said to never fall. Therefore, there was not a single leaf in the divine forest. But now, the entire divine forest was rustling. Golden leaves floated down and soon, a thick layer of golden leaves appeared on the ground. Pft! 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 The divine tree king, whose life force had been completely sucked out, began to explode into golden powder that fell to the ground. The divine tree king was disappearing. The divine tree king was swallowing the metal essence. The trunk that required dozens of people to wrap their arms around it was shaking violently. Its own life force was also disappearing, quickly gathering towards the trunk. Rays of golden light rushed over from all directions. This was the life force of countless divine trees, the purest metal elemental essence in the world. At this time, Gu Fei's group was already dozens of miles away from the divine forest. However, they could still sense the strange movements in the divine forest. In the direction of the divine forest, the wind and clouds changed color. Spiritual chi from all directions gathered there. It was difficult for them not to sense this kind of change. What's going on? Did the golden bird come back and lose its temper because it lost its egg? He Tian's heart trembled as he looked in the direction of the divine forest. Beams of divine light shot out from there, dispersing the fog within a radius of 1,000 miles. At this moment, many big shots were alarmed. A violet gold war chariot rolled through the sky, rushing in the direction of the divine forest. At the edge of a bottomless valley in the sky market, a middle-aged man in azure clothes looked in the direction of the divine forest in shock. His expression changed several times. Terrifying roars came from the bottom of the bottomless valley from time to time. Unknown ancient creatures were howling. Intense killing intent surged out from the bottom of the valley from time to time. Many skeletons were scattered around the valley. Some belonged to humans, while others belonged to unknown ancient creatures. The green-robed middle-aged man turned around and took a deep look at the valley. Then, he soared into the sky and strode in the direction of the forest of God. When the world changed, something extraordinary must have been born. Even some of the lofty big shots were attracted over. Chapter 951. Rumble. The fog that had shrouded the sky market for countless years was dispersed by the metal elemental power. Everything within 1,000 miles was immediately exposed to the sunlight. It was noon, and the sun was shining brightly. There were no clouds in the sky. It was a rare day of good weather. The commotion caused by the divine tree king was too great. The metal elemental power was vast and mighty, causing most of the sky market to shake. Terrifying roars came from the depths of the sky market. Terrifying primordial lifeforms had been alarmed. The Sky Palace. Look! The legendary Sky Palace has appeared. Many palaces appeared in the depths of the sky market. They were like a mirage, faintly discernible and indistinct. A boundless aura of vicissitudes and ancientness was emitted from the palaces. The old antiques and monsters who had already entered the depths of the sky market were all extremely excited. The area where they had discovered the sky-high platform was a valley in the depths of the sky market. There were ancient ruins in the valley, which were the ruins of a primordial divine city. The sky-high platform was located in the center of the ruined primordial divine city. Time was merciless. Even a primordial divine city had collapsed and turned into ruins. Nothing was eternal, and even a supreme saint artifact could be broken. The valley where they had discovered the sky-high platform was near the mysterious Sky Palace. The old monsters rushed into the valley without hesitation. They had taken the risk to enter the sky market for the sky-high platform. As long as they could control it, they would have the only way to enter the celestial realm. This was a fatal temptation for all cultivators. Everyone wanted to reach the heavens in a single step. The various ancient powers, the 100 races of the southern wilderness, the demon tribe of the extreme east, the Buddhist sect of the west, and the devil region of the extreme north all had one goal, the sky-high platform. The moment the old monsters rushed into the valley, something happened. A terrifying energy wave erupted from the valley without warning. Screams and cries of alarm rang out, but everything quickly calmed down. Then, a demonic figure shrouded in demonic chi walked out of the valley. "Yellow Dragon, I know you're here. Come out and fight." A cold voice came from within the demonic chi. A blood-colored demonic light hovered above the demonic shadow. It was a blood-colored demonic saber. Demon monarch of 6 paths. "I can't believe you're still alive." A yellow figure walked out of the void. The person who walked out of the void was a burly middle-aged man who wore a bright yellow dragon robe and a dragon crown on his head. This person exuded an imposing aura without being angry, like an emperor of the human world. His entire body was covered in a vast and mighty dragon aura, and there were many phantoms of great dragons appearing around him, giving off a strong sense of oppression. "Humph. You, the yellow dragon, are not dead yet. How can I bear to die?" Mo Ing, who was hidden in the demonic chi, said coldly. This person with monstrous demonic energy was the great demon lord of the northern demon territory, demon monarch of 6 paths. The blood-red demonic saber floating above his head was the heavenly demon saber that caused all righteous cultivators to pale. The middle-aged man dressed in a bright yellow dragon robe was none other than the eastern extreme demon lord, Huang Long. "Since you're still alive, I'll kill you today." Huang Long was extremely powerful. He walked in the void, and every step he took caused the entire void to tremble. He was like a barbaric dragon as he approached Demon Monarch of Six Paths, Rumble. Demon Lord Huang Long's body was filled with surging true dragon chi, which was so powerful that it shook the heavens and the earth. You're the one who will die. Demon Monarch of Six Paths did not back down. He stretched out his hand, and the heavenly demon saber floating above his head flew into his hand. Swoosh! Without saying anything else, Demon Monarch of Six Paths stepped out with monstrous demonic energy. He crossed a distance of thousands of feet and slashed at Demon Lord Huang Long's head. The horrifying blood-red saber radiance soared thousands of feet into the sky, emitting an evil blood-red demonic light that dyed the heavens and the earth red. It was as if the saber could split the world in half. A broken flag appeared in Demon Lord Huang Long's hand. He waved the flag, and a terrifying wave of energy that could destroy the heavens and the earth surged out. It directly shattered the saber radiance of the heavenly demon saber, and swept toward Demon Monarch of Six Paths outside the valley where the supreme platform was located. Demon Lord Huang Long and Demon Monarch of Six Paths were fighting. Terrifying waves of energy spread out in all directions. Streaks of blood-red saber radiance crisscrossed the heavens and the earth, and a flag fluttered in the void. The two were old enemies, and they started a life-and-death battle. Neither of them held back. At this moment, the area where the metal element Tree King was located was replaced by a ball of golden light. It was as if a golden sun had fallen to the ground. The golden light enveloped a radius of more than 10 miles, illuminating the entire world in a golden color. Many old monsters had already arrived, but none of them made a move. The powerful aura coming from the mass of golden sun-like divine light was frightening. Before the situation was clear, no one would make a move. Gu Fei, He Tian, Balon, Shaoqing, and the others had already retreated 1,000 miles away. They climbed a mountain, but they didn't leave. Instead, they just watched. The mass of golden light that covered an area of more than 10 miles seemed to be nurturing a terrifying ancient beast. It emitted a frightening aura that made people's hearts palpitate. The power of the metal element was vast and mighty, and golden divine light kept bursting out of the golden light. No one knew that in the center of the golden light, the metal element divine Tree King was constantly shaking. All the golden leaves on the tree had already fallen off. The gigantic tree trunk that seemed to be cast in gold had already cracked open, and a golden-haired youth was struggling in the middle of the cracked tree trunk. The life force of the divine Tree King was quickly gathering toward the golden-haired young man. The whole tree was withering, and the divine Tree King had unexpectedly transformed at that moment. No one knew how long the divine Tree King had been growing for. Perhaps it had been hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years. Unexpectedly, the divine Tree King had gained intelligence. This was a different kind of evolution and transformation. The divine Tree King was about to become a monster. At this time, the divine Tree King was at its weakest, but no one could see through it. The old monsters outside were unable to see through the golden light and into its depths. As the boundless metal essence rising from the ground was continuously devoured by the golden-haired youth who was struggling to get out of the tree trunk, the aura emanating from the golden-haired youth's body became increasingly powerful. An hour passed, and the golden-haired young man had already broken through half of his body. He was about to succeed. Aside from the divine Tree King, all of the metal element divine trees within 10 miles had their life force sucked out of them. They collapsed into piles of golden powder. The entire forest had disappeared just like that. Chapter 952. Boom! When the black-robed old man made his move, heaven and earth shook. A ferocious black dragon flew out of the old man's hand, emitting a boundless ferocious aura. Roar! The black dragon roared into the sky, its voice shaking the 9 heavens. In an instant, it became as huge as a mountain, like a pitch-black mountain range spanning between heaven and earth. That's the black dragon elder? Didn't he already perish in the god-fallen sea? Someone immediately recognized the black-robed old man's identity. The black dragon was the black dragon staff in the old man's hand. It was an Emperor Divine weapon. This Emperor Divine weapon had a great history. The black dragon elder had killed a wild dragon in an uncivilized land, extracted its soul, and then refined it into a 10,000-year-old soaring dragon would. The black dragon was extremely ferocious. It directly broke through the layers of golden light and rushed into the golden world in front of it. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the entire golden light to shake. Roar! Just as the black dragon charged into the golden ball of light that covered a dozen or so kilometers, a furious roar that caused everyone's expressions to change immediately sounded out from within. Rumble! The entire ground immediately began to shake. Within the golden light, it was as if a terrifying beast had been startled. An extremely powerful energy fluctuation erupted from within. Then, rays of golden light condensed and turned into golden divine trees that rushed towards the black dragon that had rushed into the light. Metal element divine power surged violently. This is the legendary Fusang divine tree. Endless metal essence condensed into towering trees. Each tree emitted a vast amount of metal element divine power that suppressed the heavens and shattered everything. Some of the older antiques were extremely shocked. Just what was inside that could actually attract metal element power to form golden divine trees to attack the black dragon that had rushed in? Boom! Countless golden divine trees pressed down with an extremely powerful force that shook the heavens and the earth. The black dragon formed by the black dragon staff fell from the sky and onto the ground. Even the Emperor divine weapon was suppressed. Outside, the black dragon elder's expression was somewhat unsightly. He had not expected such an ending. Roar! Wow! Boundless metal essence chi enveloped the surroundings, forming a terrifying metal domain. Cries of pain rang out from within the metal domain, causing one's scalp to go numb. Boom! The black dragon formed by the black dragon staff rushed up from the ground, displaying the ferocious might of an emperor. It directly broke through the metal domain and rushed out, then flew back into the hands of the black dragon elder. Even the emperor weapon is suppressed. What kind of existence is inside? Could it be that an unparalleled expert is taking that step? Breaking through to the sky human stage? For thousands of years, I don't think I've ever heard of anyone actually taking that step. Many powerful cultivators had gathered outside the metal elemental domain. None of the people who could enter the sky market were weak. Some of their cultivations were not inferior to the black dragon elders. The metal element essence chi is vast and mighty. Could it be that the old man from the Beitang family is breaking through? Some people could tell that the existence in the metal realm was activating the metal essence chi in the divine meridians of the earth to cultivate supreme divine skills. It seemed that it was trying to break through the celestial being realm. In the Tinglong continent, the Beitang clan was the leader of the forces that cultivated the 5 elements' divine abilities. No. There's no aura of a human cultivator inside. Some people felt that something was wrong. However, no one could see through the void and look directly into the depths of the metal realm. There, a towering tree that emitted divine light was shaking, and a golden-haired young man, who was 6 feet tall, was struggling out of the trunk. This golden-haired young man was no different from a human, but his body gradually emitted an aura, a demonic aura that was different from that of human cultivators. The towering tree contained endless metal essence chi. This was the tree's life force. The tree's life force was rapidly surging towards the golden-haired young man in the trunk. Rays of divine light began to emit from between the golden-haired young man's eyebrows, and a golden divine pearl was forming. This was the demon clan's divine elixir, which was unique to the demon clan. Any great demon who had cultivated to a high level would have a demon elixir in their body. Even Shaoqing had a dragon pearl in his body. That dragon pearl was the demon elixir. The metal divine tree king's transformation had reached the most critical moment. It had lived for countless years, and only today could it transform into a demon. When Gu Fei and the others entered the divine forest, the divine tree king did not dare to act rashly. It allowed Gu Fei and the others to take away the divine beast egg and the mysterious metal piece from the nest. The divine tree king had already developed intelligence. It knew that Gu Fei and the others were incomparably powerful, and they also had supreme treasures in their hands. It would be difficult to kill them. Thus, the divine tree king did not make a sound and allowed Gu Fei and the others to leave. Now, the divine tree king's demon elixir was forming. Endless metal essence chi was pulled out from the ground and then entered the demon elixir. The weak demon chi began to gradually strengthen. Demon, a great demon is breaking through to the celestial realm. Sensing the demon chi coming from the metal realm, everyone outside could not help but change their expressions. The Black Dragon Elder's expression changed greatly, and he was about to attack again. However, at this moment, a dangerous aura suddenly enveloped the Black Dragon Oldman. A figure silently walked over and blocked the Black Dragon Oldman's path. The person stared at the Black Dragon Elder and said coldly, "Fellow Black Dragon, how have you been?" This was a middle-aged man in purple robes. He had his hands behind his back and a cold smile on his face. His long purple hair casually draped over his shoulders and back. "You are..." The Black Dragon Elder actually panicked when he saw this purple-haired middle-aged man. He could not help but take a step back as a look of shock and disbelief appeared on his face. "It's a sky demon, Venerable. I didn't expect this great demon to still be alive and have come out again." On a distant mountain peak, a white-haired old man who could not be any older spoke with a trembling voice. His wrinkled face was filled with shock. The appearance of the sky connecting platform caused a commotion in all directions. Even the super antiques that were said to have fallen jumped out. On a large mountain 1,000 miles away, Gu Fei, Shaoqing, He Tian, and Balan were quietly watching the movement in front of them. They had not left yet. "What's going on? I sense the aura of the sky demon bloodline. Could it be that the sky demon that could compete with the Tai Huang left behind a bloodline in the human world?" He Tian's expression changed several times as he muttered to himself. His eyes evolved into yin and yang, and a trace of the great Tao circulated within them. This was the legendary yin-yang divine eye that could see through the 3,000 worlds and see into the underworld. Chapter 953. The yin-yang eye that He Tian had cultivated possessed unfathomable power. It could see through all illusions and point directly to the origin. The heavenly demon blood in the heavenly demon lord could not be hidden from He Tian. A descendant of the heavenly demon? Gu Fei was very surprised. The purple-haired middle-aged man had such a great background. Such a background was not inferior to that of Old Tortoise. Shaoqing and Balan did not know what kind of existence the heavenly demon was, so they were not too surprised. However, Gu Fei was different. He was a disciple of the Taishan sect. The Taishan sect was once a large sect in the eastern region that had been passed down for nearly 10,000 years. There were many ancient books in the sect. In ancient times, there were 2 demon saints of the extreme path in the demon clan. These 2 demon saints were congenital divine beasts born from heaven and earth. They were the parents of heaven and earth. Of these 2 demon saints, one was the Tai Huang who had refined the demon weapon Tai Huang seal, and the other was the heavenly demon. The Tai Huang and the heavenly demon were supreme existences that could compete with the saints of the human clan. Even though they had disappeared for countless years, they still did not disappear from the memory of cultivators. "How do you know that person is a descendant of the heavenly demon?" Gu Fei looked at He Tian and asked suspiciously. How many secrets did this guy have? He actually knew so many secrets of the untainted land. Now he could even recognize the heavenly demon blood. Gu Fei found that he could not see through He Tian anymore. He Tian's origin was very mysterious. It seemed that he had something to do with the god clan trapped in the Naraka realm. But now it seemed that He Tian was not so simple. It should be known that even the god clan trapped in the Naraka realm would not be able to see the heavenly demon blood, let alone know the origin of the purple-haired middle-aged man. I don't know either, haha. He Tian touched his head and said with some embarrassment. It seemed that he still did not completely remember what happened in his previous life. Of course, no one could tell if he really didn't know or if he was pretending to not know. "Old Black, you're too unkind," Shaoqing said. This guy, He Tian, made him very unhappy. He obviously knew a lot of things, but he refused to say anything. "I really don't know," He Tian said innocently. Shaoqing glanced at He Tian and didn't say anything else. After being with He Tian for so long, how could he not know He Tian's temperament? If this guy wasn't willing to say something, he wouldn't say it even if he was beaten to death. Balan remained silent and did not speak. He only looked ahead quietly. At this moment, the heavenly demon sovereign had already begun fighting with the black dragon elder. The vast and mighty metal elemental domain of the metal elemental essence chi was emitting a vast and mighty demonic chi. The existence within the metal elemental domain seemed to be making progress towards success. Could it be that someone from the Yao clan has successfully broken through to the sky human realm and become a great expert of the Yao clan? Many old antiques and old monsters had already gathered in the vicinity. Everyone was watching, and no one dared to act rashly because the extreme East Demon tribe had already appeared. The heavenly demon sovereign was like a huge mountain above everyone's heads. This great demon had already dominated the Tenglong continent 10,000 years ago, beating all the sect masters into submission. Some people had said that this great demon had offended an almighty from the ancient desolate era and had been killed by that almighty. Now, everyone knew that the rumor was absolutely false, because the heavenly demon sovereign had appeared in front of everyone and was engaged in an immortal battle with the black dragon elder. Rumble, a bronze seal rushed out of the heavenly demon sovereign's head. The seal instantly became as huge as a primordial divine mountain. It pressed down from the sky, wanting to obliterate the black dragon elder below. The grand sovereign seal? Gu Fei sensed a familiar aura from the huge seal, which was exactly the same as the grand sovereign seal in the old turtle's hand. The grand sovereign seal of the old turtle was covered in cracks, as if it could crumble at any time. However, this huge seal did not have a single crack. Bam! That huge seal caused the space below to collapse. Boundless demonic energy surged violently, shaking the entire heaven and earth. Terrifying cracks appeared on the ground, terrifying to the extreme. Roar! The black dragon elder roared angrily and the black dragon staff in his hand exploded with a dark light. The staff seemed to come to life and turned into a black dragon. Then, it soared into the sky from the black dragon elder's hand, emitting boundless divine power, and met the huge bronze seal that was pressing down. The original body of the black dragon staff was a soaring dragon wood, and a dragon's soul had been smelted into it. This Emperor Divine weapon was not strong enough to destroy the void and shatter the world, but it was definitely a celestial divine weapon that was ranked among the Emperor Divine weapons. Boom! The huge bronze seal and the black dragon collided fiercely. In an instant, the void collapsed and was annihilated. Everything within a radius of several miles was crushed by the mighty power, and nothing was left. This was the great annihilation of the void, and the ground was silently shaved thousands of feet lower. This was the sky market, and the void here was extremely stable, but it was still seriously damaged. If this was outside the sky market, the power of the two Emperor Divine weapons at full force would probably erase everything within a radius of 1,000 miles. How terrifying! Some old monsters and antiques could not help but be shocked when they saw this scene. A destructive energy storm swept out in all directions. Some great cultivators had no choice but to retreat. Everyone was trembling with fear. This was a supreme battle between sect masters. Ha ha ha. Brother Black Dragon, you seem to have regressed. The celestial demon Venerable looked up to the sky and laughed. A huge seal floated above his head, and endless demonic power surged. The celestial demon Venerable was very powerful. After he steadied himself, he immediately rushed towards the Black Dragon Elder again, activating the huge bronze seal to smash at the Black Dragon Elder. Roar! Dragon roars shook the sky. The Black Dragon staff transformed into a ferocious dragon, continuously colliding with the incoming giant seal. Heaven and earth seemed to be pierced through by these two Emperor Divine weapons, and the nearby mountains were constantly crumbling under the divine might of the Emperor. Celestial Demon Venerable, don't push me too far. The Black Dragon Elder said coldly. Although he was constantly being forced back by the Celestial Demon Venerable and was at a disadvantage, he still did not retreat, and continued to clash with the Celestial Demon Venerable. Humph. So what if I force you? What can you do to me? The Celestial Demon Venerable said in a deep voice, and had no intention of stopping. The battle between sect leaders was extremely terrifying. Emperor weapons were unstoppable, and everywhere they passed by, everything in the world would be destroyed. Everything was destroyed, even the void was turned into nothingness. Who do you think will win? I don't know. The means of such a person is not something we can guess. The celestial demon Venerable seems to be a little stronger. The old monsters in the distance whispered to each other. Some people did not think the Black Dragon Elder would win, because the celestial demon Venerable's background was too shocking. The celestial demon Venerable was a name that made people's hearts palpitate when they talked about it. The fluctuations caused by the battle between the celestial demon Venerable and the Black Dragon Elder were not inferior to the commotion caused by the old Tree King's transformation, and it attracted people from thousands of miles away. People kept arriving, and there was no lack of sect masters among them. Chapter 954. Her robes were whiter than snow, and her beauty was unparalleled. She was like a goddess from the 9 heavens. When Gu Fei caught sight of this woman, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment as his heart was filled with incomparable shock. What was she doing here? Boss, do you know this fairy? He Tian noticed the change in Gu Fei. He followed Gu Fei's gaze and his eyes lit up. Gu Fei didn't say anything but nodded. Boss, how about introducing her to me? He Tian adjusted his clothes and said coquettishly. A folding fan had appeared in his hand and he was waving it gently. You? No way. Gu Fei said directly. This guy wanted to be a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. However, it had to be said that after this guy was reborn, he was also an elegant gentleman. However, his ruffian aura was still very obvious. Boss, don't say it like that. In any case, I, Old Black, am also a romantic and handsome man. That fairy and I are simply a match made in heaven. Erebus lightly waved his folding fan and put on the appearance of a young master. Go to hell. Gu Fei raised his leg and kicked He Tian down from the mountain peak. Damn, boss, you're murdering me for money. He Tian screamed and waved his hands and feet as he fell down the mountain. He was about to use his yin-yang divine power to fly up. At this time, Shaoqing, who had been smiling and silent all this time, pointed his finger and a divine light hit He Tian's body, preventing him from condensing his divine power. Bam! A muffled sound came from the mountain peak. He Tian fell straight to the ground, creating a large pit. The folding fan in his hand was nowhere to be seen. Brother Qing, you're too much. He Tian's roar came from the mountain peak. Swoosh! A silhouette flashed, and the yin-yang divine power was vast and mighty. A silhouette rushed up from the middle of the mountain like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, he arrived at the peak of the mountain and directly approached Shaoqing. All right, stop fooling around. At this time, Gu Fei had no choice but to speak up. He Tian and Shaoqing, these two clowns, walked together and did not stop along the way. If you didn't play tricks on me, then I would play tricks on you. Not only did the two of them not turn into fire and water, they even seemed to be enjoying it. Hee, I'm just joking. When Shaoqing saw He Tian's sorry state, he couldn't help but snicker. At this time, He Tian was covered in dust, his hair was disheveled, and his clothes had several large holes in them. In the blink of an eye, the elegant young master had turned into a beggar's gang disciple. You win. He Tian said hatefully. He didn't really want to fight with Shaoqing, but he was already thinking about how to play tricks on Shaoqing. Standing on the distant mountain peak, the white-robed goddess didn't notice Gu Fei. Her attention was completely drawn to the battle in front of her. At this time, the battle between Celestial Demon Venerable and Black Dragon Elder had already been decided. Black Dragon Elder was no match for Celestial Demon Venerable and retreated. Although the battle between the two sect masters didn't last long, the destruction caused was shocking. The area within a 100-mile radius was completely destroyed by the two Emperor Divine weapons. On the ground, hideous cracks spread into the distance. Everyone was frightened. Even the old antiques and old fossils of the major forces were shocked. It should be known that this was the Sky Market. The world was extremely stable and difficult to break through. Celestial Demon Venerable didn't chase after Black Dragon Elder. Instead, he let him leave. At this time, many powerful auras appeared in the nearby area. There were powerful figures secretly watching. Celestial Demon Venerable didn't leave. Instead, he stood guard outside the metal elemental domain where Old Tree King had transformed into a demon. It was like a golden sun had fallen to the ground. There was a resplendent golden light there. It was a golden world. Terrifying energy waves spread out, shaking the world. Some people had already noticed that there was a divine vein of the earth there. Moreover, it was a divine vein of the metal element. It contained endless metal elemental essence. A peerless figure was using the metal elemental essence to transform. This was a terrifying transformation. If it succeeded, a powerful figure would probably be born in the demon race. Gu Fei and the others were also extremely shocked. They knew that there used to be a divine forest there. They were afraid that such a terrifying existence had been hiding there. If that existence had attacked them at that time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At this time, many powerful figures walked into the depths of the sky market. They came to the valley where the supreme platform had been found. From here, they could clearly see the endless, illusory heavenly palace 100 miles away. Some people said that it was a heavenly palace that had fallen from the ancient heavenly court. Others said that it was the palace of an extremely powerful figure. Outside the valley, the demon Lord Huang Long and the demonic monarch of 6 paths were still engaged in a life and death battle. Demons were the enemies of the world. They were the common enemy of the human race and the demon race. The demon Lord Huang Long and the demonic monarch of 6 paths had been enemies for many years. When they met, they were destined to fight to the death. Unless one of them was defeated and escaped, and the other couldn't stop them, one of them would definitely die. Swish! The blood-red saber light soared up into the sky and collided with the broken flag. The void between the heaven and earth was shattered. The power displayed by these 2 divine weapons had probably surpassed that of the Emperor Divine Weapons. The demonic monarch of 6 paths was like a crazed ancient demon. He constantly let out terrifying demonic roars that shook the sky. The sky demon blade in his hand was extremely terrifying. Wherever the saber light passed, the void shattered and the earth cracked. It was extremely terrifying. Rumble! The demon Lord Huang Long waved the broken flag with all his might. The broken flag emitted a monstrous demonic aura and dazzling light. It seemed like a part of the starry sky was about to rush out from the broken flag. The entire heaven and earth shook. The demon Lord Huang Long was extremely powerful. The broken flag in his hand almost caused the heaven and earth to collapse. Many old antiques were watching from afar. What kind of divine weapon is that? It's broken to such an extent, but it still has such terrifying power. If it was a complete flag, I'm afraid it could really shatter the void. The broken flag was extremely old and shabby. The Tao patterns on it were also extremely ancient. Some of them were so incomplete that they couldn't even be seen. However, it was this broken flag that displayed such great power that it caused the expressions of many living fossils to change. 1 demon and 1 demon blocked the entrance of the valley. The battle had been going on for many years. Everyone was worried. If they were to get involved in such a battle, they would probably die. However, there were still some old antiques who couldn't sit still. They started to sneak into the valley from other places to search for the legendary altar that could connect to the heavenly world and reappear the heavenly path. However, none of this could be hidden from the demon Lord Huang Long and the demonic monarch of 6 paths. A chaotic battle was inevitable. No one was willing to see the supreme altar fall into the hands of others. The entire area suddenly burst out with extremely powerful auras. Some people directly used their Emperor Divine weapons and wanted to rush into the valley. However, there were other Ancestor Realm old monsters who blocked those who wanted to rush into the valley. Chapter 955. The heavenly demon venerables intimidated everyone, causing all the forces to not dare to act rashly. 3 days later, in the evening, the sunset was as red as blood. The golden divine tree king, which had lived for countless years, finally took that step. The golden demonic aura spread out for 30,000 miles, and more than half of the sky market trembled. The supreme demonic pressure made everyone almost unable to breathe. It was extremely terrifying. Other than the Celestial Being Realm's Celestial Emperor and Shen King, even the mysterious Transformation Realm's Celestial Kings and Divine Kings were paralyzed, trembling all over. Let's go. Gu Fei and the others immediately retreated. They didn't dare to watch anymore. It should be known that they had taken a divine beast egg and a piece of black iron from the divine tree king's nest. The legendary golden sun divine bird didn't appear, which made Gu Fei feel a lot more at ease. Perhaps something had happened to the divine bird that laid the golden egg. However, Gu Fei still felt threatened. The divine tree king had already developed intelligence, cultivated supreme demonic techniques, and successfully transformed into a demon. This was a guy even more terrifying than the current almighties. The old monsters of the major forces quietly retreated. In the end, they didn't make a move. Now that the divine tree king had successfully transformed, they even more wouldn't make a move. The divine lady also disappeared. Gu Fei originally wanted to meet up with her, but she had retreated a step earlier than them. What a pity. He Tian still couldn't forget about the divine lady. Gu Fei, Shaoqing, and Balan directly ignored He Tian. This guy didn't even take a look at himself. He was actually fantasizing about that woman. At this time, the mist in the sky market was actually dissipating, and a powerful aura began to spread out from the depths of the sky market. This aura wasn't very strong, but it made people's hearts palpitate. What's going on? There seems to be something strange in the depths of the heavenly market. Gu Fei said to Shaoqing. They were heading towards the depths of the sky market. The sky connecting platform was also very attractive to them. According to the legends, the heaven realm was the cradle of experts. All the cultivators cultivated day and night for the sake of breaking through the void and ascending to the heaven realm. They were no exception. When He Tian sensed the aura coming from the depths of the sky market, his expression changed several times. In the end, he revealed a look of fear. Legend has it that those who have been dead for countless years can still come back to life. He Tian muttered to himself. It was difficult for him to maintain his calm, as if he knew something. Gu Fei and the others didn't ask any questions. Just as Gu Fei and the others were passing through a mountain ridge, a white figure suddenly rushed over from the side and intercepted Gu Fei and the others. Oh, so it's you. He Tian's eyes lit up when he saw this person. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. However, this person didn't pay any attention to He Tian. She didn't even look at He Tian, as she only had eyes for one person, Gu Fei. Shaoqing and Balan were also very surprised when they saw this person. This person was the otherworldly goddess in a snow-white robe who had retreated before them. Shaoqing and the others were even more stunned when they saw the goddess. You. It's really you. The goddess's beautiful eyes were actually watery. She seemed to be a little emotional, but she seemed to be trying her best to suppress her emotions. Gu Fei wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. He looked a little embarrassed and at a loss. These two really know each other. Shaoqing, He Tian, Balan, and the others couldn't help but look at each other. From the looks of these two, could it be that something had happened between them? Boss, this can't be sister-in-law, right? He Tian transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. At this moment, He Tian was really envious and jealous. Why didn't he have such a romantic encounter? Sister-in-law my ass. Gu Fei transmitted his voice angrily. Gu Fei, why don't you go and die? It's fine if you left without saying goodbye, but you actually want to steal my magical medicine. The white-robed goddess stared at Gu Fei for a while. Suddenly, without any warning, she pointed at Gu Fei's nose and scolded him. This, He Tian, Shaoqing, and Balan couldn't help but be startled by the sudden outburst of the white-robed goddess. It turned out that this otherworldly goddess was actually this powerful. Gu Fei didn't say anything, but his expression became a little strange. What, is this how you treat your savior? The white-robed goddess's emotions suddenly erupted and couldn't be controlled. And in front of this white-robed goddess, Gu Fei actually didn't say a word. He let the goddess scold him and didn't talk back. He knew that he was in the wrong. It turned out that this white-robed goddess was the descendant of the Danding Paradise, the one who saved Gu Fei's life in the northern lands, Yen-er. Yen was a disciple of the Danding school. The Danding school was also a very old sect, but Yen-er was the only one in her generation. The Danding school was a sect that entered the Tao through sacrificial refining of immortal pills and divine medicines. They used sacrificial refining of immortal pills and divine medicines to improve their cultivation. In the whole Tinglong continent, only the Danding school used this method to improve their cultivation and strength. The Tao of Danding was like the ancient martial arts, it was almost lost. He Tian, Shao Qing, and Balan all tactfully walked away. After Yen-er vented for a while, she gradually calmed down. Her eyes were a little red and she looked like she was about to cry. "All right, it's my fault. You can do whatever you want, don't be angry." Gu Fei walked forward and gently embraced Yen-er and comforted her. "Wah!" Yen-er suddenly burst into tears. She cultivated alone and didn't have any martial sisters. Gu Fei suddenly broke into her life. Although it was very short, it was still unforgettable. Gu Fei's departure made her lonely again. She had no one to talk to, so she could only put all her energy into cultivation and alchemy. Even so, she often thought of the days when she was with Gu Fei. The image of Gu Fei in her heart did not fade because of the disappearance of time. Instead, it became clearer and clearer. 300 years had passed. Gu Fei did not expect to meet Yen-er again. Back then, he was jointly chased by the masters of the Dongfang family and the Beitang family. He was even shot by a member of the Dongfang family. The evil power of the netherworld black bone arrow gradually eroded his vitality, almost causing him to die. It was Yen who spent countless efforts to pull him back from the edge of death. She dispelled the evil spirit of the netherworld from his body and healed his injuries. Gu Fei would never forget the kindness of saving his life. However, after he left without saying goodbye, he returned to the Taishan sect. Then, he was dragged by the old tortoise to explore the hell way with the old tortoise. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 300 years had passed. Yen-er's appearance did not change much. She still had the personality of a little girl, innocent and innocent. Chapter 956. The inheritance of the Danding school was also extremely long. During the untainted land of antiquity, there were people who refined immortal elixirs and divine medicines to strengthen themselves. They fought against the untainted land of barbaric beasts and stubbornly passed down the bloodline of the human clan. During the untainted land of antiquity, there were tens of thousands of races. The human clan was only one of them, far from being the main character of the world. When the human clan produced a supreme sage, the human clan had the power to compete with the Khanate supreme beings and fight for a bigger living space for the human clan. All kinds of methods to strengthen themselves were discovered by the human clan and used to develop all kinds of cultivation methods. There were thousands of great Daos, and all of them could become sages. The supreme Tao ancestor created the immortal Tao. The ancient Buddhist lord became the ancestor of Buddhism, the martial ancestor was regarded as the beginning of the martial Tao, and the god ancestor was the first person to comprehend the divine powers. The four supreme sages passed down the four supreme Tao inheritances. Even though the untainted land of antiquity had become a legend, these four cultivation systems were still passed down among the human clan. In addition to the four ultimate inheritances, the human clan had many other ancient inheritances. The Danding school was a branch of the immortal Tao. It had been passed down for so long that it had completely declined. In the Danding utopia, all the inheritances of the Danding school had been preserved. Although the Danding Tao was not as good as the Buddhism, immortal Tao, divine Tao, and martial Tao of the human clan, it was not inferior to the other ancient inheritances. 300 years ago, Yen had already reached the void-controlling realm. Now, she was a goddess at the peak of the ninth heaven of immortal God. She was only one step away from the mysterious transformation divine king. This time, it was not a coincidence that Yen had appeared in the sky market. She had come here to pick a rare divine medicine to refine a cauldron of divine pills. Divine medicine? Gu Fei had a strange expression when he heard that Yen wanted to pick a divine medicine. If it was a divine medicine, there might not be as many supreme sages in the world as there were in the legends. One had to know that after Li Xuandao was killed by Gu Fei, his inner world was refined into Gu Fei's dantian. It was a divine land that was nourished by at least 5 streams of the divine spring of life. In the region where the divine spring of life was located, even the most common weed would turn into a divine grass after being nourished by the life essence for many years. You stole my longevity grass last time. Don't think I'll let it go just like that. Yen raised her eyebrows at the mention of the godly medicine. She glared at Gu Fei angrily. Hee. You've met the right person this time. If it was anything else, I might not have it, but when it comes to divine medicines, I'm afraid that even those ancient powers don't have as many as I do. Gu Fei said arrogantly. Stop bragging. Yen said disdainfully, how about this? If you can help me pick that divine herb this time, I'll spare you. How about it? Tell me, what kind of divine medicine is it? Maybe I have it on me. Gu Fei was very confident. What kind of divine medicine did he not have in the divine soil that he had refined into his dantian? Are you sure you're joking? Yen looked at Gu Fei with a strange gleam in her eyes. Hee, how could I dare to joke with you? Gu Fei said with a smile. All right, the divine medicine I want to pick is a grass of immortality. Yen said after thinking for a while. However, she immediately said, forget it, you should come with me to that place to pick it. Grass of immortality? This time, Gu Fei was really surprised. The legendary grass of immortality was an immortal divine medicine in the world. It was said that after eating the grass of immortality, one would obtain endless lifespan and become immortal. There was actually a grass of immortality in this market? It's impossible for you to have this kind of immortal divine medicine. I need your help, Yen said. Even in the ancient times, there were only a few stalks of immortal divine medicine. Moreover, these stalks of immortal divine medicine already had owners. The ancient Buddhist lord had the tree of immortality, the supreme Tao ancestor had the primal chaos green lotus, and the golden crow tribe had the mulberry tree. These were known divine immortal items that already had owners. Of course, there were more than 3 kinds of divine immortal items, and the legendary grass of immortality was one of them. The grass of immortality had once appeared in the territory of the Phoenix tribe. Although I don't have the grass of immortality, the number of divine medicines I have is unimaginable. Gu Fei was not dejected because immortal divine medicines could only be found and not sought. Really? Then let me see what kind of divine medicines you have. Yen said. She was most interested in dealing with all kinds of divine medicines. Gu Fei said that he had a large number of divine medicines, which made Yen a little curious. This. Gu Fei looked at Yen and wanted to say something, but he hesitated. Humph. Don't worry, I won't be like some people and steal things. Yen glanced at Gu Fei and was a little unhappy. Gu Fei did not say anything else. Instead, he stretched his hand out and drew a line before him. A spatial crack appeared before the two of them. Gu Fei had opened up his inner world. This is. Yen was very surprised. Gu Fei had opened up a part of the void with a raise of his hand, and a thick stream of spiritual qi came out of the cracked void. Let's go. Gu Fei walked directly into the void in front of him. Yen's beautiful eyes were shining. She didn't hesitate and quickly followed behind Gu Fei and walked in. Wow! When Yen entered, she was immediately stunned by the scene in front of her. Her beautiful eyes opened wide, and her cute little mouth forgot to close. Is this a paradise? In front of them was a boundless world. This place was surrounded by auspicious clouds, celestial birds were flying, and spiritual beasts were walking between the mountains. Spiritual qi lingered on the spiritual mountains and towered over the land. Between the spiritual mountains, there were colorful clouds, waterfalls, and flowing springs. In some places where spiritual qi gathered, one could even see jade palaces. Hee, I don't know whether this is a paradise or not, but this place is mine. Gu Fei said proudly. What a thick spiritual qi. It's even thicker than my pill cauldron paradise. After Yen entered this divine land, all the pores on her body opened up. Traces of spiritual qi actually actively seeped into her body through her pores. What did you say? This place is yours? Could this be? Yen felt like she was about to faint. Could this be the legendary inner world? This guy actually opened up a world of his own? No, even if he could open up an inner world in his body, it couldn't grow to this extent. This was clearly a real world. The sun, the stars, the flowers, the trees, everything was the same as the outside world. There was nothing wrong with it. Gu Fei didn't tell Yen about the inner world. When Gu Fei brought Yen to the vicinity of a heavenly spring of life, Yen was stunned again. The surroundings of the heavenly spring were filled with magical herbs. Chapter 957. The heavenly spring of life was the condensation of endless life essence. Wherever the heavenly spring was located, there would definitely be all kinds of divine medicines. For Yen the shock that Gu Fei brought to her came wave after wave. She felt like she was in a dream. Everything seemed so unreal. These were all divine medicines. The blood-colored fruits on the phoenix fruit tree looked like phoenixes spreading their wings. They contained the purest fire spiritual qi and fire essence qi in the world. There was also the yin-yang ginseng. It had been many years since the Tinglong continent had seen such a divine medicine that could produce yin and yang essence qi. The scarlet blood dragon beard grass swayed in the wind like small blood-colored dragons. There were also divine medicines that even Yen had never seen before. There were so many of them that she couldn't even count them. It was as if all the divine medicines in the world were here. After Yen recovered from her shock, she suddenly cheered and rushed into the sea of divine medicines like a little swallow. Gu Fei watched all this with a smile. In the end, Yen decided to stay in Gu Fei's inner world after plucking the immortal grass. She would refine a kind of heaven-defying divine elixir. There were all kinds of divine medicines in Gu Fei's inner world. For an immortal master like Yen, who was immersed in gathering medicinal herbs and refining pills, this place was more attractive than a real paradise. Gu Fei was very curious about what kind of divine elixir Yen wanted to refine. However, Yen didn't want to say it out loud. Yen reluctantly came out of Gu Fei's inner world and asked Gu Fei to go with her to pluck the immortal grass. She was a little impatient. Gu Fei summoned He Tian, Shaoqing and Balan and set off with Yen Boss, you were inside for so long. Did you get intimate? He Tian transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. This guy had a wretched expression when he spoke. Intimate my ass. Gu Fei raised his leg, wanting to kick He Tian away. Hee, I missed. He Tian had learned his lesson this time. With a slight movement of Gu Fei's shoulder and before his right leg could kick out, this fellow had already jumped away and avoided Gu Fei's kick. Looking at this sister-in-law's figure, she seems to be a virgin. Boss, I can't help but admire her. He Tian transmitted his voice. Admire me for what? Gu Fei was a little surprised. This He Tian always had the air of a ruffian. He was never one to submit to others. Did he change his temperament today? I admire your willpower, boss. You are able to remain calm in front of such a goddess. I can't help but admire you. He Tian sighed. When Gu Fei heard this, several black lines immediately appeared on his head. What kind of rubbish are you thinking about all day long? If you talk nonsense again, I will suppress you in the latrine pit for 10,000 years. When He Tian heard this, he immediately shut up. He didn't want to be suppressed in the latrine pit by Gu Fei for 10,000 years and become a stinky, hard latrine pit stone. Gu Fei and He Tian were communicating through voice transmission. Shaoqing, Balan, and the others had no idea what they were talking about, let alone Yen led the way and led Gu Fei and the others all the way to the west. They passed through an ancient ruin and a collapsed mountain. After walking for nearly 10,000 miles, they finally arrived in front of a bottomless crack. This was a crack that stretched for thousands of miles. It was pitch black and bottomless. Gu Fei could feel a faint evil qi coming out from the crack. "This is where the immortal grass is?" Gu Fei said. He didn't quite believe it because this was not a spiritual land where the immortal grass could grow. "Yes, it is below here." Yen pointed at the crack in front of them and said. "The legendary immortal grass." He Tian's eyes suddenly lit up. With a whoosh, he directly rushed out and jumped into the crack in front of them. This greedy bastard. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked by He Tian's action. "This friend of yours is in trouble." Yen looked at Gu Fei with a faint smile and said. "She seemed to know something." Roar. At this moment, a terrifying roar that shook the heaven and earth suddenly sounded from below the crack. The sound shook the sky and made Gu Fei and the others' ears ring. Ancient creature? When Gu Fei and the others heard the terrifying roar coming from the crack, their faces changed immediately. There was an ancient creature under the crack. "Wah! Boss, save me!" He Tian shouted and rushed out of the crack as if his butt was on fire. A huge black shadow also rushed out of the crack following He Tian. Everyone was shocked. Roar. The terrifying roar shook the heaven and earth. The roar of the ancient creature that rushed out of the crack shook the heaven and earth. Even the nearby mountains collapsed. When Gu Fei and the others heard this roar, their souls were shaken. Yen was on the verge of falling. If not for Gu Fei pulling her back, she might have fallen from the sky. Gu Fei and the others quickly retreated. The ancient creature that rushed out of the crack was actually a dragon. It was a winged dragon covered in thick black scales and had a pair of wings on its back. He Tian was a guy who had no sense of loyalty. After rushing out of the crack, he hid behind Gu Fei and the others. Bang! The black-winged dragon, which was the size of a small mountain, immediately made its move. Its pitch-black dragon claws covered the sky and an endless amount of energy poured down from its claws, enveloping the entire region and sealing off all paths of retreat for Gu Fei and the others. "Old He, you bastard!" The power that came down from the dragon claws was too strong. Shaoqing and the others felt as if an ancient divine mountain was pressing down on them, almost suffocating. Shaoqing was shocked and angry, cursing He Tian for being unkind. Damn it! Even Balan, who had always been cold and silent, cursed. At this time, Yen also hid behind Gu Fei in fear. Only Gu Fei was still calm, looking up coldly at the terrifying dragon claws that came down from the sky. With this strike, Gu Fei could tell that the strength of this ancient winged dragon was definitely comparable to the celestial being realm immortal emperor and Shen King. But so what? Gu Fei blasted out a punch. The weak airflow caused Gu Fei's hair to flutter gently. It was an ordinary punch. Boom! With a loud bang, Gu Fei's fist collided with the dragon claws of the ancient winged dragon. This ordinary punch of Gu Fei had actually successfully blocked the attack of the ancient winged dragon. Yen, who witnessed this scene, was shocked. She never thought that Gu Fei could actually resist such a terrifying ancient and savage beast. It was truly unbelievable. As for Shaoqing, Balan, and He Tian, they weren't too surprised. Roar! The mountain-like ancient winged dragon roared angrily and was sent flying high into the sky by Gu Fei's punch. Dragon blood seeped out from the dragon claws. Chapter 958. Gu Fei, Yen and the others went to pluck the immortal spiritual medicine growing under a crack in the ground in the heavenly market to refine the heaven-defying divine pill. However, things didn't go smoothly. An immemorial pterosaur rushed out of the crack. This was an incomparably powerful race in the untainted ancient world. Although the immemorial pterosaur was also a dragon, it was fundamentally different from a real divine dragon. Without the pure bloodline of a divine dragon, it was at most a mixed race. However, the power of the immemorial pterosaur was undeniable. Xiaoqing, Balan, He Tian, and Yen retreated far away. They couldn't interfere in a battle of this level. They would only become a burden to Gu Fei if they stayed. Roar! Gu Fei stood on the ground and let out a furious roar toward the sky. His long hair danced wildly in the wind, as if he was an undefeatable god of war from the ancient times. His battle intent surged like a rainbow and boundless murderous intent. The mountains and trees within a radius of 10 li instantly crumbled and turned into ashes under his roar. Yen was completely dumbfounded by this scene. She never thought that Gu Fei would be so powerful. His roar could move mountains and shatter mountains. How terrifying! He Tian, Xiaoqing, and Balan weren't shocked because they knew Gu Fei's strength very well. Immortal emperors and Shen King below the fifth heaven of the sky realm couldn't do anything to Gu Fei. Only immortal emperors and Shen King above the fifth heaven of the sky realm could pose a threat to Gu Fei. Roar! The pitch-black immemorial pterosaur also let out a furious roar when it sensed the powerful battle intent of Gu Fei. The terrifying dragon roar almost collapsed the sky. Boom! The immemorial pterosaur swooped down from the sky with monstrous black flames. In just an instant, the black flames covered the whole heaven and earth, as if the night had suddenly fallen. Go! He Tian said before retreating into the distance. Yen, Xiaoqing, and Balan hurriedly followed behind him and retreated into the distance. They stood high up in the sky and looked down at the battlefield. They saw a black flame that looked like a black cloud pressing down from the sky, and a destructive aura spread out in the world. Everyone's hearts trembled. Even though they had retreated far away, they still felt a great sense of danger. It's the lunar underworld fire. I didn't expect this thing to have a trace of the primordial frost dragon's bloodline. He Tian's ruffian aura was completely gone. He was extremely serious now. At this moment, the monstrous Taiyin underworld fire swept down from the sky, enveloping the heavens and the earth, sealing off all directions, completely sealing off all paths of retreat for Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. Then, a boundless amount of blood qi erupted from his body. Black and white yin and yang energies gushed out from Gu Fei's body and swept out in all directions. Boom! A vast amount of yin and yang energies quickly gathered and condensed into a huge seal of yin and yang that was as huge as a mountain. It bombarded upwards, and the Taiyin underworld fire that was surging down from the sky was immediately dispersed. A ball of black light, like a black sun, rushed out from the endless Taiyin underworld fire and collided with the seal of yin and yang. Amidst the earth-shattering noise, a part of the void instantly turned into a chaotic nothingness. Nothing existed anymore. A terrifying power of destruction swept out in all directions, and everything in its path was instantly destroyed. Rumble, the crack in the sky and earth on the ground shook, and a large piece of the ground began to collapse and fall into the crack. The seal of yin and yang that Gu Fei had condensed collapsed, and the black sun-like ball that emitted boundless power of yin was also struck into the Taiyin underworld fire. Swoosh! The five elements void emerged from Gu Fei's body. Then, he rushed into the sky and walked in the five elements void. He broke through the layers of Taiyin underworld fire and charged in. An earth-shattering sound of collision was heard. The ball of Taiyin underworld fire in the sky surged violently and gradually dissipated. Two figures were moving at high speed and fighting endlessly. Will Big Brother win? Seeing this, Xiaoqing could not help but feel a little worried. The primordial pterosaur was too powerful. Even a patriarch-level figure would have a headache. No wonder Yen could not pluck the immortal grass even though she knew where it grew. With Yen's cultivation and strength at the peak of the ninth heaven of immortal god, she was as weak as an ant in front of this terrifying primordial pterosaur. Big Brother will definitely win. He Tian said. He had his eyes on the Taiyin dragon ball of the primordial pterosaur. Gu Fei, come on. Yen stared at the front nervously. Her palms were sweating. The immortal grass. She wanted to get the immortal grass and refine that kind of heaven-defying elixir. Yen's cultivation had reached a bottleneck and it was hard for her to make any progress. She was the successor of the Tao of alchemy. Only that kind of heaven-defying elixir could help her break through her current shackles. As long as I have the immortal grass, Yen's eyes lit up. Among the four of them, only Balan still looked cold and arrogant. He watched the battle in front of him calmly and did not say a word. It was as if everything had nothing to do with him. Gu Fei did not disappoint them. His king-martial body was unparalleled. Endless qi and blood finally dispersed the Taiyin underworld fire that filled the sky and drowned the place. Black and white yin-yang essence qi covered the sky and the earth. It was extremely frightening. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Gu Fei's qi was too strong. It was like an ancient dragon. It made people's hearts palpitate. Even a sect leader's qi and blood were not as strong as Gu Fei's. Gu Fei had already gained the upper hand. He was gradually suppressing the ancient pterosaur. A black pearl that looked like a black sun was floating in the yin and yang essence qi. The primordial winged dragon roared again and again. Several times, it wanted to rush down into the crack in the earth below, but it was intercepted by Gu Fei. Gu Fei's speed of 8 steps was unparalleled in the world. Even this primordial life form couldn't compare to him. Boom! A moment ago, Gu Fei was still clashing head-on with the primordial pterosaur's lunar dragon pearl. In the next moment, he appeared beside the primordial pterosaur and sent the giant dragon flying with a punch. The sound of bones breaking was heard. The ancient pterosaur's ribs were broken by Gu Fei's punch. The dragon's skin was torn and blood was splashing everywhere. Roar! The ancient pterosaur roared again and again. Endless Taiyin underworld fire surged out from the Taiyin dragon pearl. It burned the void and collapsed the sky. It was extremely terrifying. However, the Taiyin underworld fire that could burn the void into nothingness couldn't hurt Gu Fei at all. Gu Fei's qi was extremely strong. His qi and blood shot up to the sky and blocked all the Taiyin underworld fire. Bang! Gu Fei punched the primordial pterodactyl's ribs again, causing its flesh to collapse inwards. Its bloody bones pierced through its skin and pierced out. The winner is decided. Chapter 959. Gu Fei's physique was unbelievably strong. Even the ancient pterosaur, a powerful far ancient race, could not compare to him. The result of this battle was already decided. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and moved so fast that there was not even a shadow left. The ancient pterosaur could no longer track Gu Fei's movements. Gu Fei's punches and kicks continuously bombarded the ancient pterosaur's huge body. The ancient pterosaur's bones were broken and its flesh caved in. Its entire body was covered in stinky dragon blood. The ancient pterosaur's vitality was gradually being destroyed by Gu Fei. Its vitality was rapidly draining away. In the end, Gu Fei punched the moon dragon ball that was coming towards him. Then, he jumped onto the ancient pterosaur's back and tore off one of its wings. Roar! The ancient pterosaur let out a furious roar and fell from the sky. Its blood splattered across the sky. Bang! Gu Fei immediately chased after it. Before the primordial pterosaur's gigantic body could hit the ground, Gu Fei had already stomped down and crushed the primordial pterosaur. Swoosh! A ray of blood-red light shot out from the primordial winged dragon's body and instantly entered the lunar dragon pearl. The lunar dragon pearl trembled for a moment, then turned into a ray of black light, broke through the void, and rushed into the crack in the ground. Boom! Gu Fei stretched out his hand and shrouded the void in an attempt to grab the lunar dragon pearl back. However, the lunar dragon pearl's speed was too fast. It disappeared into the crack in the ground in a flash. What a pity! Gu Fei muttered to himself. He did not expect that the primordial pterosaur was not destroyed by his 8 kill steps. Its soul actually flew out and entered the lunar dragon pearl. These ancient creatures are not to be underestimated. The moon dragon ball of the ancient pterosaur was a rare divine item. It contained the moon divine energy. During the battle just now, Su Mo was a little worried. The extreme Een nether flame was a type of extremely Een and extremely cold divine flame, and it was capable of burning a cultivator to the point of annihilating both body and soul and transforming them into ashes. At this time, the temperature within a radius of several hundred miles was extremely low. Everything was covered in a thick layer of ice. It was literally frozen for hundreds of miles. This was still within the sky market. If it were outside the sky market, it wouldn't just be hundreds of miles of ice. For existences at the level of the primordial winged dragon, once the lunar dragon pearl appeared, it could freeze thousands of miles of land, or even tens of thousands of miles of land. Gu Fei's chi and blood were like a barbaric dragon, extremely powerful. The lunar cold chi could not approach him at all. Swoosh! 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 At this time, He Tian was the first to rush to Gu Fei's side. He came to Gu Fei's side, only to see him jump directly into the crack in the ground. Soon, a scream came from the crack in the ground. Then, a black shadow suddenly rushed out from the crack in the ground and smashed into the ground with a bang. Xiaoqing, Balon, and Yen, who had just rushed over from afar, were all shocked. They focused and saw that the thing that rushed out from the crack in the ground was actually a human-shaped ice sculpture. Let's observe a moment of silence for Old Black. This guy is really too unlucky today. Little Qing said as she looked at Erebus, who had been frozen into an ice sculpture, and resisted the urge to laugh out loud. The ice sculpture that flew out from the crack in the ground was He Tian, and he was frozen. This fellow, Gu Fei, couldn't help but be speechless. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. Could it be that there was more than one primordial winged dragon in the crack in the ground? It actually sealed He Tian in ice. The battle between Gu Fei and the primordial winged dragon was earth-shattering and had frozen hundreds of miles. Logically speaking, it should have alerted the old monsters that had entered the sky market. However, the strange thing was that no one appeared in the vicinity. Crack. The thick, transparent ice sealing He Tian started to crack. A ball of divine light appeared above He Tian's head like a huge star rising from his head. Xiaoqing and Balon's expressions changed, and they immediately retreated. Only Yen, was still standing in her original spot, looking curiously at the frozen He Tian. A powerful aura started to emit from He Tian's body, and the thick ice sealing He Tian started to crack. Boom! The huge star that rose from He Tian's head vibrated slightly, and the thick ice sealing He Tian immediately exploded, turning into thousands of pieces that shot in all directions. An extremely powerful wave suddenly appeared in the sky. This was a wave of divine energy that was even more terrifying than an emperor divine weapon, and it caused one's spiritual soul to tremble. Oh no! Xiaoqing and Balon were shocked to see this scene. They didn't expect Yen, to not retreat with them. The thousands of pieces of ice that exploded contained the power of an almighty divine weapon. A small piece of ice was enough to penetrate the body of an immortal. Yen, was in danger. The moment the ice on He Tian's body exploded, Yen, realized that she was in danger, but it was too late. Countless pieces of ice shot towards her, and Yen, was so scared that all the pores on her body stood on end. She was stunned and didn't know how to dodge. At this moment, she couldn't dodge even if she wanted to. Just as Yen's body was about to be pierced by the pieces of ice, a majestic figure appeared in front of Yen. He stood there like an ancient divine mountain, protecting Yen behind him. The pieces of ice that were enough to penetrate the body of an immortal shattered when they hit this person. They couldn't hurt him at all. Old He, you're courting death. Xiaoqing heaved a sigh of relief, but then he pointed at He Tian and scolded him. If He Tian really hurt Yen, Xiaoqing would definitely fight with He Tian. In his opinion, Yen, was already his sister-in-law. Boss, He Tian knew that he had almost caused trouble. He was at a loss of what to do and didn't know what to say. The person who stood in front of Yen, like a mountain, was Gu Fei. When Yen, saw that it was Gu Fei, she felt a warmth in her heart. She was very happy, and a slight blush appeared on her face, looking somewhat bashful. "All right, it's good that you're fine," Gu Fei said. He Tian had used his holy weapon because he was in a hurry to get out of the ice. Gu Fei didn't blame him. "What's down there?" Gu Fei stared at He Tian and asked. This guy had entered the crack twice. The first time was when he was chased by an ancient pterosaur, and this time, he was frozen into an ice sculpture. What was under the crack was definitely not simple. "This. Boss, I don't know what's down there either," He Tian said embarrassedly. "What?" Chapter 960. He Tian didn't even know what was underneath the crack and was frozen into a block of ice. This caused Gu Fei and the rest to be extremely shocked. One must know that He Tian was a god king at the first layer of the profound transformation realm. Although this guy had the air of a ruffian and was sloppy, he was more cautious than anyone else when it came to a critical juncture. A bone-chilling wind blew from below and froze me, He Tian said in embarrassment. Cold wind? Gu Fei and the others were secretly shocked. What kind of cold wind could freeze a divine king? Could it be that the primordial pterosaur was playing tricks on them? Although the primordial pterosaur's body was shattered by Gu Fei's stomp, the dragon's soul escaped and fused with the dragon pearl to escape into the crack in the ground. Only the divine soul is left and it still wants to play tricks. Gu Fei's eyes suddenly emitted a divine light and a murderous aura appeared on his body. Gu Fei walked to the edge of the crack and looked down. All he saw was a pitch-black bottomless abyss. He didn't find anything strange. "Little Yen, where does the undying divine grass grow?" Gu Fei turned around and asked Yen, The crack in the ground stretched for thousands of miles. If one didn't know where the undying divine grass grew, it wouldn't be easy to find it. "If you call me that again, be careful or I'll fall out with you," Yen, snappily said. One had to know that she was already several hundred years old, but she still had the temperament of a little girl. Some people would never mature, and Yen, was such a person. "Then how should I call you?" Gu Fei asked with a smile. "Hee, why don't you call me Madam?" He Tian said with a wretched expression. "Madam, your head." Gu Fei kicked He Tian. "You deserve it." Yen couldn't help but feel ashamed and angry when she heard this. Her face turned red and she raised her hand. A black mist flew out from her hand and shrouded He Tian. "I'll hide." He Tian was extremely slippery. As soon as he said that, he jumped to the side and avoided Gu Fei's kick. "I'll hide again." Erebus leaned back, his body almost touching the ground as he slid backward. However, just when Erebus thought that he could dodge Yen's attack, a faintly discernible fragrance suddenly wafted into his nose. Oh no! He Tian was shocked. He quickly held his breath, but it was too late. The moment he smelled the fragrance, he felt his body go limp. He could not exert any strength and fell to the ground. This, Gu Fei, Shaoqing, and Balan were greatly surprised. He Tian was actually defeated by Yen. It was truly unbelievable. "Poison, you used poison on me." He Tian's body went limp. He could not even move a finger, but his mind was very clear. He felt that his body was not listening to him. The black mist seemed to have a mind of its own. It drilled into He Tian's 7 orifices and imprisoned his Yuan Shen, causing him to lose control of his body. Poison? Gu Fei and the others were shocked. He Tian was actually poisoned. What kind of poison was it? It could actually poison a god king, causing him to lose all his battle power? Hee. How about it? Let's see if you still dare to talk nonsense. Yenner was very pleased. My little grandaunt, old He knows his mistake. Please spare me. He Tian begged with a sullen face. He was currently covered in dirt and was in a sorry state. Let's go down. Ignore him. Yenner said, that primordial lifeform's guardian is the undying divine grass. That undying divine grass should be below. This. Yenner, can you spare him this time for my sake? Gu Fei looked at He Tian, who was rolling on the ground, and asked Yenner. Serves old He right for being unlucky. Who told him to have such a big mouth? Xiao Qing said with schadenfreude. Yenner looked at He Tian, then looked at Gu Fei. It was unknown what she was thinking, but her face suddenly turned red. She then waved her hand at the distant He Tian. A fragrance wafted over. The black mist that had entered He Tian's body rushed out of He Tian's 7 orifices and flew back into Yenner's sleeve. The strange black mist was retracted by Yenner. He Tian immediately got up from the ground. Could you be the successor of that alchemist from Dehuang? He Tian was very surprised. He looked at Yenner as if she was a monster and didn't dare to be negligent. I don't know what you are talking about, Yenner said. However, He Tian was a little afraid of Yenner. He stayed far away from Yenner and didn't dare to get close. Gu Fei looked at He Tian and said to Yenner and Xiao Qing, "All right, I will go down and take a look." The cracks on the ground were like huge mouths that wanted to devour everything. There were no other primordial life forms in the vicinity. At this moment, all the cultivators that entered the sky market were fighting for the sky platform. No one cared about Gu Fei and the others. Just as Gu Fei was about to jump into the cracks, a strong and terrifying aura suddenly burst out from the depths of the sky market. The entire sky market shook. Gu Fei and the others were shocked. They weren't unfamiliar with this aura. One of the 4 almighties of the ancient desolate era had appeared in the depths of the sky market. The appearance of the sky platform caused a storm in the cultivation world. Even the almighties of the current era couldn't sit still. Gu Fei and the others didn't care. Gu Fei still jumped into the cracks. The moment he jumped into the cracks, Gu Fei felt a wave of cold air hit him in the face. What's going on? Gu Fei couldn't help but shiver. He didn't feel the existence of cold air from above. However, the moment he entered the cracks, the cold air appeared. This place wasn't simple. It seemed to be enveloped by an unfathomable power. The cold air surged up from below. Even Gu Fei felt cold. Gu Fei's body was extremely strong. It was comparable to an emperor divine weapon. His qi and blood were vigorous like a primordial dragon. The cold air surging up from below was immediately repelled. That fellow He Tian was frozen into a lump of ice like this? Gu Fei thought. It was pitch black below. He carefully descended. This was an unknown region. He had no choice but to be careful. He drew upon the energy of heaven and earth in his inner world, isolating all his aura. He silently descended. 100 zhang, 1,000 zhang, 3,000 zhang. Gu Fei discovered that the deeper he went, the more intense the cold air became. In the end, there were even balls of pitch-black yin qi surging up from below. This is extreme yin frigid qi? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. Could it be that there was a legendary extreme yin earth vein beneath the cracks? Undying divine grass grew in the extreme yin earth vein? After descending for several thousand zhang, it was still pitch black. It was unknown how deep it was before reaching the bottom. Gu Fei's heart trembled. He had once explored the bottomless devil cave in the eastern devil lands. The eastern region demon cave was connected to a demon domain. Could it be that this crack in the ground was also a passage to an unknown region? Chapter 961. The crack on the ground was as deep as a bottomless abyss. When Gu Fei's feet landed on the ground, his eyebrows and hair were covered with a thin layer of frost. The black ground was like 1,000,000 years old cold iron. When Gu Fei stepped on it, he couldn't help but shiver. It's too cold. This was Gu Fei's most direct feeling. Even he, who was as vigorous as a primordial barbaric dragon, could feel the bone-chilling cold. If it was an ordinary person, they would have already been frozen to death. The surroundings were pitch black with black mist lingering around. Everything was black. Even with Gu Fei's eyesight, he could only see things within a few hundred meters. This was a deathly silent area. Black rocks were scattered on the ground. There were no living creatures. In such a cold area, even divine iron would be frozen and cracked. No living creatures could survive here. This was not a place suitable for life. However, a primordial pterosaur had appeared in such a place. There was definitely something here that had attracted the primordial pterosaur whose body had been severed by Gu Fei to occupy this place. The undying divine grass really grows around here. Gu Fei really didn't dare to believe it. However, the undying divine grass couldn't be viewed with common sense. In this place, even immortals and gods would be frozen to death. The terrifying extreme cold chi was the best natural barrier. Yen, and Hei Tian definitely couldn't go down here. Even if they had a powerful holy weapon to protect them, it would still be impossible. The extreme cold chi was everywhere. Even the power of a powerful holy weapon couldn't completely block the cold chi here. Gu Fei didn't hesitate and started to search the surroundings. At this time, the people on the ground were somewhat anxious. Gu Fei had gone down for a long time, but there was no news from him. Nothing happened to Gu Fei, right? Yen said worriedly. She stood beside the ground and looked down from time to time. Don't worry. How could something happen to boss? Hei Tian said. He was still a little afraid of Yen, and didn't dare to get too close to her. The people of Pill Cauldron Gate not only knew how to concoct immortal pills and divine medicines that could bring a person back from death, they could also concoct terrifying poisons that could kill almighty experts. In ancient times, there was an expert who was proficient in the Tao of Pill Cauldron. He was humiliated by a disciple of a large sect. Then, this Pill Cauldron expert used a strange poison to kill over 1,000 disciples of that sect, as well as the sect leader and elders of that sect. It was obvious that not only did Yen know how to refine immortal pills, she had also inherited another terrifying ability, which was to refine and use poison. Big Brother has the ability to protect himself. Don't worry, Xiao Qing said. However, he was not very confident. After all, they were in the sky market. Balon didn't say anything. His face was still cold. At the bottom of the fissure, Gu Fei quickly discovered the traces left behind by the primordial pterosaur that he had killed. There were many footprints of the primordial pterosaur on the ground. The rocks at the bottom of the fissure were very hard, comparable to divine iron. However, the primordial pterosaur had still left behind all sorts of traces. Gu Fei followed the traces left behind by the primordial pterosaur and walked into the depths of the fissure. Very soon, Gu Fei felt something strange. He felt that he was heading towards the source of the cold chi. The surrounding temperature was getting colder and colder. In the end, Gu Fei had no choice but to circulate the chi and blood in his body to resist the extreme cold chi that kept invading him. Gu Fei's guess was right. There really was an extreme earth vein under the fissure. He was now heading towards the source of the extreme earth vein. He didn't know what was in front of him. He took out the 9 heaven stars sword and held it in his hand. Then, he used the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself. An illusory ancient cauldron appeared indistinctly on Gu Fei's body. In this way, even the strongest people in the world wouldn't be able to kill Gu Fei in one blow. The terrain under the fissure was uneven and there were rocks everywhere. There was no sign of life at all. Gu Fei realized that the traces left behind by the primordial pterosaur were increasing. After advancing for about 100 miles, Gu Fei realized that the terrain in front of him had suddenly opened up. The black fog formed by the extreme cold chi had disappeared. There was light in the area in front of him. It was no longer pitch black. When Gu Fei walked into the area in front of him and walked up a hill, he was instantly stunned by what he saw. His mind was shaken and he couldn't speak for a long time. How is this possible? Gu Fei muttered to himself. He saw that there were 2 huge dragons that were thousands of feet long lying in front of him. Each dragon was like a mountain in front of him. More accurately, it was 2 dragon corpses that were entangled together. However, there was no sign of life coming from them. Endless cold chi was emitted from the body of a huge black dragon. Even the cold chi emitted from the extreme vein under the ground was not as heavy as the cold chi emitted by this black dragon. There was still a layer of dark light flowing on the black scales. The flesh had not melted and the blood was still fresh as if it had just flowed out. The other dragon that was entangled with the black dragon was a large silver dragon. The light in this area came from this silver dragon. The two giant dragons were riddled with wounds, as if they had gone through an extremely tragic battle, and then both of them perished together, dying under the cracks in the ground. The silver dragon had the horns of the ancestral dragon. There were 7 claws on the dragon claw on its abdomen. This was actually a 7-clawed true dragon. Moreover, it was a royal member of the primordial dragon clan. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. The 7-clawed true dragon was a legendary existence. Even in the primordial era, it was an expert that dominated a region. However, it had died here. How could this not make Gu Fei feel inconsolable? However, the black dragon was a little different. Its head was extremely ferocious. One look and one could tell that it was not a good creature. The dragon horns on its head were not the ancestral dragon's horns that the royal members of the dragon clan possessed. Even though it had died countless years ago, the evil qi emitted from its body was still frightening. Could it be that this black dragon is actually, Gu Fei thought of a certain possibility. Then, he was shocked again. Among the primordial divine beasts that were born in the primordial era, there was a gathering of evil qi and then a few evil dragons were born. Although these evil dragons were also primordial divine beasts, there was a big difference between them and the true dragons that had the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. The primordial evil dragons were violent and terrifying. Wherever these evil dragons appeared, rivers of blood would flow and people would be plunged into misery and suffering. The black dragon that perished with the silver dragon should be the legendary primordial cold dragon. Chapter 962. A legendary existence had appeared in front of Gu Fei, leaving him speechless for a long time. It was too shocking. The 7-clawed real dragon was the emperor of the ancient dragon clan, but it had fallen under the crack in the ground. The immemorial cold dragon, which was born from the evil energy of the world, had also fallen here. Such an existence, even in the immemorial age, would have been an invincible existence. However, it had perished together and was buried in the crack in the ground. Dragon Ball, Gu Fei, who had regained his senses, immediately thought of the source of power of these two dragons, the Dragon Ball. If he could obtain the Dragon Ball of such a level of dragon, it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to Shaoqing. Shaoqing, who was in the mysterious transformation realm, had already stimulated the real dragon bloodline in his body and transformed into a 5-clawed green dragon. The first person that Gu Fei thought of was Shaoqing. Although these two dragons had been dead for countless years, their might was still there. The terrifying aura that they emitted made even Gu Fei's heart palpitate. If it were not for the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, he would not have been able to get close to these two dragons. Even Shen King and the immortal emperor, who were in the celestial being realm, would find it difficult to resist the aura of these two dragons. Only the Almighty of the present age might be able to touch these two ancient dragons. Gu Fei walked down the hill step by step and headed towards the two primordious dragons that had been dead for countless years in a pile of rubble. The dark world was illuminated by the silver light flowing from the body of the 7-clawed silver dragon. The lunar cold qi had been dispersed, but it still had such power even after death. It was really unbelievable. One could imagine how powerful and terrifying these two dragons were when they were alive. Although they were two dragon corpses, the aura emitted from these two dragon corpses made Gu Fei feel that it was even more terrifying than facing the Almighty of the present age. This was a terrifying existence that surpassed the Almighty realm. Even if it was not the legendary extreme Dao Saint Dragon, it probably had the power of a half-sage and could move unhindered in the immemorial age. Bang! 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 The sound of heavy footsteps echoed in the empty space. Gu Fei felt as if he was carrying an ancient divine mountain on his back as he walked. The mighty pressure coming from the two dragon corpses made him almost unable to breathe. Buzz! The faint and illusory mountain river cauldron appeared on his body, protecting Gu Fei within it. Wisps of primordial chaos qi swirled around the cauldron, but even so, Gu Fei still felt an immense pressure. It was too horrifying. The dragon corpse had been dead for countless years, but its might had yet to dissipate. Even a cultivator with a king-martial body like Gu Fei found it difficult to move. 3,000 zhang, 5,000 zhang, 3,000 zhang. Gu Fei's blood and qi surged violently, and the yin and yang essence energy surged mightily. Although the surroundings were bone-chilling, Gu Fei's clothes were soaked with sweat. The traces left behind by the primordial pterosaur that had once occupied the crack in the ground had disappeared. The primordial pterosaur seemed to have the same idea as the two ancient dragons. However, the traces of the primordial pterosaur disappeared when it was about 3,000 zhang away from the two dragons. The primordial pterosaur was unable to touch the two dragon corpses. The cold dragon corpses did not have a trace of life, but the scales on their bodies still shone with a cold light. There was dragon blood sprinkling all around. The dragon blood looked as if it had just flowed out, bright and dazzling. Even the merciless years could not dry up the dragon blood. Every part of these two primordial dragons was a treasure. Even a piece of scale or a drop of blood was a rare treasure in the world. Gu Fei withstood the boundless pressure and finally walked to the side of the two dragon corpses. At this time, the bones in his body were exploding. If not for the mountain river cauldron mitigating most of the pressure, he would have been crushed by the powerful aura of the two dragon corpses. He tried to use the 9 heaven stars sword in his hand to chop the scales of the primordial frost dragon. Clang! Wherever the black light passed, the 9 heaven stars sword didn't even leave a mark. The rebounding force made Gu Fei's wrist numb. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. Even the 9 heaven stars sword refined from the 9 heaven star iron couldn't chop the primordial frost dragon's corpse. I don't believe that I can't chop it. Gu Fei put away the 9 heaven stars sword and took out the purple gold divine sword. A cold sword aura immediately surged between heaven and earth. Even the powerful aura of the two dragon corpses could not suppress the sword aura. Swish! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei stabbed forward with his sword. A cold gleam pierced forward like a cold star, tearing space apart with a single slash. Pfft! With a soft sound, Gu Fei felt his wrist tremble. The tip of the purple gold divine sword had successfully pierced through the scales of the primordial frost dragon and stabbed into its body. As expected of an extreme divine sword. Gu Fei exclaimed. However, Gu Fei was still very shocked. Even the purple gold divine sword could only stab a few inches in. This was equivalent to breaking the skin of the primordial frost dragon. To the primordial frost dragon, this was like a mosquito bite. Gu Fei pulled out the purple gold divine sword. There was no blood seeping out of the wound. Instead, there was a drop of dazzling blood on the tip of the purple gold divine sword. The blood of the primordial evil dragon, it was a drop of crystal clear blood that looked like agate. It was dripping from the tip of the purple gold divine sword. Gu Fei hurriedly reached out and caught the drop of blood. The moment Gu Fei caught the drop of blood, a scorching heat came from his palm. His entire palm turned red as if it was burning. Roar! Gu Fei growled and hurriedly tried to throw the drop of blood away. However, at this moment, the drop of blood suddenly seemed to have a mind of its own. It entered Gu Fei's palm and entered his body. When the primordial evil dragon's blood entered his body, it was terrible. Gu Fei's entire arm turned red as if it was a red-hot soldering iron. His sleeves instantly turned to ash. What's going on? Gu Fei was shocked. Could that drop of dragon blood actually have a life of its own? He felt that his blood qi was instantly ignited. A scorching hot current like lava was flowing up his arm. His entire body felt like it was about to evaporate. Damn it! Gu Fei turned pale with fright. He hurriedly sat down and a large cauldron rushed out of his dantian. Then, it grew to the size of a small mountain and fell down. At the same time, he kept the purple gold divine sword into his body. Bam! The entire ground shook. Gu Fei used the mountain and river cauldron to cover himself. Deep roars came from the mountain and river cauldron. The blood of the primordial evil dragon entering one's body was no small matter. Chapter 963. Yen, Shaoqing, He Tian, Balan, and the rest were getting restless as they waited on top of the crack. Gu Fei had already gone down for 6 hours, but there was still no sign of him coming back. Even the sound-transmitting jade talisman that He Tian had created at the last minute didn't respond. Why isn't Gu Fei back yet? Yen said uneasily. She knew that the undying divine grass was at the bottom of the crack, but she couldn't go down with her cultivation. He Tian was an insatiable guy. Even if he rushed down, he would be frozen into a lump of ice, let alone Yen. Don't worry, with Big Brother's methods, even if the Almighty came, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Don't worry, Xiao Qing said. Even though he said so, he couldn't help but feel anxious. The Sky Market was the most famous ominous place in the eastern region. No one knew what was at the bottom of the crack. Big Brother hasn't even activated the sound-transmitting jade talisman. He should still be looking for it down there, He Tian said. His eyes lit up at the thought of the undying divine grass. The undying divine grass was a divine grass that all cultivators went crazy for. Even if a mortal consumed the undying divine grass, they would obtain immortality. If a cultivator obtained the undying divine grass, the benefits they would obtain would be unimaginable. Yen wanted to pluck the undying divine grass because it was one of the main ingredients in an ancient pill recipe. To use the undying divine grass as the main ingredient, it was enough to show how extraordinary this ancient pill recipe was. This was an ancient pill recipe that could be used to refine a heaven-defying divine pill. Just as everyone was waiting anxiously, no one knew that Gu Fei was already in great danger. Inside the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei roared continuously. His whole body seemed to be burning. His clothes had already turned into ashes, and all the pores on his body were spurting out traces of blood. His whole body was so red that it looked like blood was about to drip out. An extremely violent and tyrannical power surged within Gu Fei's body, like an indestructible chariot rampaging within Gu Fei's body. His tendons, bones, and flesh were constantly crushed. A single drop of dragon blood from an ancient dragon had almost destroyed Gu Fei's body, which had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times and was comparable to an emperor weapon. Roar! Gu Fei was roaring. His blood, flesh, and bones were surging. Between his eyebrows, in his chest, and in his dantian, 3 spots shone with dazzling divine light. A vast power of heaven and earth surged out, locking down Gu Fei's body. He linked up with the 3 great worlds and drew in the power of heaven and earth. The drop of dragon blood turned into a violent energy that rampaged through Gu Fei's body. Everywhere it went, his meridians shattered and his bones shattered. In some places on Gu Fei's body, even his bones were exposed. Blood dyed his whole body red, but it didn't drip down from Gu Fei's body. The blood on Gu Fei's body seemed to have a mind of its own. Gradually, it wrapped around him, forming a blood cocoon. Gu Fei was experiencing the endless pain of his body collapsing and being reborn. His dantian constantly surged out a vast amount of life essence, nourishing his flesh and allowing Gu Fei's body to quickly regenerate after it collapsed. You want to take my life with just 1 drop of blood? Gu Fei clenched his teeth. His strong willpower was supporting him. No matter how much that drop of dragon blood turned into a violent power and rampaged through his body, he would never yield, and he would never give up. Because he knew very well that once he gave up, it would really be over for him. The energy formed by that drop of dragon blood seemed to have turned into an ancient cold dragon, devouring Gu Fei's life force and severing Gu Fei's life force. It even rushed towards Gu Fei's Naiwen Palace between his eyebrows several times, trying to crush Gu Fei's Naiwen Palace and destroy Gu Fei's soul. However, at the critical moment, the ball of divine light between Gu Fei's eyebrows blocked the impact of the violent energy and protected his Naiwen Palace, preventing it from being destroyed. Although Gu Fei was in a life-or-death situation, it was also a kind of training. Wandering between life and death, tempering his flesh and soul, this was a kind of extreme excavation of one's potential. As long as he could endure it, Gu Fei would definitely have an unexpected harvest. An ancient cauldron was placed upside down in front of the 2 dragon corpses. Primal chaos chi swirled around it, suppressing the aura of the 2 dragon corpses. Muffled roars resounded continuously from the cauldron, echoing in the spacious and silent crack in the ground. Time passed. Above the crack, even Hei Tian couldn't help but feel anxious. They had waited for a whole day, but Gu Fei still hadn't come out. "We can't keep waiting like this," Xiao Qing said. He was worried that Gu Fei had really run into trouble. "What should we do? What should we do? You guys, quickly think of a way." Yen paced back and forth restlessly. Her face was full of worry. She had seen the immortal divine grass under the crack in an ancient book in her sect. Yen only knew that the immortal divine grass was in the heavenly market, under the ground. However, she didn't know what kind of dangers there were down there. The ancient book in her sect also didn't mention anything about it. "Old Hei, go down and take a look," Xiao Qing suddenly said to Hei Tian. "What?" Hei Tian immediately jumped up from the ground and shook his head frantically. "I won't do it." "Aren't you asking me to die?" Xiao Qing glanced at Hei Tian and coldly said, "Didn't you go down there once? Damn, you also saw the consequences of going down there. I don't want to be turned into an ice sculpture again." Hei Tian didn't want to do it no matter what. The extreme cold chi down there was too powerful. Even with the protection of a holy weapon, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Yen glanced at Hei Tian and rolled her eyes. She then smiled and said, "How about this? If you are willing to go down there again, I will give you a heaven-defying divine pill to greatly improve your cultivation." "How about it? A heaven-defying divine pill?" Hei Tian's eyes immediately lit up. "You really have such a legendary divine pill?" Hei Tian couldn't help but be moved. "I don't," Yen said. "Then what are you talking about?" Hei Tian wasn't happy. This guy wouldn't do anything without benefits. As long as there were enough rewards, he would even kill people and commit arson. Benevolence, righteousness, and morality were all bullsh*t. Only immortal pills, divine medicines, and supreme divine weapons were the most practical. Divine pills and divine pills could increase his cultivation, while divine weapons could greatly increase his battle prowess. These two items, not only Hei Tian, but all other cultivators would be envious. The birth of a king of heavenly medicines could cause a bloodbath in the cultivation community. If an immortal heavenly medicine were to appear, then even those who were rumored to be dead would jump out and fight for it. "I don't have one right now, but if Gu Fei succeeds in retrieving the immortal heavenly grass, then I do." Yen was very confident in her danding art. If she could get her hands on the immortal heavenly grass, then she would be able to concoct a batch of heaven-defying divine pills. This, Hei Tian was tempted. One should know that this little girl was the descendant of that ancient primordial being. Maybe she really could concoct a heaven-defying divine pill. "All right, it's a deal." Hei Tian pondered for a while. His eyes flickered, but in the end, he clenched his teeth and agreed to it. "Che." Xiao Qing couldn't help but look at Hei Tian with disdain. Hee. "Then please jump again." Yen pointed at the bottomless crack on the ground and said with a smile. Chapter 964. This guy really jumped down. Xiao Qing couldn't help but be shocked. For the sake of that heaven-defying divine pill that he had yet to refine, this Hei Tian was really going all out. He actually jumped down that bottomless abyss. Seeing Erebus jump down, even Baron's expression, which had always been cold, changed. They had seen with their own eyes how Hei Tian had been frozen into a lump of ice after jumping down. The extreme chill below was enough to freeze a divine king. Boom! Just as Hei Tian jumped down into the crack in the ground, a dazzling ball of starlight rose from the top of his head. The entire void suddenly trembled, and the surrounding chill actually showed signs of dispersing. A terrifying wave of divine energy surged up from the bottom of the abyss. It was as if a huge star had fallen into the bottomless abyss, dispersing the darkness below. Hei Tian used that almighty sacred weapon. The aura of that almighty sacred weapon made everyone's heart palpitate. The power of the stars was vast and mighty, and a huge star floated above Hei Tian's head, descending downward. Boundless power of the stars descended from the top of his head, protecting Erebus within, blocking off the extreme Een chill that was surging in from all directions. With the protection of that almighty sacred weapon, He Tian descended several hundred feet in the blink of an eye. It's so cold. The extreme Een chill continuously surged up from below, and He Tian couldn't help but shiver. Even with the protection of that almighty sacred weapon, he still felt cold. Boss is really abnormal. He can actually stay down there for so long. He Tian said in shock. He had only descended a few hundred feet, and it was still pitch black below. He couldn't even see the bottom of that huge star above his head, so he didn't know how deep it was. The deeper he went, the colder it got. At this depth, wouldn't even a celestial freeze to death? He Tian was secretly shocked. At this time, Yen, Shaoqing, and Balan were all looking up from above. How deep do you think that guy can go? Yen said. She didn't think that He Tian could go down there. The extreme Een cold she gathered below and could definitely freeze an immortal to death. 3,000 feet. Shaoqing didn't think too much about it. 3,000 feet was probably an overestimation of He Tian. 3,000 zhang. Balan, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke up. He was even more pessimistic about He Tian than Shaoqing. In Balan's opinion, He Tian might not even be able to reach 10,000 feet. Sure enough, the ball of divine light that resembled a star suddenly stopped about 1,000 feet away, and then began to fly upward. Swoosh! A ball of starlight rushed out from the crack in the ground as if it had come out from the dark universe. Within the starlight, there was a figure covered in a thin layer of ice. Even with a holy weapon protecting him, he was still frozen like this. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Bam! The big star shook, and the thin layer of ice on He Tian's body immediately shattered. Then, He Tian landed beside the crack in the ground. His face was pale, and it was obvious that he was frozen badly. No, I can't go down, it's too cold. He Tian said helplessly. It wasn't that he didn't want to go down, but he had tried his best. Even a holy weapon couldn't completely block the extreme Een cold chi. One could imagine how terrifying the extreme Een cold chi below was. Io, the heaven-defying elixir flew away. Shaoqing said with great pity. Brother Qing, you don't have to be so mean to me. He Tian was unhappy. He really underestimated the terror of the extreme Een cold chi below the crack in the ground. Hee. Shaoqing chuckled and said no more. There was a limit to joking, because everyone had a bottom line in their hearts. Once this bottom line was crossed, it wouldn't be as simple as joking. What should we do? Yen was really panicking this time. The extreme Een cold chi below was so powerful that even He Tian, who had a holy weapon to protect himself, couldn't withstand it after descending for about 10,000 feet. It should be known that Gu Fei had already been down for a whole day. It's not completely impossible to go down. He Tian said and looked at Balan. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? At this time, Shaoqing also thought of something and couldn't help but be overjoyed. Balan, I'll have to trouble you to go down. Shaoqing was Old Tortoise's disciple, and Balan was a servant that Old Tortoise had subdued. Shaoqing and Balan were nominally young master and servant, but in fact, they were like brothers. When Old Tortoise was teaching Shaoqing, Balan was watching from the side. Old Tortoise also let Balan watch without saying much. Yes. Balan nodded and didn't say anything else. He directly jumped into the bottomless abyss in front of him. A ball of sun-like divine light rushed out from the top of Balan's head, illuminating the entire world. A wave of heat rushed up from the bottom of the abyss. Balan had the divine sun pearl, which was a holy weapon of a mighty cultivator. It contained endless yang energy and was the natural nemesis of the extreme Een cold chi. It could dispel any kind of cold chi. Once the divine sun pearl appeared, the power of the extreme Een cold chi was dispelled. Just as Balan jumped into the crack in the ground, something gradually changed between heaven and earth. The sky gradually darkened and an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the earth. Balon easily broke through the depth of 10,000 feet. This made Tian even more unhappy. The mighty divine energy of the divine sun pearl prevented the extreme cold chi from approaching Balon. The divine sun pearl was indeed the nemesis of the extreme cold chi. Everyone saw hope. A ball of sunlight divine light appeared above Balon's head. It was like the reincarnation of the Sun Saint Emperor. It descended towards the bottomless abyss below. At this time, the crack in the ground opened up and masses of dark clouds began to emerge. Soon, the dark clouds covered the entire sky. What's going on? Yen, Shaoqing, and Tian all felt a terrifying power condensing. The dark clouds above the crack in the ground were almost pressing down to the ground. Rumble, thunder came from the dark clouds. There was a faint flash of lightning in the dark clouds. Shaoqing and Tian couldn't help but look at each other. Both of them were extremely shocked. This was a power that came from heaven and earth. Someone had activated the power of heaven and earth. The dark clouds descended. Shaoqing, Yen, and Balon all felt danger. In the dark clouds, a power that could destroy heaven and earth was quickly condensing. A powerful aura emanated from the dark clouds. Even mysterious transformation realm divine kings like Tian and Shaoqing felt a great threat. Heavenly tribulation, it's a heavenly tribulation. Tian was extremely shocked. Someone was actually undergoing a heavenly tribulation. Furthermore, that person was under the crack in the ground. This was too unbelievable. He had never heard of anyone undergoing a heavenly tribulation in the sky market. Could it be? Shaoqing suddenly thought of a possibility. Rumble, just as everyone was shocked, a huge bolt of purple lightning the size of a mountain broke through the layers of dark clouds and directly struck the bottom of the crack in the ground. Chapter 965. Rumble, endless black clouds fell from the sky, and huge purple lightning bolts the size of mountains fell from the sky. The terrifying aura of destruction caused all living things to tremble. It's really the heavenly tribulation. Tian and Shaoqing's expressions changed greatly. They had gone through the heavenly tribulation in the great desolate ancient world, so they were very clear about the terrifying scene of the heavenly tribulation. This was heaven and earth venting its anger. This was heaven and earth punishing those who dared to challenge heaven and earth. This was a test of life and death. The price to pay for going against heaven was too high. It was a chance of survival at the cost of one's life. The black tribulation clouds enveloped the entire heaven and earth. The power condensed in the clouds was still increasing as if there was no end to it. It was terrifying. Retreat. Tian was the first to flee. He turned into a streak of black and white divine light, rushing into the distance. This was but a heavenly tribulation. Even the expressions of the great powers of the present world would change, having to retreat, let alone Tian. Let's go. Shaoqing grabbed Yen, who was still in a daze, and rushed into the distance. The tribulation clouds shrouded the entire heaven and earth. If they didn't retreat, they would probably have to go through the tribulation with them. Yen had never seen such a horrifying scene. She was already shocked speechless. This was a fear that came from the depths of her soul. There was no way to escape. Under heaven and earth, all living things were like ants. The might of heaven and earth was vast and terrifying. It could destroy everything, obliterate everything, and make everything cease to exist. They only dared to stop when they were 1,000 miles away. Balon, Shaoqing stood on a mountain and looked in the direction of the crack. His mind was shaken. Balon was still under the crack. Facing the might of heaven and earth, Yen's soul was shaken, and she actually collapsed on the ground. Tian also came to the peak. He looked at the surging tribulation clouds in front of him and was shocked. Who was undergoing the tribulation under the crack? Could it be him? The crack had already appeared in the sky market when it was formed. Some said that it was a crack created by an extreme Tao sage with a holy weapon. There were also people who said that the earth vein of extreme Yin had erupted, and the extreme chi had leaked out from beneath the earth, forming a demonic abyss. These were all legends. No one knew how the cracks in the ground were formed. However, it was absolutely true that there was frigid chi condensing under the cracks. There was once an immortal who explored the crack in the ground and froze to death inside. The extreme energy beneath the crack was simply too terrifying. Even some cultivators who had cultivated out the extreme power were incapable of enduring it. Only that primordial pterosaur possessed incomparable talent and cultivated the lunar dragon pearl, which allowed it to occupy the bottom of the crack for a while. It can't be that Big Brother is going through a tribulation, right? Xiao Qing was both shocked and worried. He was worried about Gu Fei and Balon. The pitch-black tribulation cloud had completely descended from the sky, shrouding the sky above the earth fissure. Within the tribulation clouds, bolts of purple lightning shot out from time to time, tearing through the void. Many mountains in the surroundings of the cracks in the ground were swept by the lightning and disappeared in an instant. It was extremely terrifying. What did you say? Could this be caused by Gu Fei? Yen was dumbfounded when she heard this. She could already confirm that the strange phenomenon in front of her was the legendary heavenly tribulation. Heavenly tribulation was an extremely ancient term. No one knew how long it had been since anyone had mentioned it. Only some of the most ancient books had mentioned heavenly tribulations. It should be known that there was no heavenly tribulation in the Tinglong continent. It had to be said that the sky market was a strange place. Although the sky market was in the eastern region of the Tinglong continent, it was incompatible with this continent. There was an independent law of heaven and earth here. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, it was like another world. Those who entered the sky market would feel like they had entered another world. How is this possible? Yen couldn't believe that she could actually see the terrifying scene of the heavenly tribulation descending. The terror of the power of heaven and earth had already been deeply imprinted in her heart. Boom! Suddenly, an aura that was strong enough to contend with the heavens and earth rushed up from below the tribulation clouds like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. When Xiao Qing and He Tian felt this aura, they couldn't help but look at each other in shock. They could be said to be very familiar with this aura. Really? It's Gu Fei? Yen also felt the strong aura rushing up from below the tribulation clouds. She couldn't help but be tongue-tied. She was completely dumbfounded. She and blood were like dragons that rushed up to the 9 heavens. The strong aura actually caused the tribulation clouds that enveloped the entire sky to tremble. This scene was really too terrifying and frightening. There were probably not many people in this world who had such a strong chi and blood. Gu Fei was one of them. The strange phenomenon in this area was extremely vast. The ripples it produced were vast and mighty. Many people felt a terrifying pressure that came from heaven and earth. A holy maiden, who was standing on a 7-colored divine lotus and preparing to enter the depths of the sky market, turned around and looked in the direction of the power of heaven and earth. Then, she walked into the depths of the sky market. A figure with a chaotic divine pearl on top of his head was walking in the depths of the sky market. When the heavenly tribulation descended, this big shot actually stopped and looked in the direction of the heavenly tribulation. Who is undergoing the heavenly tribulation in this damned place? A middle-aged man in purple clothes rushed out of an ancient tomb. His dragon crown hung crookedly from his head, and his clothes were also tattered. That Grand Supreme is really a super B** starred. There isn't even a piece of divine metal in the tomb, but he set up all sorts of killing formations. Who is he trying to trick? How unlucky. The middle-aged man was almost driven crazy. He sent out a palm strike and directly smashed an ancient tomb that looked like a mountain into the ground, destroying it. Swoosh. Then, the middle-aged man directly disappeared into the void. No one knew where he went. After the middle-aged man in purple clothes left, a skeleton walked out of a valley in the distance. It was an undead creature. This undead creature's skeleton was in the color of black and yellow. There were traces of black and yellow chi lingering on the bones. The bones were crystal clear like black and yellow divine crystals. An extremely weak soul fire was flickering in the skull of this black and yellow skeleton. It seemed that it could be extinguished at any time. If Gu Fei was here, he would definitely be shocked. This undead creature was the black and yellow skeleton that had participated in the fight for the mysterious yellow pagoda in the pseudo-heaven realm. A creature from the pseudo-heaven realm had unexpectedly come out of the pseudo-heaven realm, arrived at the Tinglong continent, and entered the sky market. Chapter 966. The arrival of the heavenly tribulation startled everyone. Almost all the great figures who entered the sky market sensed the terrifying might of the heavens and earth. How can a heavenly tribulation appear in the Tinglong continent? Is the heavens and earth really going to change? A heavenly tribulation, many great characters of the sect master level said something like this. When the heavenly tribulation descended, no one wouldn't be moved. However, no one went to check it out because there was something even more attractive than the heavenly tribulation. A great battle broke out in the depths of the sky market. Some demons had entered the depths of the sky market to take away the legendary Supreme Tao platform. The human cultivators all took action, but there were still many people watching. Some people were not in a hurry to take action. In the sky above a valley, demonic clouds surged and swept high into the sky. A huge demonic figure appeared indistinctly in the demonic clouds. In front of the demonic figure was a figure surrounded by dragon chi. The figure waved a broken flag in his hand and continuously collided with the evil blood saber light that came from the demonic clouds. The demon Lord Huang Long and demon monarch of 6 paths were still fighting. The two of them were evenly matched, and they were locked in a stalemate. Demonic chi surged, and dragon chi surged. On one side was a demon monarch of the demonic Tao, and on the other side was a demon lord of the demonic race. Below the valley, there were also great figures of the sect master level fighting. A towering demonic figure that looked like an iron tower was fighting against an immortal emperor and a Shen king. An ancient altar floated in the valley, hundreds of zhang above the ground. It was an ancient Tao platform that emitted an endless ancient aura. Mysterious divine marks of the immortal Tao could be faintly seen on it. Rumble, the Tao platform was shaking. Although it was not big, it was like an ancient divine mountain. A slight shake could almost cause the entire valley to collapse. This ancient Tao platform was the Supreme Tao's sacred platform that the Supreme Tao ancestor had comprehended the Great Tao on. There was nothing eye-catching about the ancient Tao platform. The faint Tao marks on it were also dim, but the divine charm of the Great Tao was circulating on it. This was the imprint of the Great Tao. If one could cultivate on this Tao platform, he might be able to hear the Great Tao immortal melody and obtain a trace of the martial Tao. Such a Tao platform was enough to make the great experts of the present age go crazy. Devil devours heaven and earth. The great devil in the valley bellowed. His entire body suddenly turned into a pitch-black whirlpool. Boundless devil energy surged out of the whirlpool, forming a heaven-devouring force that swallowed the 2 immortal emperors and Shen King. Humph, one cauldron suppresses mountains and rivers. The immortal emperor bellowed. The divine force of the immortal Tao surged violently. A ray of divine light rushed out from the top of his head. In the divine light, a huge cauldron instantly grew to the size of a mountain and pressed down on the terrifying vortex that was about to devour it. Rumble, that great cauldron was like 100,000 great mountains descending. Endless immortal Tao divine force poured down, shattering the void, directly piercing through heaven and earth, terrifying to the extreme. This was the power of a single attack from an emperor divine weapon. It could shatter mountains and rivers and shatter the void. A part of the void was shattered by the great cauldron, but the dark whirlpool formed by the great devil was not destroyed. It unexpectedly resisted the suppression of the great cauldron. If Gu Fei was here, he would find that the cauldron that the immortal emperor threw out was somewhat similar to his mountain and river cauldron. Humph. It's just a replica. The great devil's sneer came from the dark whirlpool. The mighty heaven-devouring force from the whirlpool resisted the great cauldron. Then, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out from the whirlpool. Everyone who sensed this aura couldn't help but feel a chill down their spine. They couldn't help but feel a sense of fear, which made them very uneasy. The dark whirlpool seemed to be connected to a demon domain, where a terrifying demon emperor was awakening. The two immortal emperors and Shen King were shocked. The great cauldron that resisted the pitch-black whirlpool shook repeatedly, almost being swallowed by the heaven-devouring force of the whirlpool. "Great devil venerable, I'll kill you." The deity emperor walked forward and spat out a divine cauldron of leaf fire. He then slapped the bottom of the cauldron, and a resounding phoenix cry came from the cauldron. A vermilion bird of leaf fire rushed out of the cauldron. The vermilion bird spread its wings, and the whole valley became a sea of fire. The void was distorted by the divine fire, and the void almost collapsed. The devil chi that shrouded the valley was dispelled in an instant. A terrifying aura spread between heaven and earth. It wasn't the real vermilion bird of leaf fire, but it was enough to shock the world. A mighty divine weapon? The great devil venerable exclaimed. At this time, he was no longer calm. This was a mighty divine weapon that was fused with the vermilion bird of leaf fire's divine soul. As soon as the divine weapon appeared, the devil chi immediately collapsed. The dark whirlpool was almost broken. Boom! Boundless leaf fire exploded. The leaf fire vermilion bird flapped its wings and rushed out of the valley. The fire burned the entire world red. The aura of the almighty saint weapon was so mighty that even the demon lord Yellow Dragon and the demonic monarch of Six Paths, who were fighting in the sky, had no choice but to retreat. Within the valley, only the Taoist dais didn't move at all. It wasn't affected at all. As for the cauldron that had been blocking the black vortex, it almost fell to the ground. The vermilion bird divine furnace of the Jiang family of the ancients? Huang Long's eyes narrowed when he saw the cauldron shrouded in Nanming leaf fire in Shen King's hand. He never thought that Shen King of the Jiang family would bring such a powerful saint artifact. The vermilion bird divine cauldron of the Jiang family of the clan of the ancients was very famous even in ancient times. Some people said that it was a divine weapon that the Renhuang ancestor of the Jiang family of the clan of the ancients had helped his younger brother forge. The Renhuang was the supreme ruler of the human race, comparable to the saints of the extreme path. The vermilion bird divine cauldron of the Jiang family of the clan of the ancients was known as one of the most powerful divine weapons in the world. Apart from the saint weapons of the extreme path, no other divine weapon could suppress it. The vermilion bird circled around the valley once before it dived down towards the black vortex created by the great demon sovereign. Boom! The vortex that had displayed its heaven-devouring power collapsed in an instant. The great demon sovereign was sent flying 100 miles away. Bang! He smashed into the mountains around the valley. At this time, the cauldron had already been taken back by the immortal king. It floated above the immortal king's head and emitted strands of purple chi to protect the immortal king. The vermilion bird divine cauldron was indeed worthy of being called the most powerful divine weapon. With one strike, it broke the great demon sovereign's demonic arts and heavily injured him. He's still alive? Shen King of the Jiang family held the vermilion bird divine cauldron in his hand and muttered to himself. He was very surprised by this result. Even the current Almighty wouldn't dare to take a strike from the most powerful divine weapon head-on. The great demon sovereign was only a celestial being realm demon sovereign. Under the strike of the vermilion bird divine cauldron, he should have turned into ashes. He has a secret treasure on him. Chapter 967. Boom! The vermilion bird furnace trembled and floated above the valley. A vermilion bird of fire appeared in the towering divine fire. Its divine fire sealed the sky. The entire valley was enveloped by the vermilion bird divine furnace's divine might. Even Demon Lord Huang Long and Demon Monarch Six Paths were blocked outside the valley. Seeing this, those who had been watching in the dark could no longer sit still. The vermilion bird furnace was the most powerful divine weapon below the divine weapon of the extreme path. Does the Jiang family want to monopolize the supreme platform? They're too greedy. In the dark, there were also people who came with almighty holy weapons. It was impossible for them to sit back and watch as the Jiang family took away the legendary Supreme Tao platform that could connect to the heaven realm and open the path to heaven. Bang! A purple sun-like divine light rose from a mountain in the distance. It emitted endless waves of divine power that seemed to be able to illuminate the world. The mountain below instantly collapsed. This was an almighty holy weapon, terrifying divine might that shook heaven and earth, terrifying to the extreme. An old man with white hair and beard rushed out. In the endless purple chi, one could see a purple gourd swallowing and spitting out endless divine light. The old man aimed the purple gourd at the valley and slapped its bottom. Clang! Endless divine power turned into a purple sword that rushed out of the purple gourd and pierced forward. Wherever the sword passed, the sky and the void shattered as if it could cut through everything. The cosmic gourd? Someone recognized this divine weapon and couldn't help but change color. The sword formed from divine power was indestructible and could cut through anything. It broke through the divine fire seal of the vermilion bird furnace and rushed into the valley. Damn it! The Jiang family's god emperor was furious. At this time, he was about to descend onto the sky-reaching platform, but a violet gold Dao sword rushed in and slashed at him. Shen King of the Jiang family had no choice but to call back the vermilion bird furnace to meet the sword. This was a sword that contained the power of the Great Path. If he was strangled by this sword, his body and soul would be destroyed immediately. Shen King of the Jiang family didn't dare to be careless. Bang! The violet gold sword of Dao clashed with the divine furnace of vermilion bird with a dull thud. Then, a transparent ripple visible to the naked eye spread out. The void collapsed, and the entire valley was destroyed by the destructive power. The ground sank, and everything within dozens of miles was turned into ashes. The celestial lord who had teamed up with Shen King of the Jiang family rushed out with his divine cauldron. Even with the protection of the saint weapon, the immortal emperor still suffered a great impact. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood while his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. The gourd of Cosmos was a saint weapon forged by a ruthless person in the ancient times. It was also one of the few powerful saint weapons in the world. The purple gold gourd transformed into a sword that had previously killed more than one ancient almighty being. This was an almighty holy weapon that was dyed in blood. Even in the ancient era, it was still very famous. Undying old man, do you want to be the enemy of my Jiang family? Shen King of the Jiang family stood high in the sky with a divine cauldron floating above his head. His battle intent was unparalleled. The divine furnace of vermilion bird blocked the Dao sword transformed from the purple gold gourd. The two powerful saint weapons collided head-on, shattering a part of the area. No one dared to move forward. I don't want to be the enemy of the Jiang family, but I have my eyes on that thing. The undying old man pointed at the ancient altar that was still floating above the ground. Under the might of the most powerful saint weapon, everything within a radius of several dozen kilometers was destroyed. Only the legendary ancient altar remained unscathed. The legendary Dao platform had always been floating there. Even the most powerful sacred weapons could not move it at all. No one doubted that this ancient altar was definitely the legendary supreme Dao platform. Only the saint weapon of the extreme path could ignore the attack of the most powerful saint weapon. Shen King of the Jiang family glared at an old man with white hair and a purple mist curling around him and said coldly, "But my Jiang family has my eyes on this thing too." A purple gold gourd floated above the old man's head. The mouth of the gourd flickered with a purple divine light. Then there's no other way. The undying old man's face darkened. His eyes shot out a cold light as he swept his gaze over the Jiang family Shen King. Jiang Wu, that supreme Dao platform doesn't belong to your Jiang family. It is the supreme saint artifact of my archaic Dao sect. At that moment, a young man in a Daoist robe walked over from afar. This young man was like a true immortal who had descended from the ninth heaven. He didn't look like a mortal at all. 9 beams of immortal light curled around his body. He had an extraordinary aura that made people admire him. Spiritual master you? You're not dead yet? The Jiang family Shen King, Jiang Wu, couldn't help but be moved when she saw this young Daoist priest. Although he looked like a teenager, he was a true super antique. You're not dead yet. How can I die? Spiritual master, you said coldly. This Dao platform is my archaic Dao sect's supreme treasure. It should be returned to its rightful owner. As he spoke, Spiritual Master Yu wanted to walk directly toward the ancient altar that was floating in the air. Bam! Jiang Wu shook the vermilion bird cauldron, causing the void to almost collapse. A supreme power immediately pressed down on Spiritual Master Yu, forcing him to stop. Jiang Wu, what's the meaning of this? Spiritual Master Yu's face immediately darkened as he glared at the Jiang family Shen King. At that moment, the undying old man also walked over and said, "Words are no proof. How can you prove that this item belongs to your archaic Tao sect?" "Huh. Do I even need proof?" Spiritual Master Yu laughed angrily. Immortal light curled around his body, and there was a hint of the great Tao's charm. "He has a secret treasure on him." Jiang Wu and the undying old man were shocked. This Spiritual Master Yu was fearless. The undying old man's words angered Spiritual Master Yu. Everyone knew that the archaic Tao sect was an orthodoxy passed down by the Supreme Tao ancestor. The Supreme Tao platform was the platform where the Supreme Tao ancestor comprehended the Tao. When the undying old man said such words, it was as if he wanted to deny everything. Although Jiang Wu didn't say anything, she used her actions to tell Spiritual Master Yu that she definitely wouldn't let Spiritual Master Yu take away the Supreme Tao platform so easily. Roar! At that moment, an angry roar sounded from below. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted, and endless demonic chi surged and swept up from the ground. A pitch-black skull floated in the demonic chi, and a terrifying pressure that caused all living things to tremble descended on the world. Everyone's expressions changed. The great demon Venerable was still alive. Just as the big shots were fighting over the Supreme Tao platform, Gu Fei was undergoing tribulation in a crack in the ground tens of thousands of miles away. The dragon blood had entered his body, causing him to hover between life and death. He had tempered his body with the dragon blood and used the endless life essence to erase the terrifying power contained in a drop of the primordial vicious dragon's dragon blood. Chapter 968. In ancient times, before the heaven and earth changed, every time a cultivator broke through a realm, the heaven and earth would send down a lightning tribulation. This was the test of the heaven and earth for the cultivator. If they could endure it, they would be able to walk further on the path of cultivation. If they couldn't, they would be turned into ashes and wouldn't even be able to become a ghost. Gu Fei used the dragon's blood to refine his body and soul, successfully breaking through to the third layer of the mysterious transformation realm. It had to be said that the Sky Market was an ancient place that was different from the other places in the Tinglong continent. When Gu Fei was breaking through, he actually felt a threat from this place. This was the heavenly tribulation. Gu Fei was very familiar with it. After all, he had experienced the heavenly tribulation before and knew some of its characteristics. The heavenly tribulation this time seemed to be much weaker than the heavenly tribulation when he broke through from the immortal realm to the mysterious transformation realm. This made Gu Fei feel very strange. What he didn't know was that breaking through from the immortal realm to the mysterious transformation realm was a big breakthrough. In the mysterious transformation realm, there were also 9 small realms. These 9 minor realms were like 9 insurmountable steps leading to the celestial being realm. Each step required an unimaginable amount of effort. Moreover, on the path of cultivation, hard work was not enough. Although a trace of opportunity was needed to make a breakthrough in cultivation. This time, Gu Fei grabbed this opportunity. Rumble, a lightning bolt as big as a mountain fell from the sky and directly struck down 300,000 feet. It struck Gu Fei, who was sitting on a huge rock. Gu Fei had already put away the mountain and river cauldron. The place where he went through the heavenly tribulation was not the place where the 2 ancient dragon corpses were. Instead, it was a pile of rocks 100 miles away from the 2 corpses. He didn't use the mountain and river cauldron to resist the heavenly tribulation. Instead, he used his own strength to resist the heavenly tribulation. As the heavenly lightning entered his body, Gu Fei felt as though his entire body was about to explode. Cracks appeared on his body and scarlet blood flowed out from Gu Fei's body. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning wreaked havoc within Gu Fei's body, destroying Gu Fei's physical body. It wanted to sever Gu Fei's life force and destroy Gu Fei's body and soul under the thunder tribulation. A single bolt of divine lightning almost shattered Gu Fei's king martial body. The heavenly tribulation was simply too powerful and terrifying. Roar! Gu Fei roared as he was bombarded by the heavenly thunder. No one could imagine what kind of pain he was suffering. He could clearly feel the electric currents running rampant in his body, but he couldn't do anything about it. Bolt after bolt of purple heavenly thunder struck down from the sky, causing Gu Fei's flesh to split open. In the end, he didn't look like a human anymore. It was extremely miserable. The blood of a king martial body was different. Every drop of blood seemed to have a spiritual nature. After it splashed out from Gu Fei's body, it didn't condense. Instead, it turned into a blood mist and re-entered Gu Fei's body. The blood in Gu Fei's body was as vigorous as an ancient dragon's. The injuries on his body quickly healed. The purple lightning heavenly tribulation lasted for several hours. A total of 81 bolts of purple lightning fell from the sky. Then, the tribulation clouds that covered the entire crack on the ground began to disperse. At this time, there was no place on Gu Fei's body that was unharmed. Some parts of his body even had his bones exposed. The current Gu Fei seemed to have used up all of his strength. His bones had cracked and his multicolored divine bones were covered with cracks, as if they were made of crystal clear divine jade. His flesh and blood had collapsed and his skeleton had nearly fallen apart. Gu Fei no longer looked like a human. His entire body was covered in blood. The entire area had been flattened by the heavenly thunder, turning into scorched earth. A vast amount of life essence surged out from Gu Fei's dantian, nourishing his entire body. Gu Fei's blood, flesh, tendons, and bones were all shaking. His wounded body was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The necrotic flesh fell off Gu Fei's body and new flesh grew out from his wounds. The cracks on his bones were gradually disappearing. Gu Fei could feel that his body was undergoing a subtle change. The breakthrough in his cultivation had caused the 365 godlike phantoms in his acupoints to become even more corporeal. The god of life, in the void of his meridians was Gu Fei's life. Even if his head was blown up and his Naiwan palace was destroyed, he would not truly die. It was as if he had 365 lives. The void of his meridians had become the source of Gu Fei's divine power. It contained an immeasurable amount of divine power. When 365 divine powers rushed out at the same time and converged into an attack, even a celestial would pale in fright. Soon, the injuries on Gu Fei's body healed. He looked even more powerful and terrifying. It was as if there was an ancient dragon hiding in his body, making people feel incomparably oppressed. After the tempering of the dragon blood and the baptism of the heavenly thunder, Gu Fei's king martial body had been enhanced. His physique had become even more powerful. It seemed as if he could shatter a part of the world with just a wave of his hand. Roar! He stood up from the ground and let out a long roar. The entire world shook under his roar. His voice echoed through the cracks in the ground and spread far away. This is the voice of Big Brother? It really is Gu Fei, Big Brother. He, above the cracks in the ground, Shaoqing, He Tian, and Yen, stood next to the bottomless abyss and were looking down. At this moment, a long roar came from below and went straight to the sky, echoing between the heavens and the earth. Hearing this long roar, Yen, Shaoqing, He Tian, and the others were extremely excited. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud sound on a stone wall about 10,000 feet below the cracks in the ground. The stone wall burst open, revealing a pitch-black hole. Then, a figure walked out from inside. Heavenly tribulation. Gu Fei has actually triggered a heavenly tribulation again. The person who walked out of the black hole stood at the entrance and looked down. It was pitch black down below, and there was still no end in sight. This person was Balon. A fist-sized divine pearl floated above his head. The divine pearl emitted a vast amount of essence of the sun. The essence of the sun fell from the divine pearl and blocked the Taiyin qi that was seeping in from all directions, protecting Balon within it. It had to be said that Balon was very unlucky. He just happened to come down from above when Gu Fei triggered a heavenly tribulation. He almost had to accompany Gu Fei to go through the heavenly tribulation. Fortunately, he found a cave on a stone wall and hid in it. Then, he sealed the cave and avoided the heavenly tribulation that fell from the sky. When the heavenly tribulation was over, he came out from inside. Gu Fei is fine, so I don't have to go down, Balon said to himself. Gu Fei's roar echoed in the empty cracks in the ground for a long time. He also heard it. Therefore, Balon soared into the sky and flew upward. Just as Gu Fei successfully passed the mysterious change minor heavenly tribulation, the battle in the depths of the heavenly market had reached its climax. Spiritual Master Yu, Jiang Wu, and the undying old man had all made their moves. In addition to the 3 super old-timers, the Grand Devil Sovereign also rushed out, holding a devil weapon that was no small matter. It was the skull of a true devil. The skull of a true demon had been refined into a terrifying demonic weapon that could compete with the most powerful sacred weapons. The great demon Venerable and the 3 super antiques were fighting endlessly. The demon Lord Huang Long and the demon Monarch of 6 Paths were engaged in a life-and-death battle. At the same time, living fossils would jump out from time to fight with Spiritual Master Yu, the undying old man, and the others for the supreme platform. This was a chaotic battle, a battle that had never happened in the Tinglong continent for tens of thousands of years. Fortunately, this battle was taking place in the sky market. If it was outside, the people would be plunged into misery and suffering, and the entire eastern region would probably cease to exist. Chapter 969. The depths of the sky market were in complete chaos. The aura of at least 5 saint weapons surged out. The entire sky market was shaking, and all living things within 100,000 miles were trembling. The holy weapon of the Almighty was terrifying to the extreme. It was as if it could destroy the entire world. It had the terrifying power to destroy the world. Divine lights that could pierce through the void and pierce through heaven and earth continuously shot out from the depths of the sky ruin. Those were the destructive divine lights shot out by the divine energy of the divine weapons of almighty beings. They could destroy everything and were indestructible. They've finally started fighting. Gu Fei stood at the bottom of the chasm. He could also feel the waves of divine energy coming from the almighty holy weapons. He was shocked. The people from the ancient desolate factions definitely had more than 5 almighty holy weapons. The ancient desolate powers had existed for countless years, and they had produced many powerful experts. Many of them had come with their saint weapons. It seemed that the ancient desolate powers were determined to obtain the heaven-linking platform. A battle was unavoidable. Even though Gu Fei possessed an extreme path sacred weapon, he knew that he did not have the ability to compete with those sect masters or current almighty beings who wielded almighty sacred weapons. He had no intention of seizing the supreme sky platform. To him, this was not a fight on the same level. Fight. Spear handle. Gu Fei looked in the direction of the ripples of divine power from the saint weapons. He then turned around and walked towards the 2 dragon corpses. Among the rubble, the 2 entangled dragon corpses were like 2 mountains on the icy ground. It was frightening to look at. The lunar chill couldn't freeze the 2 dragon corpses, and the power of the heavens' wrath couldn't do any damage to them. Gu Fei used the power of the cauldron of mountain and river to protect himself. He came before the 2 dragon corpses. Even though his cultivation had broken through to the 3rd heaven, he still felt a great pressure. If he didn't use the cauldron of mountain and river to protect himself, he definitely wouldn't be able to get close to the 2 dragon corpses. They were peerless divine beasts from the primordial era. Anything on these 2 dragons was a supreme treasure, something that could drive any cultivator mad with lust. If the divine blood of a true dragon was used as medicine, it could be used to concoct a peerless divine pill that could increase a cultivator's cultivation. Even a single scale or claw could be refined into a peerless divine weapon. It could be said that the 2 dragon corpses were all treasures. A single drop of that primordial evil dragon's blood was enough to kill a great expert of the present age. Gu Fei had almost died under that drop of primordial evil dragon's blood. He absolutely couldn't let go of such a divine material. However, Gu Fei knew that it would be very difficult for him to keep these 2 dragon corpses. If he kept them in his inner world, then all the living beings in his inner world would feel uneasy. The only way was to store the 2 dragon corpses into the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei did as he was told. He immediately sat down in front of the 2 dragon corpses. Then, a Buddhist lamp rushed out of his dantian and floated above his head. It was an ancient bronze lamp. The wick of the lamp flickered with a light the size of a soybean. Although the tricolored divine light wasn't very bright, it illuminated the entire world. An auspicious aura spread from the Buddhist lamp, dispersing the endless coldness. At this moment, Gu Fei was like a Buddha as he sat under the ancient lamp. This was the Buddhist lamp of the 3 realms. Gu Fei used the power of the Buddhist lamp to protect himself, and the mountain and river cauldron appeared in his hand. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron let out a rumble and flew from Gu Fei's hand. When it flew above the 2 dragon corpses, the ancient cauldron that was the size of a fist grew to the size of a mountain. Rumble, the divine energy of the mountain and river cauldron shook the entire world. The power of the sacred weapon suppressed the surroundings and froze a part of the void. Gu Fei communicated with the cauldron's soul in the mountain and river cauldron. He controlled the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron and aimed it at the 2 dragon corpses below. He wanted to suck them in. However, things didn't go smoothly. Although the mountain and river cauldron was a sacred weapon, Gu Fei's cultivation was limited. He couldn't fully unleash the power of this sacred weapon. Rumble, the 2 entangled dragon corpses shook as if they were about to leave the ground. The mouth of the mountain and river cauldron produced a heaven-devouring power that shook the 2 cold dragon corpses. However, it only shook them. The 2 dragon corpses couldn't be sucked into the cauldron. The 2 entangled dragon corpses were heavier than 2 primordial divine mountains. Even though Gu Fei used all his strength to control the mountain and river cauldron, he couldn't do anything. There's no other way. Gu Fei wanted to use the power of the 3rd heaven of the mysterious change realm to suck the 2 dragon corpses into the mountain and river cauldron, but his cultivation wasn't enough. He used the heaven ascension mystic art, and his aura began to gradually strengthen. His strength at the peak of the 3rd heaven of the mysterious change realm rose rapidly. Then, he broke through to the 3rd heaven like a hot knife through butter. Under the effect of the heaven ascension mystic art, Gu Fei's strength was raised to a level that was infinitely close to the celestial being realm. The 9 secrets of the immortal path were indeed heaven-defying divine arts. Boom! An endless amount of divine power rushed out of the 365 meridians in Gu Fei's body and poured into the mountain and river cauldron in the sky. Bam! The mountain and river cauldron shook, and transparent ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out in all directions. An aura that seemed to originate from ancient times spread out from the mountain and river cauldron. Rumble, the mountain and river cauldron swallowed the heaven and earth. There seemed to be a starry sky inside. The space in front of the cauldron collapsed and was swallowed by the mountain and river cauldron. The 2 ice-cold dragon corpses were like 2 primordial divine mountains. They gradually left the ground and flew toward the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron. His strength had increased by 5 to 6 times. Gu Fei had finally succeeded. The corpses of the 2 ancient divine beasts were finally in his hands. The 2 ice-cold dragon corpses were sucked into the mountain and river cauldron, and the 2 extremely terrifying auras disappeared. Gu Fei felt his entire body relax. It was as if the 2 mountains that had been weighing down on his heart had been moved away. 2 ancient divine beasts. One was a 7-clawed true dragon, the emperor of the dragon race. The other was a primordial evil dragon that was born from primordial evil chi. Although these 2 divine beasts had been dead for countless years, the 2 terrifying auras had not dissipated. Those with weaker cultivation would not be able to withstand it. If the corpses of these 2 ancient divine beasts were thrown out, even a celestial being would suffer a mental breakdown under the auras of these 2 divine beasts. If these 2 dragon corpses were thrown into a crowd, not even plenty would be able to survive. After the mountain and river cauldron collected the dragon corpses, it flew back to Gu Fei and entered his body. The 3 realms Buddhist lamp hovered above his head as he continued forward. In the area where the dragon corpses were, Gu Fei did not find too many traces left behind by the primordial pterosaur that was entrenched in the abyss. Even a celestial being realm ancient pterosaur would not be able to get close to those two dragon corpses. In the depths of the abyss, the extreme Een chill was vast and mighty. Even the void seemed to be frozen. Even with the protection of the Three Realms Buddhist lamp, Gu Fei still felt bone-chilling cold. The Three Realms Buddhist lamp illuminated the abyss, dispelling the endless extreme Een chill and illuminating the path ahead for Gu Fei. After advancing for about 1,000 miles into the depths of the abyss, dried bones began to appear on the pitch-black ground. Many of the dried bones were scattered everywhere. The surroundings were silent. The dried bones that were scattered among the rocks were those of humans and beasts. Gu Fei even saw some rusted fragments. What's going on? Gu Fei was very shocked. It seemed like a great battle had taken place here countless years ago. Gu Fei saw half a metal sword stabbed into the ground. There was also a divine shield that was broken in half. It had almost decayed. There was not a hint of divine power ripple on it. Clearly, it had lost all its essence. Apart from extreme divine weapons, there was nothing that could withstand the merciless corrosion of time. Even divine metal would turn into ordinary metal and completely decay in the end. Gu Fei stopped. There seemed to be an ancient battlefield in front of him. This made Gu Fei feel uneasy. He hesitated for a moment. In the end, he still walked into the ancient battlefield in front of him. He walked in step by step and saw even more dried bones and broken weapons scattered everywhere. Gu Fei even saw ancient people who were sealed in ice and did not turn into a pile of dried bones. After some people died, their physical bodies did not decay, and the clothes they wore were extremely ancient. Those people who were sealed in ice still maintained the expression and posture they had at the moment before they died. They seemed to have encountered something extremely terrifying, and all of them looked terrified. It was hard to imagine what had happened here countless years ago. Gu Fei walked into the depths of the ancient battlefield carefully. He suddenly realized that there was a tall stone door standing in a sea of bones. It was like a huge mountain, and it gave off an extremely ancient and vicissitude aura. When Gu Fei saw this stone door, he was completely stunned. He could not speak for a long time as he was extremely shocked. On the stone door, there were marks of blades, spears, swords, and axes. Some places were even blackish-brown, as though they were marks left behind by the blood that had splashed on it and dried up. The ancient stone door was not completely closed. Instead, there was a gap, and a strange aura seeped out from the gap of the stone door. The stone door was simple and unadorned. There was nothing strange about it. What really shocked Gu Fei was that this stone door was exactly the same as the stone door that had appeared in the primordial world. Be it the size or the patterns on it, they were exactly the same. The stone door that had appeared in the primordial world was thought by some to be the legendary gate of heaven, the path to heaven. However, after entering, everyone realized that it was actually a trap, a super-killing trap that had been set up by the entire heaven and earth. Back then, most of the people who had entered the primordial world had died in the pseudo-heaven realm. An identical stone door had appeared in an ancient battlefield in the abyss of the earth. Could it be that there was another world behind the stone door? Was this also a killing trap set up by some big shot who used heaven and earth as a chessboard? No one knew. Those who knew were probably all dead. Chapter 970. The ancient stone door exuded an aura of infinite antiquity, as if it had existed since the beginning of the world. It was covered with the marks of time. It was covered with the marks of blades, spears, swords, and axes. It was as if someone had attacked this stone door. In the middle of the stone door, there was a jet-black palm print. The palm print had sunk half an inch deep into the stone door. It was hard to imagine what kind of existence could leave such a palm print on the stone door. Gu Fei's outstretched right hand was about to touch the stone door when he discovered the palm print. This shocked him so much that his outstretched hand stopped in midair. It was a slender palm. It could be seen that it was the palm of a woman. Moreover, it was a right palm. Countless years ago, a supreme existence had attacked this stone door. It was a female saint of the extreme path. Gu Fei retracted his outstretched right hand and took out the purple gold divine sword. With the sword in hand, he stabbed out. Ding! The tip of the purple gold divine sword was like a cold star that touched the stone door. Gu Fei felt his wrist shake. He looked carefully and saw that there was not even a mark on the place where the purple gold divine sword had stabbed. He could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Even a divine weapon of the extreme path could not leave a mark on the stone door. But countless years ago, there was a female saint who had left a palm print on it. Only the legendary saints of the extreme path would have such ability. The stone door was stabbed by the purple gold divine sword, but it did not budge. The power of Gu Fei's stab was not weak, but it still could not shake the ancient stone door. The aura that emanated from behind the stone door was the power of heaven and earth from another world. There was another world behind the stone door. This was something that Gu Fei had vaguely expected. Gu Fei was not surprised. He switched the sword to his left hand and took a step forward. Without any hesitation, he placed his right hand on the stone door. Bam! Boundless divine power burst forth from Gu Fei's hand. He pushed forward, and a dull sound of impact rang out. It was as if a mountain was slamming against a stone door. A ferocious force surged out from Gu Fei's right hand, shaking the surrounding void and sending the bones beside the stone door flying. Some of the skeletons were directly shattered into powder and dissipated in the void. A circle of transparent ripples spread out in all directions with Gu Fei's right hand as the center. With this push, Gu Fei had already used 50% of his strength, but the stone door did not show any signs of being pushed. It still only opened a small gap. This, Gu Fei was secretly alarmed. Could it be that this stone door was even heavier than a mountain? The force of his push was enough to topple a huge mountain. He put away the purple gold divine sword, and a three realms Buddhist lamp that could illuminate the three realms floated above his head. He pressed his hands on the stone door and pushed it forward. 60%, 70%, 80%. Gu Fei's strength was increasing. His qi and blood were as vigorous as a dragon. His inner breath surged, and there seemed to be dragons moving through his meridians. With 100% of the power of the king martial body, Gu Fei used all his strength without holding anything back. It was as if a barbaric dragon had awoken in his body, and the strength of his physical body was unleashed to the extreme. Perhaps even a real barbaric dragon's body would not be as strong as Gu Fei's. Even 100% of the power of the king martial body can't push it. Gu Fei was even more shocked. This ancient stone door was actually much heavier than the primordial sacred mountain. I don't believe that I can't push it open. Gu Fei was determined as he continued to increase his strength. His sleeves were immediately shattered by the surging power, and blue veins appeared on his arms. Roar! Gu Fei roared as he used all his strength. The clothes on his upper body were immediately torn apart by the mighty power that surged out from his body. 120% of the power of the king martial body. Gu Fei shouted in his heart. Just as Gu Fei desperately urged the power of the king martial body to the limit, the stone door finally moved. Rumble, the two stone doors were like two ancient mountains being pushed, slowly opening inward. Gu Fei's qi and blood surged violently, and it was as if there were huge dragons circling around him. The void of the 365 acupoints on his body lit up, and endless divine power surged out. In the void of each acupoint, there was a god presiding. It was the life god that Gu Fei had cultivated. Each life god was a Gu Fei. Of course, this wasn't independent. The life god, in the void of the 365 acupoints, was an existence formed by Gu Fei's life and divine will. It wasn't a clone, but it was better than a clone. As long as there was a life god, even if Gu Fei's body was destroyed and his life was cut off, he could be reborn and return. It could be said that Gu Fei, who had cultivated a life god, had 365 lives. Roar! Gu Fei roared again and again. His roar echoed in the sky above the ancient battlefield, breaking the peace of this area. The stone door was gradually opening under the power of the 120% of the king martial body. He didn't know what was behind the stone door, but Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless. The Three Realms Buddhist lamp was still floating above Gu Fei's head, and endless Buddhist power fell from it, enveloping Gu Fei. As the stone door gradually opened, an even more powerful heaven and earth power came from behind the stone door, and there were traces of light coming from inside. Is there really a world behind the stone door? Gu Fei was shocked. This ancient stone door was exactly the same as the one that had appeared in the ancient desolation world. Gu Fei wasn't unfamiliar with this feeling. It was the heaven and earth power. When the stone door was pushed open enough for one person to enter, Gu Fei stopped and retreated. It wasn't completely dark behind the stone door. There was light coming from behind the stone door. Gu Fei didn't dare to act rashly. He had to observe the situation first. There was no guarantee that there weren't any dangers behind the stone door. If it was a killing trap set up by some supreme character who used the heaven and earth as a chessboard, going in rashly might be life-threatening. Gu Fei stared at the stone door for a long time as if he was facing a great enemy. However, there was no movement behind the stone door, and there was no strange aura coming from it. It seemed as if there was nothing wrong. The stone door that had appeared in the ancient desolation world had a demonic shadow inside that could kill immortals and gods. It was an undying killing intent that was extremely terrifying. This stone door was exactly the same as the one in the ancient desolation world, and it seemed to be even more ancient than the one in the ancient desolation world. Could this be the real legendary ancient heaven gate? Thinking of this, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel excited. If this stone door was really the legendary ancient heaven gate, then Gu Fei would be able to enter and exit the legendary heaven realm at will. However, no one knew if this stone gate was the legendary ancient heaven gate, and no one knew what was behind the stone gate. Chapter 971. With the Three Realms Buddha crown above his head and the violet gold godly sword in his hand, Gu Fei was armed to the teeth as if he was facing a great enemy. As soon as he stepped through the ancient stone door, Gu Fei felt a vast aura of the world surging towards him. It was an aura that could only be found in this world. There is indeed another world ahead. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. This ancient stone door was actually the same as the stone door that had appeared in the primeval desolation world. It was connected to an unknown world. Could it be that this ancient stone gate was really the legendary gate of heaven? The Three Realms Buddha lantern illuminated the path ahead. There was an ancient path paved with white bones. It wasn't long, only a few miles, but it was a path of bones. This, Gu Fei couldn't help but be astonished. Behind the gate was a path paved with white bones. This was something Gu Fei didn't expect. This ancient path was paved with white bones. Every bone was sparkling and translucent like jade, like immortal divine jade. This was definitely the remains of someone above the level of immortals. Moreover, this path had existed for countless years and was covered in a layer of bone dust. The bones had decayed and lost their divinity, turning into bone dust. This was what shocked Gu Fei. From the looks of it, these bones that hadn't lost their divinity were even more extraordinary. They were likely the remains of existences that surpassed the immortal realm. In other words, these bones that hadn't lost their divinity were definitely the bones of monarchs, or even celestial sovereigns. Although the path was only a few miles long, it made Gu Fei's heart palpitate. How many grand completion divine monarchs, grand completion immortal monarchs, and even immortal sovereigns and Shen King skeletons were needed to pave such a path? It was clear that something terrible had happened in the past. Countless monarchs and above had fallen, and their remains were paved into an ancient path. Could this ancient path really be an ancient path leading to the heavens? Gu Fei stopped after seeing this ancient path paved with divine bones. He couldn't help but be lost in thought for a moment. He calmed himself down and continued forward. He stepped on this ancient path, and the moment he did so, he seemed to see a terrifying scene. The world was collapsing, and countless celestial gods fell from the sky. Countless more celestial gods rushed into the sky like moths to a flame, charging into a dark and terrifying world. Large swathes of immortal gods collapsed, and the blood of immortal gods stained the ground red. Gu Fei's heart trembled. Just as he was about to get a clearer look, the various phenomena that appeared in front of him disappeared in an instant, as if they had never appeared. Inextinguishable fighting spirit, cold sweat seeped out of Gu Fei's forehead. He was completely shocked. The illusion just now came from the countless divine bones under his feet. It was the undying will of these ancient immortals that had fallen countless years ago. Although his body and soul had been destroyed, leaving only his skeleton behind, his fighting spirit had not dissipated with the passage of time. What terrible thing happened back then? Gu Fei muttered to himself. This was definitely a great change that could destroy the world. It was most likely related to the collapse of the primitive world. It was a real calamity of the world. The primitive world was a legendary world. It was a great era where experts stood in great numbers. The primitive world was incomparably prosperous, and there were even figures of supreme saints appearing from time to time. Such a great era had suddenly come to an end. No one knew why. Even the oldest books in the Tinglong continent didn't have records of this. However, some people guessed that all this seemed to be the doing of the demons. Some said that the primitive world was destroyed by the war of gods and demons. However, there was no evidence to prove that the supreme demon ancestors of the primitive world destroyed the primitive world. Who paved this ancient path? No one answered Gu Fei. Perhaps only the supreme saint who had disappeared between the heavens and the earth could answer Gu Fei's question. This was because the people who had the ability to destroy the primitive world were precisely those supreme saints. Gu Fei walked on the ancient path paved with the skeletons of ancient immortals and gods. Step by step, he walked very slowly and was very careful with every step he took. He had no choice but to do so. No one knew what would happen if he walked on this ancient path. A few miles wasn't long, but Gu Fei felt as if he had walked for a lifetime. Time seemed to have stopped, causing him to feel a suffocating pressure. At the end of the ancient path was an exit. Gu Fei finally walked past the ancient path paved with divine bones and arrived in front of the exit. He looked out from the exit and could vaguely see some scenery. A wave of power of the world that was different from any other world came from the front. The aura of a world was unique. Even the aura of Gu Fei's inner world was different from other worlds. Just like a person's soul, the world also had its own unique imprint. In front of him was a world that Gu Fei had never seen before. There was no doubt about it. Whether the world in front of him was the legendary heaven realm or not, no one knew. Gu Fei was very curious, but he wasn't in a hurry to enter the world in front of him. Only when he felt that there was no danger in front of him did he move forward. The moment Gu Fei walked out of the ancient path, he was immediately stunned by the scene in front of him. It was a broken world. Earth, water, wind, and fire were wreaking havoc everywhere. The earth was sinking and stars fell from the sky. The power of the world was chaotic to the extreme. Huge cracks in the void kept appearing and disappearing in the void. The sky had been pierced. The power of the world couldn't repair the broken earth and the void. Many wild beasts were roaring. Pitch-black lightning descended from the sky, tearing the world apart. A wild beast standing on a mountain peak was swept by the black lightning and instantly turned into ashes. Even the mountain that the savage beast was standing on had been cut in half. This world wasn't completely devoid of life. On the contrary, the life here was so strong that it could be said to be abnormal. Some of them could actually survive the bombardment of the black lightning. All the life was struggling in this world that seemed like it could be destroyed at any time. Roar! Suddenly, a wild beast that was surging with monstrous divine fire discovered Gu Fei. It roared and directly pounced at Gu Fei. Rumble, the divine fire covered the sky and shook the whole world. It was an unknown wild beast that had the head of an ancestral dragon but no dragon's body. It was very similar to an unknown Qilin. Oh no! Seeing this, Gu Fei's expression changed. This wild beast was many times stronger than the fire Qilin Balon. The vast and terrifying pressure almost suffocated Gu Fei. Chapter 972. Gu Fei didn't expect that there would be an ancient path made of white bones behind the ancient stone gate. He also didn't expect that at the end of the ancient path, there would be a destroyed world. In this world, earth, water, wind, and fire, the four great powers of heaven and earth were wreaking havoc. The earth was sinking, the sky was collapsing, and the stars were falling. The heaven and earth energy was no longer able to repair this damage. However, it miraculously maintained this state of destruction in a delicate balance. All sorts of violent heaven and earth energy gushed out from everywhere in this world. Although they weren't able to destroy this world, the laws of this world were already on the verge of collapse. It would be difficult to repair this world. In this world, there were countless creatures struggling on the edge of death. Some of these creatures were so powerful that even sect masters would tremble in fear. What is this place exactly? Gu Fei was dumbfounded by everything that was happening before his eyes. This was a destroyed world, and this world was about to come to an end. This was a horrifying scene that could destroy the heavens and earth. The chaotic heaven and earth energy caused Gu Fei to feel a great sense of danger. At this moment, a nearby fire-type savage beast discovered Gu Fei. With a roar, it set off a raging inferno and pounced at Gu Fei ferociously. A terrifying aura surged up to the sky. A terrifying pressure pressed down on Gu Fei, causing him to be unable to breathe. Gu Fei turned pale with fright. This beast was extremely terrifying. Boom! A scarlet beast claw the size of a mountain directly reached out from the towering flames and grabbed towards Gu Fei. A vast amount of energy surged out from the beast claw, directly tearing apart the void. Swish! With a single thought from Gu Fei, the Buddhist lamp of the three realms hovering above his head immediately emitted a resplendent tricolored Buddhist light. This auspicious Buddhist light illuminated half the sky. Boundless Buddhist energy spread out, dispersing all the violent qi. This was a power that could calm one's heart. It even dispersed the heaven and earth energy of the beast. Roar! The savage beast roared. The towering divine fire dissipated like snow under the tricolored Buddhist light. The savage beast sensed danger and retracted its claws. Buzz! Gu Fei shook the violet gold divine sword in his hand. The divine sword immediately let out a buzzing sound and a bone-chilling sword chi spread out from the violet gold divine sword. The temperature of the entire world seemed to plummet due to the fluctuations of the sword chi. The aura of the extreme Tao Saint weapon caused the savage beast that was pouncing towards Gu Fei to stop and roar uneasily. Swoosh! 1,000-meter-long sword light shot up into the sky. Gu Fei didn't hesitate and directly slashed towards the beast in the sky. The heavens and earth were cleaved into two by this sword light. Everywhere the sword light passed, the void was destroyed. The terrifying sword chi caused the entire world to shake. Rumble, affected by the impact of the divine power that erupted from the purple gold divine sword, the area nearby began to shake. The chaotic heaven and earth energy became even more chaotic. Pitch-black cracks in the sky continued to fall, strangling everything. Huge mountains collapsed under the cracks in the space. Torrential water gushed out from the ground, drowning the heavens and the earth. There were also earth fire veins that ruptured and released towering divine fire of the earth, turning the area into a sea of fire with lava flowing everywhere. There were also terrifying astral winds that could blow huge mountains away. The savage beast that was surging with divine fire was so frightened that it immediately turned and fled. The sword chi that erupted from the violet gold divine sword made the savage beast feel a great threat. However, the sword that Gu Fei slashed out was extremely fast. The purple gold sword light rushed up and tore apart the heavens and earth. In an instant, the savage beast was cleaved into two and fell from the sky. The savage beast that was even more terrifying than a sect master was cleaved into two by Gu Fei. It didn't even have a chance to escape before it died. After the purple gold sword light killed the savage beast, it didn't dissipate. It continued to slash forward for more than 10 miles before dissipating into the void. Wherever the sword light passed, everything was destroyed. A huge void crack that was more than 10 miles long appeared in the void. The power of the violet gold divine sword slash was so powerful that it killed a savage beast that was even more terrifying than a sect master. This was the terror of a supreme saint weapon. Even if Gu Fei couldn't unleash the divine power of a supreme saint weapon, he could still easily kill a pinnacle expert that was a whole level higher than him. The aura of the Three Realms Buddhist lamp and the violet gold divine sword was vast and mighty. All the living beings in the destroyed world could sense the aura of these two supreme saint weapons. No more savage beasts dared to approach Gu Fei. All the savage beasts that sensed the aura of the supreme saint weapon retreated and didn't dare to approach the area where Gu Fei was. Swoosh! Gu Fei shot up into the sky and rushed towards the depths of this world. The depths of this world was the center of this world. It was also the source of the ancestral meridian of Earth. In the depths of this world, he might be able to find some answers. Why did this world become like this and why it was on the brink of destruction? Could it be that the source of this world had been destroyed? Along the way, Gu Fei realized that the savage beasts in this world didn't seem to have developed spiritual intelligence. They all moved based on instinct. However, every savage beast was extremely powerful. If it weren't for the protection of the Supreme Saint weapon, the savage beasts would have been terrified of the aura of the Supreme Saint weapon. Even Gu Fei would have found it difficult to move an inch in this world. Rumble! When Gu Fei flew over a mountain ridge, a huge mountain suddenly cracked open. A gigantic black turtle that was as huge as a mountain climbed out and quickly retreated into the distance. Wherever the black turtle passed, countless mountains would crumble and crumble. As he neared the center of this world, a mountain ridge on the ground suddenly came to life. It soared into the sky, causing rocks and soil to collapse and dust to fill the sky. This was a mountain ridge. This was a giant snake, a giant black snake. The giant snake was like a giant dragon and its body was as huge as a mountain ridge. This strange beast didn't attack Gu Fei. Like the other savage beasts, it quickly escaped into the distance. It was scared away by the aura of the Supreme Saint weapon. Fortunately, these savage beasts didn't develop spiritual intelligence. They were still beasts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been scared away so easily. Even if Gu Fei had the Supreme Saint weapon, he would still be in trouble. When he neared the center of this world, where the ancestral meridian of Earth was, Gu Fei was stunned by the scene in front of him. Where the ancestral meridian of Earth was located, blood light soared into the sky and waves of blood surged. A giant figure that was as huge as a mountain was floating in the sea of knowledge. An aura that caused all living beings to tremble came from the front. Gu Fei discovered that other than the giant figure, there were actually many corpses floating in the sea of blood. There were humans, beasts, and even demonic corpses with demonic chi lingering around them. These corpses didn't rot. Some were even lifelike. Chapter 973. Earth, water, wind, and fire rotated. This was a world that could collapse at any moment. This world was not as big as the ancient chaos world or the pseudo-heaven world. This world was about the size of one of the 4 major regions of the Tenglong continent. It had a radius of 10 million miles. Chaotic aura surged everywhere. The laws of heaven and earth had almost completely collapsed. At the center of this world was the ancestral earth vein. It was a sea of blood that floated high in the sky. The stench of blood made Gu Fei frown. Pillars of blood that looked like giant blood dragons fell from the sea of blood and entered the ancestral earth vein. The sea of blood was actually extracting the spiritual energy of the ancestral earth vein. The sea of blood in front of him was frighteningly huge. It had a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Endless blood tumbled and surged. From time to time, there would be towering waves of blood, as if there was a terrifying beast swimming in it. Terrifying evil blood chi surged from the sea of blood. Even with the Three Realms Buddhist lamp, Gu Fei felt his heart palpitate. He was inexplicably shocked. No wonder this world was on the verge of collapse. It turned out that there was a sea of blood that was devouring the power of this world. This was simply too inconceivable. This was stealing the power of the heavens. Who was it that could use such a heaven-shocking method? Gu Fei could not speak for a long time. He was extremely shocked. The pillars of blood that fell from the sea of blood sank into the ground. A vast amount of spiritual energy was continuously extracted and gathered in the sea of blood in the sky. The power of the ancestral earth vein was being stripped. Gu Fei released his divine will and probed the sea of blood in front of him. However, the moment his divine will entered the sea of blood, an extremely powerful divine will suddenly erupted from the depths of the sea of blood. Buzz! Gu Fei felt his head spin. He felt a pain in between his eyebrows. A trace of blood seeped out from between his eyebrows. The divine will that he sent out was destroyed by another divine will that rushed out from the depths of the sea of blood. Roar! A deep and terrifying roar came from the sea of blood. The sea of blood in front of Gu Fei surged with raging waves, and a crimson palace that seemed to have fused with the sea of blood appeared in the sea of blood. When Gu Fei saw this, his heart trembled. The blood-colored palace gave off a terrifying feeling. Gu Fei could sense a great danger from it. It was as if there was a peerless demon sleeping in the blood-colored devil palace. A terrifying demonic energy surged out from the devil palace. Demon? Gu Fei turned pale with fright. Never had he imagined that there would actually be the aura of a devil within this strange sea of blood. Could it be that all of this was caused by a devil? Perhaps only the legendary supreme demon ancestor, who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the supreme sage, had the ability to set up such a shocking plan and steal the power of heaven and earth. Gu Fei had alerted the devil lurking in the sea of blood. Swoosh! Just as the blood-colored devil palace appeared from the depths of the sea of blood, the corpse of the giant floating in the sea of blood suddenly opened its eyes. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. He felt a dangerous aura suddenly enveloping him. It was as if he was being stared at by a hidden devil. He retreated without thinking. Boom! The sea of blood in front of him suddenly exploded. A huge figure rushed out of the sea of blood. The giant seemed to have suddenly come to life as it pounced out of the sea of blood. Desolate giant race? As Gu Fei retreated, he saw the giant's appearance. This giant's appearance was actually very similar to that of the desolate Ian giant tribes, desolate Ian giant tribes, desolate Ian giant tribes, desolate Ian giant tribe. However, the desolate giant that he had seen in the sky market couldn't be compared to the giant that had rushed out of the sea of blood. The desolate giant that had appeared in the sky market was like a baby in swaddling clothes in front of this giant. It was hard to imagine how terrifying this giant had been when it was alive. This was definitely an existence that would cause a headache even for an almighty. This giant's body was flowing with scarlet blood. It was as huge as a mountain. Its blood-colored eyes had no pupils. There was only an evil and terrifying bloody light. A terrifying demonic aura spread out from this giant's body. This was definitely a great completion desolate giant. This giant was still holding on to half a stone spear that was dripping with blood. There was no trace of life on its body. It was an ice-cold corpse. An ancient corpse. Gu Fei retreated 100 miles in an instant. His pupils constricted. This was an ancient corpse that had been controlled by a demonic aura. It wasn't the giant that had come to life. Roar! After the giant rushed out of the sea of blood, it roared to the sky. Then, it pierced forward with the stone spear in its hand. A bloody demonic light rushed out from the stone spear. In an instant, it traversed 100 miles and arrived in front of Gu Fei. Buzz! Gu Fei's longsword circled and blocked the attack. Purple gold sword chi surged. Bam! The bloody demonic light collided with the purple gold divine sword. The bloody light was shattered by the divine sword, but Gu Fei was also sent flying 10 miles away by a force. Only then was he able to stop his retreat. So powerful. Gu Fei only felt a numbness in his right hand that was holding the sword. He couldn't help but be surprised. The giant's attack was actually powerful to this extent. It should be known that Gu Fei's physique was different from ordinary cultivators. He was a martial artist that had cultivated the king martial body. His physical body was so powerful that even the celestial being realm immortal emperor and Shin King couldn't compare. But now, the giant that was controlled by the demonic power had actually shaken his palm to the point of numbness. Gu Fei found it hard to believe. Bam! After the giant's attack, he immediately took a step forward, traversing 100 miles. The entire void trembled under his feet, almost shattering the heaven and earth. The bloody light that shot out from his blood-colored eyes was several miles long. It was like a peerless demon that made Gu Fei's heart palpitate. Boom! The giant directly raised the stone spear in his hand and smashed it towards Gu Fei's head. The stone spear that was dripping with blood was like a huge ancient mountain falling down. The void below the stone spear collapsed and turned into nothingness and chaos. Just a direct attack was able to pierce through the heaven and earth. The strength of this giant was probably stronger and more terrifying than a sect master. Swish! Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and instantly disappeared on the spot. The next moment, he appeared behind the giant and directly swept his sword at the giant's waist. Chapter 974. Boom! The mountain-like giant suddenly turned around and swept the broken stone spear in his hand towards the dazzling sword light formed by the violet gold divine sword. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. Although the giant was full of brute force, it actually dared to use a stone spear to meet an extreme holy weapon head-on. It was truly laughable. Just as Gu Fei had expected, the sword light from the violet gold divine sword was like a hot knife through butter. It directly shattered the stone spear before circling around the giant's waist. The giant let out an earth-shattering roar. Then, the upper half of its body fell from the sky like a huge mountain. Swoosh! The violet gold divine sword in Gu Fei's hand flew up and transformed into a purple divine rainbow. It instantly pierced through the giant's head and a streak of bloody light was minced into the void by the violet gold divine sword. That was a powerful divine sense. It was this blood-colored divine sense filled with demonic nature that was controlling the corpse of the desolate giant. All of this was caused by the existence in the blood-colored demonic palace in the Blood Sea. Roar! At the moment when the violet gold divine sword minced the crimson consciousness, a terrifying demonic howl came from the blood-colored demonic palace that floated in the Blood Sea. A terrifying aura surged out from the demonic palace. The entire world trembled under the demonic howl. All the primordial creatures in a radius of 10,000 kilometers trembled. A demonic power surged towards Gu Fei, causing Gu Fei's mind to tremble. The blood in his body actually showed signs of losing control, affected by the demonic power. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. With a thought, the Three Realms Buddhist lamp that floated above his head immediately emitted a peaceful aura, repelling the surging demonic power. The tricolored Buddhist light illuminated the world. It was as if a Buddha was sitting cross-legged in the Buddhist light. The peaceful aura filled the world. This was a Buddhist aura that was the complete opposite of the demonic power. With the Buddhist light protecting his body, Gu Fei's mind immediately calmed down and was no longer affected by external things. The mountain-like giant was sliced in half at the waist by Gu Fei, and the 2 halves of its corpse fell to the ground. The entire ground shook, and dust rose high into the sky. There was no blood flowing out from the giant's wound. This was just an ice-cold corpse that had been dead for an unknown period of time. It floated in the Blood Sea and was controlled by the divine will of the Devil Hall. After being cut in half by Gu Fei, the giant's corpse seemed to have lost some kind of power. Its flesh and blood began to wither rapidly, and then turned into a puddle of stinking pus and blood. Even its bones were smoking. In just a few breaths, the mountain-like giant was only left with a skeleton. Gu Fei stared dumbfoundedly at this scene. The corpse of this giant, which had been dead for countless years, was probably caused by some kind of power in the Blood Sea. Once it left the Blood Sea, the giant's corpse could not be preserved for long. At this moment, the terrifying aura emitted from the Devil Hall in the middle of the Blood Sea grew even stronger. It was as though there was a peerless fiendish devil residing within. Swish! 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 More than 10 beams of blood-colored devil light shot out from the Devil Hall, entering the surrounding Blood Sea. After that, more than 10 figures walked out from the Blood Sea. Gu Fei was shocked to the extreme. There were no signs of life among the 10 or so demonic creatures that walked out from the Blood Sea. Among them, there were human cultivators, devil cultivators shrouded in devil chi, as well as malevolent-looking savage beasts. The clothes of the human cultivators were extremely ancient. From this, one could tell that these were all cultivators from the primordial era. Very soon, Gu Fei discovered that these demonic creatures all had one thing in common. They had no pupils in their eyes, only a blood-red color. It was as if there was a blood-red world in their eyes. It was extremely strange. More than 10 terrifying figures rushed towards Gu Fei. The terrifying aura they exuded caused the heavens and earth to lose their color. Each of these existences that were controlled by divine sense was extremely terrifying. There was an ancient primordial creature the size of a small mountain. It had the form of a qilin and was extremely malevolent. On its scarlet scales, there seemed to be a layer of divine fire pulsating. Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. This was a terrifying primordial creature that had yet to lose its divinity. Its flesh and blood hadn't decayed, and its body still contained immense power. It had been dead for countless years, floating in the blood sea, but its aura still hadn't dissipated. Even the devilish nature of the blood sea couldn't erase it completely. It was truly hard to imagine. This was definitely a terrifying primordial beast that was comparable to a true dragon from the 9 heavens. It might even be a divine beast king. However, this terrifying divine beast had actually turned into a corpse. This primordial creature did not have any wounds on its body. It should have had its soul scattered, but its physical body was perfectly preserved. Other than this primordial divine beast, there was another figure that made Gu Fei feel incomparably dangerous. It was a middle-aged man shrouded in devilish qi. This was a great devil. His pitch-black devilish qi was vast and mighty. His blood-red eyes flickered in the devilish qi. This was also a powerful existence that still maintained its own aura and strength. The body was immortal, and the strength was condensed in the body without dissipating. This was an indestructible body. Only the supreme existences of the current era could cultivate to this level. This devil corpse was probably even more terrifying than the supreme existences of the current era. Even such a character had fallen here. Although his body was immortal, it had become a puppet that was controlled by others to fight. It was truly pitiful. At this time, there was no time for Gu Fei to think. Facing these terrifying demonic figures, Gu Fei could only retreat. He executed the desolate steps and rushed into the distance. Swish! 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 The dozen or so demonic figures also soared into the sky and chased after Gu Fei. Although there were only a dozen of them, it gave people the feeling that there were thousands of troops and horses rushing to kill him. Monstrous devilish qi enveloped the entire world. Terrifying fluctuations spread in all directions, startling all the primordial beasts in the nearby area and causing them to flee for their lives. In the depths of this world, a shocking scene appeared. Gu Fei was fleeing in the front while a dozen or so demonic figures were chasing after him. Devilish qi swept across the world. The dozen or so demonic figures were like a dozen great devils that had been born. They emitted a great amount of devilish energy. Everywhere they passed, the world shook, the sun and the moon dimmed, and the sand and stones were sent flying. Damn it! Gu Fei walked in the void, traveling 100 miles with each step. He continued to execute the desolate steps. The Buddhist lamp of the 3 realms floated above his head, emitting a vast and auspicious Buddhist energy, repelling the terrifying devilish energy behind him. The speed of the desolate steps was unparalleled in the world. The distance between Gu Fei and the dozen or so demonic figures behind him gradually widened. In the end, the dozen or so demonic figures were completely left behind. Roar! A terrifying devilish roar came from the depths of this world. It seemed that the terrifying existence in the blood sea wasn't willing to give up after failing to kill Gu Fei. It did not take long for Gu Fei to get rid of the dozen or so demonic creatures behind him and escape to a mountain range that had already collapsed. The earth here was cracked and the mountain range collapsed. From the cracks in the earth, strands of primordial qi leaked out. In the depths of this mountain range, Gu Fei discovered an ancient temple floating above a hole in the ground that was spewing primordial qi. It was unknown what kind of stone was used to build this ancient temple. The temple was pitch black, and there was a black divine light lingering around it. The essence of the stone hadn't been lost. Chapter 975. The ground sank, and a bottomless pit with a circumference of at least 10 miles appeared. Primal chaos energy gushed out from it, and a pitch-black temple floated in the air above the pit, floating within the primal chaos energy. This was an incomparably shocking scene. There was actually an ancient temple that wasn't destroyed by the primal chaos chi. It was truly unbelievable. Gu Fei didn't approach and only watched from afar. The primal chaos chi came from the front, making him feel like he was facing a chaotic world. The ancient temple had a faint, 10,000 Buddhist seal on it. It didn't emit any aura and seemed like an ordinary object, simple and unadorned. Such an ancient temple caused Gu Fei to feel an incomparable pressure. Although there was no divine energy coming out, it was like an ancient divine mountain was there. The inside of the temple was pitch black. Even with Gu Fei's eyesight, he couldn't see inside. He could only see a bottomless darkness that seemed to be able to devour a person's soul. Gu Fei's divine will was almost immersed in it. There was an unfathomable power that was affecting Gu Fei's divine soul. Hiss. Gu Fei took in a breath of cold air. This ancient temple wasn't simple. It seemed to be able to devour a person's soul. This was a temple filled with demonic nature, causing Gu Fei's heart to palpitate. This is a Buddhist temple. How can it have such a demonic nature? Gu Fei was very shocked. One had to know that the power of Buddhism was peaceful and peaceful. It was the complete opposite of the power of demonic nature. This temple contained demonic nature. Could it be the legendary Buddhist devil that had turned from Buddha into a devil? In history, there had been people who turned from Buddha into a devil. One of the most famous people was the last disciple of the legendary Eternal Buddha Lord. He was a great virtuous Buddhist who had a high chance of cultivating the great Buddha body. However, when he was trying to break through to the great Buddha realm, he was disturbed by an external devil. In the end, he failed to cultivate the great Buddha body and instead cultivated the Buddhist devil body. This was the first Buddhist devil in the world. However, he became a taboo in the Buddhist sect and was hunted down by the people of the Buddhist sect. Gu Fei knew about this period of history. Because the number one Buddha devil in the world escaped from the Buddha land, he passed down the teachings of the Buddha sect. Therefore, for millions of years, there were Buddha devils appearing in the world. Although the Buddhist demon lineage had been hunted down by the great powers of the Buddhist sects for countless years, the Buddhist sects could not completely destroy this orthodoxy. Every period, a Buddhist demon would appear in the world, slaughtering all living beings in the world to refine the Buddhist demon true body. However, it was said that the last Buddha demon had been killed in the 100,000 Mountains 5,000 years ago by a mighty figure sent by the Buddhist sections. The Buddha demon lineage seemed to have been exterminated. Seeing the ancient temple in the midst of the chaotic aura, Gu Fei thought of many things. Swoosh! Gu Fei suddenly brandished the purple gold divine sword and slashed forward. The resplendent sword beam cut through the void, splitting heaven and earth and splitting the chaos. It directly slashed towards the ancient temple within the chaos chi. Pooh! The sword beam from the purple gold divine sword slashed at the ancient temple, producing a soft sound. It was actually unable to split the temple in half, only leaving a sword mark on its surface. This, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. Even the purple gold divine sword could not break this ancient temple. Could it be that this ancient temple was also an extreme holy artifact? It was truly unbelievable. Bam! Just as Gu Fei was feeling inexplicably shocked, the tightly shut stone door of the ancient temple suddenly opened, and a pitch-black wind swept out from inside. Following that, the black chi churned and condensed, and a figure appeared within the pitch-black demonic aura. It was a monk sitting cross-legged on a black lotus platform. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he could not help but shudder. He never imagined that there would be a monk hiding in the ancient temple within the chaotic aura. This was not a real person, but a demonic soul. It could also be said to be an undying evil will. This was a terrifying existence formed from the evil will of a supreme figure perishing. This kind of existence was extremely terrifying. It was not human, nor was it a demon, nor was it an immortal. It was a kind of evil that had jumped out of the three realms and was not part of the five elements. It only knew how to kill and destroy. Swoosh! The demonic figure sitting cross-legged on the black lotus platform suddenly opened its eyes. Two pitch-black demonic lights shot out from its eyes, piercing towards Gu Fei. Wherever the demonic lights passed, the void was annihilated. Everything was destroyed. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. It was just an evil will. He directly punched forward, and the fist force surged forward like a surging river. The two penetrating demonic lights immediately collapsed under Gu Fei's fist. Gu Fei was incomparably powerful. His fist force did not stop. He took a step forward and instantly closed in on the demonic figure, wanting to shatter this terrifying demonic figure with one punch. This kind of undying evil will could only be formed after a supreme figure perished. It was strange and terrifying. The monstrous fist force had not yet reached its peak when it shattered the two demonic lights. When Gu Fei was in front of the demonic figure, Gu Fei's fist force reached its peak. Boom! The entire void in front of the fist instantly collapsed. Gu Fei's fist penetrated the void between heaven and earth, forming a terrifying destructive force that wanted to obliterate the demonic figure. The evil will that was known as undying was not indestructible. As long as one's strength was strong enough, everything in the world could be smashed with one punch and trampled with one foot. Even the undying divine will could be completely obliterated. Gu Fei shattered the void, but he borrowed the terrifying force formed by the collapse of heaven and earth to destroy the enemy. The terrifying destructive power formed by the destruction of the void could even tear apart an immortal god and annihilate both their body and soul. Swoosh! The demonic figure sitting cross-legged on the black lotus platform suddenly disappeared in the void when Gu Fei's fist blasted. At the same time, the void seemed to suddenly open a big mouth, swallowing the whole world. What? Gu Fei was shocked. He only felt that the world was spinning, and he was actually pulled into a pitch-black void without any light. This was a demonic realm, filled with a heart-palpitating demonic nature. If it was not for the three realms Buddha crown above Gu Fei's head, his mind would have been eroded by this demonic nature and he would have lost his nature. The three realms Buddha lamp vibrated, and thousands of Buddha's light bloomed, illuminating the evil void, piercing through the mysterious force, and restoring heaven and earth. Roar! From the depths of the endless darkness came a roar, and a figure instantly disappeared under the three-colored Buddha's light. That undying evil will was destroyed? Gu Fei was not sure. He held the purple gold divine sword in his hand, and the three realms Buddha lamp above his head. His eyes swept in all directions, he did not dare to relax, but he did not find anything. However, at this moment, the void behind Gu Fei suddenly split open, and a faint and illusory demonic figure appeared silently behind Gu Fei. There was no energy fluctuation, and no aura was emitted. The faint and illusory demonic figure seemed to have jumped out of the world, and was not part of the five elements. Chapter 976. The terrifying evil thought that rushed out from the ancient temple silently appeared behind Gu Fei. An illusory figure sat cross-legged on the black lotus platform. It was a demon Buddha. The evil thought opened its mouth and swallowed the heaven and earth, swallowing the void and Gu Fei at once. However, the illusory body of the demon Buddha immediately swelled up and a terrifying power exploded inside the body of the demon Buddha. Bang! Soon, the body of the demon Buddha exploded. An ancient aura that seemed to come from ancient times spread out and a land appeared in the monstrous devil chi. Buzz! The earth shook and a terrifying energy wave spread out from the big cauldron. The devil chi that filled the sky immediately dissipated in the void like snow under the sun. Swoosh! The three-colored Buddhist light shone out from the monstrous devil chi. The supreme Buddhist power obliterated the strange wave in the void and the figure of the evil thought condensed in the void. It still can't be destroyed? The three realms Buddhist lamp above Gu Fei's head descended from the sky and said coldly. Could this evil thought really be indestructible? How could such a thing exist in this world? In the sky above the cavern, the ancient temple that was floating in the chaotic chi suddenly emitted a soul wave, as if a peerless demon that was sleeping had awakened. Gu Fei kept the mountain and river cauldron and looked at the ancient temple and the chaotic qi. What's going on? He was very curious. There seemed to be something in the ancient temple. Was this the cultivation place of the Buddha demon? Even the supreme sacred sword could not break it. It was probably a demonic weapon refined by the Buddha demon that was comparable to the supreme sage. Only the legendary last disciple of the Millennium Buddha Lord had such strength. He could not cultivate the great Buddha body but cultivated the Buddha demon body. He entered the devil Tao from the Buddha Tao. The last disciple of the Millennium Buddha Lord was probably infinitely close to the supreme sage realm. Swoosh! The evil intent, which was on the verge of dissipating, was originally pouncing towards the ancient temple within the primal chaos qi. However, when it sensed the spiritual ripples from the ancient temple, it was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. It soared into the sky in an attempt to escape. At this moment, the ancient temple floating in the primal chaos qi suddenly shot out a pitch-black, 10,000 Buddhist seal towards the evil thought. Boom! The Buddha seal rotated, and a terrifying heaven-devouring power appeared in the middle of the Buddha seal. A pitch-black vortex appeared there, swallowing the void in front of it. Without any suspense, the extremely weak evil thought was swallowed by the terrifying whirlpool formed by the swastika. Then, a tall figure walked out of the whirlpool. Seeing this figure, Gu Fei's pupils suddenly shrank. It was a pitch-black skeleton, not a person of flesh and blood, but an undead creature. In the skull of this undead creature, there was an extremely weak black light flickering. That was the spiritual fire that was about to be completely extinguished. The tall skeleton looked as if it was cast from immortal black divine iron. Traces of black light circulated around it, and there was a black lotus mark between the eyebrows of the skull. Gu Fei sensed great danger from this skeleton. Thank you for helping me cut off this last evil thought. The black skeleton's entire body surged with demonic energy. It stood high in the sky, and behind it was the black, 10,000 Buddhist seal. This was a Buddhist who had been possessed by the devil. There was already a lotus mark on the skull. This undead creature was definitely a great figure when it was alive. If it wasn't a half-saint, it was most likely a supreme almighty. According to Gu Fei's knowledge, only the skulls of almighty Buddhists would have lotus marks condensed on them. Gu Fei didn't say anything. The Three Realms Buddhist lamp hovered above his head, and he held the violet gold divine sword in his hand. He was on high alert. This undead creature in front of him was too evil and terrifying. You are a descendant of Buddha? A soul fluctuation came out of the undead creature's skull, and a voice sounded in Gu Fei's mind. This was a communication on the soul, and it had already transcended the scope of words. Humph. Gu Fei sneered, but he still didn't say anything. This sword, two black lights rushed out of the undead creature's pitch-black eye sockets, and the spiritual fire in the skull fiercely pulsed, as if it was somewhat excited. Seeing this undead creature like this, Gu Fei couldn't help but think, could it be that this undead creature recognized the origin of the divine sword in my hand? Little guy, if you help someone, help them to the end. How about you do me another favor? The undead creature's voice sounded in Gu Fei's mind. Gu Fei's expression changed several times. He stared at the undead creature and said, "What do you want?" I'd like to borrow your martial Dao source for a while." The undead creature's whole body was surrounded by demonic energy, and the black, 10,000 Buddhist seal behind it began to emit a terrifying energy fluctuation. What? When Gu Fei heard this, he was immediately shocked. His complexion changed greatly. This undead creature actually wanted to take his life. The martial Dao source was the source of a cultivator's strength and also the cultivator's life. Go to hell. Gu Fei roared, and directly slashed his sword towards the undead creature in front of him. The resplendent swordlight soared for thousands of miles, and it was as if this sword could split the entire world in half. The dreadful sword chi fluctuations shattered the void, cutting everything in its path, and nothing could stop it. I have already died once, I don't want to die again. The lotus mark on the undead creature's skull lit up, and a strange black light circulated. A formidable soul force erupted, and its whole body became fuzzy, and it directly disappeared. After avoiding Gu Fei's frightening sword strike, the undead creature appeared above Gu Fei's head in the next moment. It stretched out its hand to pluck the ancient bronze lamp floating above Gu Fei's head. This undead creature was shrouded in a black light, and it unexpectedly wasn't afraid of the Buddhist light of the Three Realms Buddhist lamp. Boom! With a thought from Gu Fei, the Three Realms Buddhist lamp immediately emitted a monstrous fluctuation of Buddhist power. Gu Fei drove the Buddhist lamp with all his strength, and the soybean-sized lantern on top of the Buddhist lamp fiercely gushed out a monstrous three-colored divine flame. Roar! The undead creature roared, and its right hand that was grabbing the Three Realms Buddhist lamp immediately retracted. Its entire arm was emitting black smoke, and it was almost burned to ashes by the sudden eruption of the three-colored divine flame. You actually refined this Buddhist lamp. The undead creature's voice carried a trace of panic. The black light on its body quickly dissipated under the influence of the three-colored divine flame, and it unexpectedly showed signs of collapsing.